Hey, fam. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for your patience. Shit. Hold on. Had another tab open. Okay, I have to have my YouTube tab open in order to actually drop links in the chat and pin them, and I forgot to shut the volume off. Anyway, welcome everybody. I was running a bit late. I needed to get some exercise in, and I was also waiting for Tony's stream to end. He was a popular guy tonight, and I don't want people to miss his show. I'm a fan of his show, and he's been a huge supporter of my channel. Yeah, so thank you, Tony Teflon, for shouting me out. That was really cool of you. Once again, you've done it before, and I very much appreciate it. Because not everybody does that, like promoting other channels that cover the same show as you. I mean, not everybody does that. Even a brand new channel like mine. Some people would be like, no, I'm not doing that. He goes above and beyond, like he really does. He's had me on his show twice as a panelist. He's shouted me out multiple times now, sent people over here. I keep hearing from people that they found me because of his channel. I mean, he's got almost 100K subscribers, so I am so grateful. That was just super cool of him. I mean, what else can I say? He's great. He was the first from YouTuber that I found. By the way, only this year. This was like, I wasn't even a fan. I didn't even know about this show. I found the show in March. I found his show right after, and boom, hooked on both. So uh, always a lot of fun. So hey, let's see who's in the chat tonight. I really appreciate you waiting. Oh my goodness, Nikki, Nikki, do you want to come on? I don't know if you're still here. I didn't send you a link. Damn it! My brain is just out to lunch. Hold on a minute. Let me check my. I don't know if Nikki tried to message me. I think she wanted to come on, and I I've had a really stressful week, and I had like I had a big medical test I had to get done, and so like I don't even know if I'm coming or going. My brain is just not not doing well. I'm gonna send her a message. I don't know if she's still here, but I'm gonna send her a message because I know she wanted to come on. Nikki from A Night of Horror, and I feel so bad. Oh my god. Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna send her a message in case she wants to join me. Wait a minute. No, that's tomorrow. See, I don't even know what day it is. It's Wednesday. She was gonna be on tomorrow. I think she said Thursday works. See, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. See, this is my therapy, you guys. This is my therapy. So it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday, not Thursday. Okay. Let me go back to the chat. Okay. Hey, Dieter. Dieter, my friend. Thank you so much, Dieter, for all of your support. You are an amazing mod. And while I'm on the topic of mods, actually, before I get started here, just to be clear, I'm sure it goes without saying, you guys are awesome, but just to be super clear, we don't do spoilers here. We don't do leaks. We don't talk about anything that has not been officially released by MGM. Please and thank you. We don't, not everybody has seen the leaks, thankfully. Everyone kind of assumes, oh, you're a fan of the show, you must have seen everything. No, I haven't seen the leaks. A lot of people still haven't seen the leaks. Not everybody goes on Reddit, believe it or not. I'm just not a fan. I'm not into Reddit. I don't really go on from social media. I don't really have time. And to be honest, as much as I would love to support other from creators and watch all their videos and go in their comment sections, I've been so busy as a new YouTuber myself that I just haven't had time to do anything but study the show, make my videos, and get ready for my lives and just deal with life problems. So yeah, I haven't seen any leaks. You don't have to worry about any leaks on this channel or any spoilers. I am watching my content, my comment section like a hawk. I check that thing. I mean, I can't tell you how much I check my phone. Like, nobody better post anything in my comment section because I want to look out for you guys. I know not all of you have seen spoilers, and every now and then, most of you guys are awesome, but every now and then there'll be somebody that's not cool that pops in there. I've heard it happen on other channels, so I'm watching mine. Popping in, posting spoilers. I've heard about it, secondhand from other fans that, okay, yeah, they saw stuff, but thankfully they didn't share it with me because, we're cool. You know, most of us are nice and we're considerate and we're not trying to spoil the show for each other. There are always going to be a few bad apples, even in an amazing fandom like this, right? It's inevitable. It's just human nature. So anyway, yes. So yeah, I check my comment section all the time. I'm always on those YouTube notifications. I read every comment I get because my channel is not very big. I'm just starting out. I don't get loads and loads of comments. I actually have the luxury of being able to read every single one. So if I see anything, that thing will be gone. I won't let that person comment again. I'll just ban them. I have to go nuclear at this point because I've heard it's gotten really bad. So I'm not going to just delete it. I haven't had to delete anything yet. I've had to delete a couple like nasty words like attacks and stuff like that, but not spoilers yet. I've been lucky. But like yeah, if anything, I've heard it's gotten so bad. If I see anything that's a blatant spoiler, I will just have to ban the person, and I really hate to do that. So let's just be considerate of each other because we're family. And I know I don't have to tell most of you guys that. It's just a handful of people. That's all. Handful of people do this stuff and ruin it for everybody else, right? It sucks. Hey, Nikki from A Night of Horror. Looking forward to having you on the show. I forgot what day it was. And I think you said Thursday is the day that you wanted to come. So I'm looking forward to it and hearing your thoughts because you are a blast to have on the show. Nikki's channel is fantastic. You guys, if you haven't checked out Nikki's channel, she also covers From. She has great ideas. She's entertaining as hell. She's hilarious. Like, I love her perspective on the show. And I agree with her on so many things. Like, we just clicked right away. So yeah, it's just always a lot of fun checking out her videos. And so yeah, go check out A Night of Horror. And maybe Dieter, if you're listening, I don't know if you can drop her link, but if not, I'll drop it at some point. I'll just find it and drop it. Anyway, hey, William Brown, you were here early. Wow. I wonder if you're still here. I don't know, but if you're here or you're listening on the replay, welcome. Hey, Aunt. Yeah, like a From party. Always great to see you, my friend. Always great to see you. Hey, Whitney. Always great to see you. Like I was just saying earlier, you are a blast to have in any chat. You are a blast to have on the panel. You're an awesome person, and so you have great ideas. You're so funny. Yeah, I just love it. And I love how you support other creators who cover From, and you follow me to other channels and you support them too. Like when I point out, okay, this person's covering it, you're there. So it's so cool. Let me wait a minute. Just gonna eat some Mongolian beef while we wait. Do we think Kimono Lady is good or Kimono Lady is bad? I haven't decided yet, and it's driving me crazy. You and me both. I am still. I was in the camp of okay, so I went from okay, she's bad to oh wait, maybe she's good. When she's like, seemingly not threatening to Elgin, right? Like she's like touching his face, and then she's like, "Help me, please." Okay, so I'm like, okay, maybe she's not bad. And then I was like, wait a minute. Victor said I don't trust Elgin at the beginning of season 2. He just met the guy. He didn't know anything about Elgin. He's like, I don't trust Elgin. I mean, can you think of a more harmless person than Elgin? Really? Can you think of anybody more harmless and sweet and like unassuming as Elgin? Because I can't. Like, there's nothing I can think of to say it's negative about the guy. So clearly there's something up here because I trust Victor. Victor's a good guy. I trust him. And I trust Elgin. So I'm thinking she's not good. She's going to trick him into doing something. That was my reasoning. And then it was basically validated completely when we saw her whisper in his ear, like whispering sweet nothings in his ear, like a freaking creep. And, we saw her reflection before we saw her. I will point out, and reflections are symbolic of deception. The camera went up. It showed us her reflection. First, it showed us a picture, which is creepy as hell. The Polaroid, where she just, poof, develops, and there she is. So that was creepy as hell. Then the camera panned up. We saw her reflection in something. I wish I had the still of that, but I don't. I gotta get that. But we saw her reflection. Then we saw her. Reflections are symbolic of deception. She is deceiving him at all fits. It's just like what Sarah experienced with the voices. I'm still convinced of that. Just because she wasn't doing much in the last episode, she was just kind of standing there silently in the new hidden room that Elgin never should have walked in, but we'll get there. Just because she was just standing there doesn't mean she's not still a threat. She's a threat for sure. I'm convinced of it, 100%. I'm curious to see what you guys are gonna have to say about it. I always love to hear everything you guys have to say. You guys are what make it such a great conversation, or I wouldn't be here. Like I'd just be sitting here talking to myself or to my awesome co-host privately when she's normally here with me. We could just be talking by ourselves. Like the whole point is to engage with you guys, and I love that. She's actually on a trip right now. She's at a convention having some fun, so I hope she's having a good time, and she'll be back next week. She'll be back next week. I think I hear my mom yelling something. Maybe not. Okay, I don't know. She might be talking in her sleep. She does that a lot. I smashed my phone on the driveway earlier. I'm not having such a great day. I smashed my phone. It's now not even, before it was cracked. This is the second time in the last week that I dropped it on the pavement, and now it's not even usable. So I borrowed her phone, so I'm just waiting for her to yell that she wants it back, and I'm going to have to go give it to her. I can't tell what she's saying. It sounds like she's talking in her sleep. Okay. Thank you, Anne. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like and subscribe, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hit 1,000K. I hit 1K this week. I never freaking expected that. I never in my wildest imagination expected to reach 1K subscribers. Not in my wildest imagination. I don't even know what to say. I'm blown away, and I'm so grateful for everybody, each and every single person that subscribed to my channel. When I'm just messing around here. I'm not like, I'm not a professional at this. I'm new to this. I'm doing this because I love the show. And thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you, KP. KP, you're here. Welcome, KP. I see you in the... Okay, give me a chance to say hi to some people, man. Okay, and then I will have you on, I promise, okay? Give me a chance to just get through saying hi to some people, okay? If you wouldn't mind sticking around a little bit, just a little longer, I promise I won't take forever, but I just want to say hi to some people first that have been waiting forever, and I will definitely send you a link, KP. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have not figured out how to monetize yet, so I can't do super chats tonight. I have to figure that out maybe between tonight and tomorrow. I don't know. I've just been overwhelmed this week. I had a lot to deal with, but now I can start doing stuff like super chats and memberships and things like that. Because I have the 1K. It's crazy. It's crazy, and I'm so grateful to everybody. I just love talking about this show with you guys. That's it. I'm not. Thank you, Carla Way and Chase Leak. Dieter, you are a rock star friend and moderator and just an amazing person. Anyway, can't even think straight because I never expected this to happen. I love talking about this show, and I watched it by myself, and it's been a really lonely and brutal year for me. I don't think I've ever felt more alone in my entire life. I'm sorry. I'm not going to start crying here on the stream. I'm not going to do it, damn it. No, I'm not going to do it. Okay, I'm fine. Okay. I have to trust myself not to burst into tears here before I talk. Hold on a minute. Okay. All right. Okay. Said I wasn't gonna do it. Damn it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm crying. All right. I'm sorry. it's just been a really hard year. That's putting it mildly, okay, and I've been very much alone. I've been very much alone. I've been fighting every goddamn day just to survive. The amount of physical pain that I'm in, and nobody knows why. I've been to so many doctors and nobody knows why. And I've been going through this for several years now, but this has been the worst one yet. And then I lost my relationship of 11 and a half years. So I pretty much lost everything that mattered, except I still have my mom. That's pretty much it. I have my mom, I have my cat. I still have my dad. I'm thankful for that. That's it. I don't have anybody else in my entire life. That's it. I don't have friends. I don't have any other family. And that's it, because my partner was my entire world for almost 12 years. But my pain was too much for him. So having luxuries and a nice fancy life was more important than me. I'm sorry. You guys are not my therapist. I'm not going to go into that anymore, but I just want you to understand how much you guys mean to me. And this fandom, how much it means to me. I'm not kidding when I say this has been a lifesaver for me. I don't know what I would have done. I'm still in a very bad place, but this is like the only joy that I've had this whole year, just meeting kind people in this fandom. It's been the only source of joy that I've had at all. I didn't have any reason to get out of bed anymore. So, and now I have this creative outlet. I can put my heart and soul into and work on theories, which I love to do, and give my mind something to focus on, which I needed to survive. I needed something to hold on to put my mind on, and something to be proud of. And because I didn't have anything left really, and practically nobody in my life supporting me. So you guys are like my family. So I appreciate you so much. That's why I don't like cutting off the streams. I mean, it's a lot of fun talking about From, but I also feel like I'm with family, and that's why do you think I'm on here for 6, 7, or 8 hours? That's why. That's why. Because you're like family, and I don't feel alone when I'm streaming. I don't feel alone anymore. So I appreciate you all. I really do. I appreciate you all so much. I can't express my gratitude I really can't. Like, I can't I can't thank you all enough for accepting me from day one, for being so kind, so welcoming. Just thank you. I didn't expect to just fall apart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody needs an outlet. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm sorry. I'm like dumping all my dirty laundry on you guys, and you're here to talk about From. Not my problems. Thank you. Thanks, Vanessa. I'm glad. I'm glad it makes you happy. I'm glad people say they enjoy it. When they say that, and people thank me, I'm like, why? What are you thanking me for? You're helping me. You're helping me. You're keeping me company. I mean it. I really mean it. I'm not kidding when I say that. Now you know, because I was bawling like a baby. So, um, hey, Lady Stoneheart, Kimmy G. Oh, I have MS and CP and FS, and I totally get this. Take the joy where you can find it. Have been checked for MS. Took 14 years to find it in me. Same. YouTube fandom saved me. That's it. That's it, right? It saved me. Saved me too. I thanks, KP. Uh, you're such a nice guy. Like, I really appreciate you, KP. You're so nice. Hey, hey, LMR. Nice to see you, LMR. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Great to see you. I love seeing you on Tony's show. Tony's the best, and I love the two of you together. You're always a dynamic duo. I love it so much. And thank you. Thank you, Noir Angel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do. And hey, Fletcher. uh, well, you make my days a hell of a lot easier. I'll tell you that. I didn't have anything to look forward to anymore. Anything that made me happy at all. Until this fandom. So now I have something to look forward to, a reason to actually get up and a purpose. Like, so I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. I did study writing in school, Rose. Yeah, I could get into more writing. I wanted to do some writing of my own. I that's what my college degree was in, but I never ended up using it for anything. And I haven't been able to. No. So it's tough. It's tough to get into writing, but yeah, I could do it for fun at least. And I've thought about it. Hey, Shadow Skulk. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're disabled too, and a single parent. Wow, wow. Yeah, that's it's great, and this fandom is like a support system, right? It really is, like, it's amazing. It's so cool. Hey, Wolf Spear. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Yeah, it is therapy, William Waddy. Hey, welcome. It is therapy, 100%. Making my videos is therapy, doing my live streams is therapy, and being in other people's live chats is therapy for me too. I was just over in Tony's chat, enjoying that. In between walking, I was out walking too. I have to walk for my therapy. If I don't walk every couple of hours, my pain goes through the roof. It's kind of a balance, delicate balance. I have to walk until I can't stand the pain anymore, and then I rest until I can't stand that pain anymore, and back and forth. And that's pretty much my life. It's really it's tedious, but this fandom is great therapy. It really is. Hey, Mark. uh, well, thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate that so much. I, it's just a blast for me. I really enjoy it. I love making theories. It's sad to see what's been going on in the fandom lately in terms of theory crafting. That the joy has been taken out of theory crafting for people because of all the spoilers out there. But I refuse to let it take the joy out of that for me. Hell no. Not happening. I'm not letting that. I'm not letting any leaks or any spoilers ruin this show for me. No way. I deal with way too many real problems, serious problems, and this world is cruel and harsh enough. We don't need we don't need any more, like, like, come on. Like, this is supposed to be fun, right? This is supposed to be fun. This is not supposed to be some kind of cutthroat thing where we're at each other's throats, like, oh, do you read spoilers, and you came up with your theory based on spoilers, and this and that. Like, I see all kinds of crazy stuff going on, accusations flying between fans and against content creators. And yeah, there are some disingenuous ones. I'm not gonna lie. I know there are disingenuous content creators who are making theories based on spoilers, and they shouldn't be doing that. That's wrong. But there's, it's just unfortunate that other people are getting accused of it when they're not guilty of anything. And fans, I have friends who are getting accused of stuff. Friends, like, they're not even just content creators, fans of the show. Let's be kind to each other. Let's be the fandom I know we are. And I know most of you are. I know most of you are. It's just a handful of people. Just a handful of people that, are causing issues, and then people get upset. And I understand, people get upset because the spoilers are spreading, and then they, you lash out because we're human. And I understand that, like, if you think someone has looked at spoilers and you get upset, like, in the moment, yeah, you might lash out and you might write something, but, like, try to keep in mind that you don't, like, if you write something in the chat that, oh, I think that theory is based on spoilers, you're actually spoiling it for other people in the chat when you say that. Just keep that in mind. Like, you think that you're going to hurt that content creator, but even if they're guilty of it, you're going to spoil stuff for people in the chat too. So just be careful. Be careful. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's another thing. Yeah. Dieter makes a very good point. Please, fam, can we just take a break from politics? I know it's on a lot of our minds, and I know people have strong views, but let's take a break. Don't we all need a break from it? I know I do. Like, let's keep it. No, it's okay. No, don't worry, Fletcher. Don't worry. It's just that comment reminded me. I was going to say this anyway. Don't worry. Don't worry, Fletcher. No, you are awesome. You are good. Okay. Fletcher the Chromonacle is terrific, and I have no problem. It just reminded me. I was going to say this anyway, but until I started crying like an idiot. I was going to say it anyway. Let's take a break from politics. Okay. Let's keep the vibe positive, and yeah, let's keep that out of here. No, we're good. Fletcher is good. Anyway, let me get back to the chat. I don't get back to the chat. It was your cutting onions, yeah, right? God, I can't believe I just did that. I'm sorry. And now this live is going to be up there forever unless I decide to take it down because I'm too embarrassed. I'm like crying on a live. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I didn't expect to hit 1K this week, and I had a really rough week. I hit 1K like the day before I had this test that I was terrified of getting for like a year and a half, and I finally did it. It's really scary. It was really, really scary, but this fandom is amazing. Dieter is amazing. Dieter, and thank you for the virtual hug, Joan R. Thank you so much. Dieter did something really, really cool for me before I get back to the chat, which I am going to do in a second. Dieter, I'll pull up the screenshot in a little bit. I don't have it ready at the moment, but Dieter reached out to none other than Smiley on Instagram and Jamie McGuire, and he got Jamie McGuire to message me. He DM'd me, and he congratulated me on hitting 1K subscribers, and that was really cool. That was really a nice surprise. I was not expecting at all. I love Smiley, and he was so sweet. Like, Jamie was very, very kind to reach out and congratulate me and say hi. And we messaged back and forth a few times too. I said thank you, and I'll take a screenshot and show you later. But yeah, he said thank you, and I responded back, and we went back and forth. He actually responded to me a few times. It was crazy. Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, so Dieter, you're the best. You're the best. He knew I needed to pick me up. And I need a drink. God, I'm like dehydrated now from crying. I'm sorry. I don't want my voice to sound like hell. Someone complained once on one of my videos that my voice sounded terrible because I was really dehydrated from doing so many lives. So I'm like paranoid. I'm drinking a lot of water so I don't get complaints about my voice again. Anyway, thank you, Dieter. You are amazing. That was so sweet of you. He knew I needed to pick me up, so he did that. And I appreciate it. I can't thank him enough for everything that he's doing. He's a rock star mod. He really is, and he's a rock star friend. Number one, he's a friend before anything else. Like straight up friend. You don't have to be together like around each other in real life to be friends. I've made legit friends in this fandom. Friends, like 100% friends, and like honestly, you guys are like family to me, even more than that. To be honest, for real. Um, yeah, yeah. Uh, and thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy Cinnamon Sweets. Thank you very, very much. Um, yeah, I know I'm a human being. I won't take the live down. I'm gonna cringe at myself if I listen to it back. Sometimes I listen back to my lives to see stuff I can improve on, and you know, because I'm a perfectionist and I'm obsessive like that. Well, thank you, Dante. That's very kind. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Teacup. I gotta watch Teacup. I haven't seen it. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Sorry. Here you go. Sorry, that was my mom taking her phone back. Okay. Yeah, dropping your phone makes you cry too, huh? Yeah, yeah, it wasn't the phone that did it, but it wasn't a fun part of my day, I'll tell you that much. I didn't even have it very long. Yeah, you're amazing, Teeter. Right? That is awesome. Hey, Nani. Hey, a Judaist priest? Yeah, that was sweet, right? That was sweet. That was super sweet. And yeah, thank you, William Waddy. And for the non-believers, yeah, it's the real one. Yeah, it's the real one. It's the real one, Jamie McGuire with a check. It's yeah, he's not a scammer. He's got a check. He's actually verified on Instagram. Right. Hey Nikisha, always great to see you. And yeah, right? That's so cool. So cool. Hey Kelly. Yeah. Sorry, my mom keeps bothering me, and gosh, I don't know if she realizes I'm live right now or if I'm just talking on the phone. Um, hey, Ray Barnes. Yeah, turmeric and ginger. Thank you for the suggestion. Very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, right. That's awesome, Amy. Yeah. Hey, Distops. And wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where's Bigger for Entertainment? I missed you. Where'd you go? Gotta scroll up. I missed so many comments. I missed so many comments. Never gonna catch up now. I'm gonna be like an hour behind. I said I wasn't gonna lose it and I lost it. Damn it. Okay. Hold on. Right? All city big hack, right? Right? Oh God. Oh Jesus. Hey, it is like a family, right? 100% it's like a family. Hey, Anzo from Figo Fruit Entertainment. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you. And feel free to drop your link anytime. Anytime. He's got an awesome channel too. Covers all kinds of things. All different things. And From is one of those things, and he has a weekly live on Tuesday nights that I've been on the panel for, and it's a lot of fun. At 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, it's really cool. So Jesse J2G, my theory, are you asking my theory on what? Like, I have a lot of theories. I mean, you know, you got a few hours, maybe a dozen. um, got a lot of theories, but like my biggest theory right now is definitely we're gonna see reincarnation on this show, 100%, which is something I put in a video over a month ago, as a matter of fact. And two people in the comments said it was boring then, which is interesting. Um, yeah, I think it was over a month ago. I said at the end of my video, it was a video I called Tabitha and the Mirror World, or yeah, something like that, Mirror World or Mirror Dimension or whatever I called it. And it was related to episode 3, and it was about, you know, all the different explanations for what the hell could be going on with that bracelet. Because episode 3, we got that mind-bending reveal of Tabitha's bracelet, right? And it was crazy. So like I was thinking, okay, what could be an explanation for this? And so I went through a few different things, and at the end of that video, and you can go back and look, this was before the leaks came out, by the way, just so anybody knows who isn't clear, to set the record straight. If you think I jumped on this because everyone else is talking about reincarnation, you can go back and look. A little, I'd say maybe a month ago, whenever it was, episode 3 aired, it's at the end of my video. Tabitha and the mirror world, right there. I said, this could be reincarnation. Maybe Tabitha made the bracelet because she used to be Miranda. I said, it's a little tinfoily, I know. And I'm quoting myself. That's what I said. I said, I know it's a little tinfoily, but I think it's possible. I said, I'm not ready to commit to it 100% yet, but I think it could be an explanation. And then last week, you know, it's been around a lot, and people are saying, oh, you're copying this person and that person or whatever. Why is everybody jumping on it? Well, you know what? No one's copying anybody. A lot of people have been talking about this for a long time. I wasn't the first. Um, that's been, I mean, people have talked about this for quite a while. I've heard, I haven't been in the fandom that long, but I know people have talked about it as a possibility for quite a long time. And then I thought of it, you know, maybe a month ago. And then last week, all of a sudden, everybody's talking about it and saying that I'm copying people by saying it, which is not true. Just so you know, I just had to set the record straight on that because that was frustrating me. And it's honestly like, can we just, like, I know we're better than that. This is a kind community, and let's not give into that kind of stuff. Like, let's, you know, like, nobody owns an idea or has a copyright on an idea. So, like, if multiple people think that's going on, it's because we're looking at the same evidence in the show, right? So, yeah. That's my biggest theory right now, that Tabitha used to be Miranda, that Jade used to be Christopher in a past life, and every other person that appeared in Jade's visions. So, Puritan guy with the skull. Let me go back. Puritan guy with the skull would be the first one in chronological order, and then you would have the Civil War soldier, and then you would have the guy crushed under the boulder, right? Because he looks like maybe early 20th century. It's hard to tell. I mean, the guy's got blood dripping from his eyes and he's screaming, but you know, he could be maybe early 20th century, just guessing. Then you've got Christopher, right? 70s. They're all from different eras. They could easily have been Jade's past lives. That's what I think. That's what I think. Am I the only one who thought it? No, because multiple people watched the show and multiple people came up with that idea based on the evidence in the show. All you have to do is follow the breadcrumbs, look at the clues. What clinched it for me was the dream Tabitha had. When she had that dream, I was that's it. I was already thinking it when she had the bracelet, when she found the bracelet in Henry's glove compartment, but come on now. You know, she was in the cave one time. In season 2, she was in the cave. She found a suitcase with some kind of lingerie or bridal. It was like bridal lingerie or like a wedding dress. And she said, "What the fuck?" And okay, well, why did she say what the fuck? Everyone's always wondered that. That thing was in a suitcase from 1964. It had a World's Fair sticker from 1964. And why did she look at that like she recognized it? Memory from a past life, maybe? I think so. She picked up Victor's little crayon holder and she said, "I remember this." Hello. It's like, okay, it's starting to click. Okay. I remember this. Why do you remember this? We had a flashback of Miranda handing it to Victor in the root cellar. So it's just, it clicks. If you follow the breadcrumbs, if you look at the evidence, people can come to this conclusion, and they're showing us in the show that the bracelet is another example. The way Henry treats Tabitha, right? Henry went from overnight, literally, Henry went from treating Tabitha like a criminal that he was going to call the cops on to doting on her, like almost like he sensed something in her. I swear to God, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, and I said it in the video too. I said, And people thought it was a reach at the time, and they said reincarnation would be boring. 2 people said it in my comments, but like I said, how it's interesting that Henry is all of a sudden worried so much that Tabitha hasn't slept all night, she hasn't eaten, that she needs to go rest. He bandaged her wound for her on her hand, and it's like, okay, maybe and that combined with finding the bracelet in that glove compartment, I thought, wait a minute. Maybe she was reincarnated. And then I saw her with that dream flashback. And there's this little girl. It looks just like freaking Tabitha in old, an old version of Fromville, clearly. She's wearing a cape with an apron. An apron. Nobody wears an apron. If that was her as a little girl, nobody dressed like that. Nobody has an apron on underneath a cape. Many people could easily come to that conclusion at that point. Like, okay, all right. I mean, maybe not easily. You'd have to like go back and remember all those different clues. And obviously, like it may not be true. But I'm just saying it's a valid theory. And so if you see people saying that you think this is what it is, you could easily have come up with that just from watching the show. As a matter of fact, and that's what happened to me. Anyway, I'll get off of that now. Thank you for the suggestion, Ray Barnes. Epsom salt, yeah, hot baths. Yeah, thank you so much for that. For that suggestion. Thank you very, very much. And yeah, no, it's true, Laura Butler, and welcome. Not to get into conspiracy theories, but a lot of doctors don't want you to get well. It gets in the way of their money. Yeah, 100%. It's the biggest issue with the U.S. healthcare system, right? It's all driven by the almighty dollar. They want to slap a Band-Aid on you. They don't want to cure you. They want to keep you sick so that they can keep Ray Barnes. I have an apron and a cape on right now. I just opened my YouTube tab and saw that. See, this is why you guys are therapy for me. I don't think I laughed I'm not even kidding you when I say I don't think I had a real laugh for like maybe 2 years until I joined this fandom. I don't think I actually laughed. I really don't. So I don't think I laughed until I joined this fandom for like maybe 2 years. My life has been a living hell. And laughter is great therapy. So thank you for always making me laugh. Ray, you just did it like once again. I don't have the comment highlighted because I'm not caught up with the chat in my StreamYard, but anyway, yeah. Let's go on. Wolf Spear, water therapy. I have tried aqua therapy, and I didn't have great results, but I want to go back and try it again. I think it was helping somewhat. At least it was getting me moving in a way that wasn't as painful to move in the water. So I want to go back and try it again. Thank you for the suggestion. That's very kind. See, this is what this fandom really is. We're full of kind people, and at the end of the day, and sometimes human beings get upset and they get worked up when spoilers and leaks come out and stuff like that. And I get it. I'm not damning anybody that got upset and maybe made a comment in the heat of the moment because you're upset about what you think is a spoiler or whatever. I get it. Well, let's just try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Remember, we're all family. We're all in this together. We're family. So let's remember it. Oh, thank you, Dieter. Thank you. Hey, who looks like Obama? I missed something. Wait a minute. Oh God, that's where the politics came in. The man in yellow. Oh God. Okay. Yep. And we'll leave it at that. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. And no worries about that. That's funny, actually. Yeah, some folks are just jealous that they can't figure out things the way that others do. Yeah. And tempers flare, and we're all human. Doesn't mean we're not kind people. Sometimes human beings make mistakes. I do think that the people that deliberately post spoilers to ruin it for people are messed up. But that's like the slim minority in this fandom. Like most of this fandom is cool. Yeah. Can't even say those are spoilers because okay, yeah, exactly, yeah. So like, like if you say on a video like, oh, those are spoilers, that's a spoiler. Guess what? It is. So yeah, it's better not to even say anything to try to protect people from getting spoiled. Like just let it go. Just let it go. Yeah. Oh God. KP, come on now. You must know. Let's not go there. Oh, KP, you're so sweet. Thank you. No, Fletcher didn't make me cry. Oh, no, no, no. Have I already been streaming for 45 minutes? What the hell? See, the time goes by like nothing when I'm talking to you guys. Jesus. I'm so sorry. We gotta get moving here. We gotta get this moving faster. I almost got the keys to the box. Once you understand the situation, it changes how you go forward. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I want to check out Teacup, Vanessa. Yeah, hey, and always great to see you. I don't know if I said hi to you yet. Yeah, absolutely, we could do Teacup. I have to watch the show still. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard it's a lot like From, so I want to check it out. I want to check it out. Yeah, I used to love hot tubs. That was really therapeutic. I wish I gotta get access to one again. Yeah, there's only one gym nearby that has one. Yeah, well, it's you know it then. You have chronic pain too, right? It's not a joke. It's no joke. I'm glad you have stuff that helps you. Really glad. Um, I'll leave the video alone. Yep. Okay. All right. I missed a whole lot of comments. I'm gonna go up a little bit. I'm gonna go up a little bit because I feel like I missed way too much, and you guys are so nice. You guys are so nice. Jeez, I'm really lucky to have found this fandom. I really am. Really, really am. And yeah, whoever posts spoilers spends a night in the box. Yes, exactly. That's what I said earlier. Yeah, you spend a night in the box. No spoilers here. Absolutely not. I know some people like them, but a lot of us don't. We don't want to know. I don't want to know. Damn it. I want to enjoy my show. I want my mystery to remain mysterious. Please and thank you. Yes. Bad apples get eaten by what? I don't know. Okay. All right. I scrolled way back up. I scrolled way back up. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Uh, you'd like to see my nuclear powers? Yeah, Nikki is a blast, right? Nikki is so much fun. Definitely check out A Night of Horror. Check out her channel. I think she'll be here tomorrow night. Hopefully, she'll be on the panel, and yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Yep, put them in the box. Yep, spoilers. People go right in the box. Uh, let's see. Yeah. How is the weather, Carla? Where are you? I didn't even see you pop in the chat. Wait a minute. Always great to see you in the chat too, Carla. Always great to see you. The after party, right? After party. That was so cool of Tony. Oh my God. Sending people over here. Hey, Zapton Kaboom. Welcome. Always great to see you. Hey, Death Shadow Shinobi. I'm feeling better now. I mean, I might not have sounded like it, but I'm feeling better now. You guys always give me a boost. Hey, Derek Parks. Hey, Mostly Insane. Oh, you are so nice. Yeah, I saw you over there in Tony's chat saying, let's go over and support me. You're awesome. Thank you very much for your support. That was so cool of you. I saw that because I was still over there too. I was not going to start till Tony was done, and I really appreciated that. And hey, Golden Child, always great to see you. And Rose Jones, I think I saw you over. You were over in Tony's chat too. The Familia, yes, the ambush. I saw you over there. Thank you for coming over. Thank you very, very much. And another one, yeah, and you came from Tony's too. Yes, thank you, Death Shadow Shinobi. Yes, thank you so, so much. And thank you again, Tony. Can't thank him enough. And Julie Novak says, hi, everyone. Oh, another Julie. I don't see a lot of those. Don't see a lot of those. New subscriber. Oh, hey, Derek Parks. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you very, very much. And yeah, if you guys could hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate that. That helps me out a lot. Likes are super, super important. Mostly insane says I don't want this season to end. Me neither. Only 3 episodes left. I don't want it to go so fast. Where did this season go? Damn. Where did it go? I don't even know. I have no idea. Yeah. Thank you, Steph, and welcome. Welcome, Steph. And yeah. He was your first YouTuber too, Jay Sleek, right? Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. That's fantastic. Thanks, Whitney. I won't know the results for a while, the test I had, but hopefully. I don't know. It was not as bad as I expected it would be, but it was freaking terrifying. Anyway, let's see. Let me go back down. I just wanted to hit on some of these that I missed because, yeah, I don't go on Reddit either. This Guy Explorers. Nah, it's not my scene. It's not my scene. It's fine. I mean, some people are really into it. It's just not my thing. Okay. Scrolling back down. Hey, Westside Manolo 242. Yeah, I see you in all different chats too. It's great to see. It's great to see everybody coming out and supporting all different content creators. Hey, thank you for sharing my Discord, Jay Sleek. I appreciate it, and thank you very, very much for that. Yes, if you could like and subscribe, that would be so helpful. I appreciate it. Yeah, Fletcher has a really interesting accosted theory. We're not gonna laugh at it. All theories are welcome here. All theories are welcome, and it's interesting. Yeah, it's cool. And yeah, if you join my Discord, you can check out Fletcher the Chromonockle's theory. Or hey, he can come on my panel and tell you himself if he wants. And yeah, KP. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much longer you have, KP. I'll try to scroll down quickly, and if you still want to come on, I'll send you a link. We kidnapped your co-host. Oh, it's too funny. It's too funny. Oh, thank you. Mostly insane. Thank you. Oh yeah. Yeah, the phone. That was not fun. I go through an awful lot of phones. I break them too easily. I usually get a nice case to keep it safe, but I put that off. Oh well. Phones can be replaced. It's just a thing. I'll get over it. Thank you so much, Carla Way. Thank you. You are the sweetest. Thank you very, very much. Just such a sweetheart she is. And an amazing singer too, by the way. And thank you, KP, very much. Okay, let's see here. I don't know if I said thank you yet to you, Nani, but thank you very much. And thank you, This Guy Explorers. Hey, Emmy. Yeah. Yeah, she's my friend Scarlet Minded. She's Wild Marjoram on YouTube, but her name is Scarlet Minded in Discord. Her actual name is Scarlet. Not there's more than one. There are 2 Scarlets in the fandom. Yeah, she's at a convention right now. Thank you. Yeah, Donna, I don't want to. Oh God, yeah, that Donna was just ugly crying, right? Oh my God, that was crazy. That was crazy. And thank you, Carla, and yeah, thank you very much, Vanessa. Right? Thank you. You guys are so sweet. Oh wait, Parkland Media is awesome, right? Parkland Media shared one of my videos. He shared one of my videos for me, right? Like he's so cool. He's the best, right? He has great lives, really great lives, and I really appreciate everybody who is supporting me. As I'm going back through and looking at the comments I missed when I was losing it. Javon Keys, oh, so kind, right? Luke, thank you very much for that. And I'm not crying, it's just rain. Yeah. You know, if people want to join the panel, I will put up a link. I'll put up a link and then I'll just keep on going through comments too at the same time. Cause yeah, I'm flying solo tonight. You're so nice. Oh, that's really kind of you, Fletcher. I work hard on my channel. I'm not gonna lie, I do. I work hard, but it's a labor of love, and I enjoy it. I really do. I just I love making videos and theories. I was making theories before I started the channel, and that's why I was like, I'm doing so much of this. I'm spending hours on this every day. I think I need a channel. I'm gonna go crazy. I need people to talk to about this. Well, very kind words, Kelly. That was so sweet. And hey, adorned by Sharice. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear it was a tough year for you too. I'm really sorry to hear that. And yeah, I hope that this fandom helps you like it's helping me. I really do. And thank you, LMR. You're so sweet. Oh, guys. Just looking at these, I gotta look at all these comments that I missed, right? Oh man. Well, you guys are not my therapist, so I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna talk about from and what's gonna happen next. And I don't have to I won't play the trailer if people don't want to see it. If people don't want, and Tony was going over it. I know not everybody wants to see it. I know not everybody wants to. And thank you, Amy. Well, thank you so much, Derek and Diztops and all of you guys, just amazing people, absolutely amazing people. I just can't thank you all enough. James West, hey, stay strong. Well, thank you. I'm trying. I am trying. And thank you. No, Nikisha, you're amazing. So sweet. Okay. Wait, what? What in the world was this about? Did I miss something? What is this? I don't know what that's about, Whitney. Wait. Oh, I know what this was about. Yeah, I know what this is about. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bring up that. He is so not worth the oxygen to even talk about. Not even worth it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. God, Jesus Christ. Dieter, you're embarrassing me. Oh my God. And no, you're fine. I'm just feel awkward. I feel awkward now because I'm like, I should not have said all that stuff. I don't know why I did. I'm sorry. Anyway. Oh, I'm so sorry, Steph. I am so sorry, Steph. And I know life can hit you hard too. And I hope that this fandom helps you also. I really do. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm caught up with all these kind words. Now I'm gonna move on here. Okay. Now, if anybody wants to join, okay. You guys have to promise to be cool though. I'm gonna post a link. I don't usually post them publicly anymore because some crazy thing happened to my friend on her show. So okay, I'll post it. I'll post it publicly. Normally I only share it in the Discord now, but okay, wait a minute. Let me get a link. All right, hold on. Okay, let me put it here. Okay. All right, I'm pinning the link to the top. And yeah, Anzo, I see your comment down at the bottom. I can't highlight it because I'm in my YouTube tab, but yeah, no co-host tonight. She is at a convention. She's at a convention right now. So, yeah, she's having fun, which is great. Great. And she'll be back next week. She will be back next week. So yeah, I don't know if you're still out there, KP, but you're welcome to join. I think PM said she wanted to join, or whoever wants to click the link, as long as no nobody screws around. Like something terrible happened to my friend on her channel when I was on her, and that's why I'm scared to post the link publicly now. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna put my faith in you guys. I know it's not you guys. Sometimes there are random trolls that pop in and do stupid things they shouldn't be doing. Hi, Grow and Thrive. Welcome. Hi, K Brew. Yeah, I heard Teacup was not as good as From, but not bad. Yeah, no, I heard that too. I heard some people didn't like it. I'm hearing mixed things. Very mixed things. And thank you so much. You're always amazing. You're always right on that, liking the stream. Thank you, Quan Solar. I really appreciate that. And I can't thank you enough. You're always on top of that and telling everybody that you liked the stream. And it's great. Because like sometimes I need a reminder. When I'm watching lives, I don't always remember to click the like. I don't always remember. So it's great. Hey, PM, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, wait, no, it's not PM. It's KP. Is there something wrong with my eyes? I swear to God, I thought that said PM.
I think that there probably is something wrong with your eyes. I'm doing some hippie activities. I'm gonna just mute myself and listen to you guys talk. And when I have something to say, I'll jump back in.
Okay, KP. Thank you for popping on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing things. I know PM said she wanted to join, so I must have like been imagining things that they're both initials, but they're very different. Anyway, okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you were able to come on, Carla. Glad that you were able to come on for a little while, and I appreciate it for any amount of time. You know, anybody pops in at all, spends a little time. I appreciate all of you, whether you're listening, whether you're in the chat, or you're listening to the replay. Always appreciate you. And hey, Rick Costa. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for cheerleading for likes. Oh, that's so cool of you. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it, man. Well, thank you very much, Grow and Thrive. I don't know. I've been hearing stuff about that. Boyd and Acosta having chemistry, maybe. Um, I mean, yeah, they were yelling at each other, and sometimes that can lead to chemistry. I don't know. I wasn't feeling that vibe personally. I just felt anger on both sides. Like, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it personally, but hey, maybe. You never know. I think she'd be a better fit for Kenny. Let's let Kenny have a break, shall we? Hasn't Kenny lost enough? Hasn't Kenny had enough to deal with? Like, let's, I mean, I know Boyd has suffered a lot and everything, but Kenny's lost everything. Like, he has nothing. Let's throw Kenny a bone. Let's let him have a date with Acosta. I think he deserves it. Last time I played putt putt in the Discord, I activated my mic and couldn't turn it back off. Oh, that's so funny, Carla. Discord does weird things sometimes. Discord does really weird things, and it's unpredictable. It's a lot of fun though. If you guys want to join, yeah, the link it was in pinned to the top, or no, I didn't do it tonight. I will pin it in a little while. I'll pin it in a little while, but I'll leave the thing up, the StreamYard link up for a bit. Yeah, I am gonna do a giveaway. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, Dieter. To celebrate the 1K, I am gonna do a little giveaway. And it's all thanks to Dieter. He set it up, he arranged it. So I'm gonna do, and I see you back there, PM. I'll add you in just a sec. Yeah, so Dieter arranged for this giveaway. So I'm going to give away 3 talismans and 3 keychains that go with them. Talisman keychains, and they're super cool. So yeah, tomorrow night I'll be doing that to celebrate. So thank you very much, Dieter. That was so kind. He arranged the whole thing. He found a guy who does this, and he set it all up, and he made it so easy for me that I don't even have to do anything. Like the guy that makes them, he his link is wait, did I put it in the description? If I didn't, I'm going to. Did I? Yes. Okay. So the link to his channel, it's called Rabbit Tree Design. It's on Etsy, and so there's also a coupon code. So like there's all kinds of cool From merch there, and there's a coupon code for 15% off. It's only for U.S. residents. I'm sorry about that. I know there are a lot of international fans, but he can only ship to the U.S. people. So yeah, if you want to check out his shop, that the link is in the description to this video, and there's a coupon code for 15% off. And he's the one who's going to be shipping out the talisman and the talisman keychain when I do the giveaway. Okay. Hey, PM.
Hi, Julie. Good
Hi.
evening and congratulations on your 1K.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great to have you.
Yes. An amazing accomplishment for sure. You have been working so hard and putting in the work for those videos. So I just want to let you know that even though it's an amazing feat, it is also very well deserved.
Oh, that's so kind of you to say. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know, it's a lot of fun. I just wanted to do this to, you know, to have a creative outlet because I was going crazy and I needed something to focus on and put my mind on, and I found this show. It's just it captivates everybody that is sucked into this fandom. And it captivated me, and I just, you know, I found myself in the Discord for hours a day theory crafting with people, and so I just had to make a channel and just put my thoughts into that. I don't have anybody to watch it with, and I wanted to share my thoughts somewhere other than just dumping them. Like I felt like I was spamming Jeremy's Discord. Like you know, Jeremy Ice and Fire has an awesome Discord, and I was just in there. He didn't mind. I mean, nobody minded, but I felt like I was going nuts. I was posting every day paragraphs and like looked like essays, and so I was just like, you know what? Maybe I better get a channel and put a lot of thoughts in there so I'm not annoying people. And so that's why I did it. Just for fun. That's
Oh,
it.
yeah. No, definitely. I just knew you were special and I became a fan the minute that you were on a live chat on panel, and we were looking at the Tabitha picture where she's overlooking Maine, Camden, Maine, and you said that's Camden, Maine. Like I
Yep.
know it. I've been there. I saw that view. I know that's Camden, Maine. And you said that the show kind of called out to you, right?
Yes, it
Because
did.
you did happen to be there, and I was like, oh my god, you got it right from just looking at the window. That was amazing.
Well, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I was excited about it. I loved that view. I fell in love with that view. I used to hike, you know, before I developed this nerve pain condition that they don't understand. Um, and I have really fond memories of hiking there. And like, yeah, I saw that view. And I was just like, I know that view. I stayed up there for hours. I never wanted to come down from that mountain. It's called Mount Magunticook, right outside Camden. Beautiful place. Like if anybody like I would recommend it to anybody. It's mountains right on the coast. It's heaven. So yeah, I just knew that had to be it. And then I saw the ambulance. The ambulance said Knox County on the side. Camden is in Knox County, so I saw that in the preview. I thought, okay, that's it. She's definitely in Camden. What are the odds that the ambulance is coming from a Knox County and she's not in Camden? It's going to be another one of those weird situations where something like this happens. Something like the bus coming from Grand Rapids, Michigan, with Marielle. I figured, okay, I don't know if Tabitha's going to be on the ambulance or not, but I thought that thing's coming from Maine. She's in Maine. And Tony actually convinced me. Tony Teflon was like, nah, I think Tabitha's going to be in the ambulance. In addition, he heard my theory and he said, I think Tabitha's going to be in the ambulance. And he came up with his theory based on mine, and I agreed with him. And it was true. He got it. So it was cool. We collaborated on the theory. It was a lot
Yeah.
of fun.
I remember that. I remember that. And everybody was shocked, right? Because we were like, there's no way Tabitha, who just left from, is gonna all of a sudden come back in the ambulance. Like that didn't
Right.
make sense to any of us.
Right.
But I remember you guys put that out there, and sure enough, it happened. I was shocked, completely
Yeah.
shocked. But
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead.
oh no, yeah. It's been things like that you have put out in your videos and your theories, which is why, I want to keep it positive because I love the From community. It has
Yes.
been my escape and it has been my safe place. um but with all of the new leaks and everybody pointing the finger, I always
Mhm.
go back to that. Whenever anybody says anything or like they comment, you pretty much take it down immediately, but I
Mhm.
always point to that. Like you said that what, months and months ago. You were getting stuff right. So why would it all of a sudden change?
Right. You know, it's frustrating. I it's frustrating. I really put everything into my videos. I work really hard to make them as good as I can, and I'm a beginner. I don't know how to do anything fancy, but I'm very passionate about making them and making theories, and so it's unfortunate when false accusations start flying around. It's just not, it's not the way the fandom normally is. So and it doesn't happen much. It's the minute little minority, right? Most of the fandom, it has been nothing but kind. So I just focus on the kind people, and the handful of negative people, I just tune out. And if it's uncalled for and it's potentially a spoiler, I get rid of it. I get rid of it. If anything is like that on my, if anything is even a potential spoiler, I get rid of it. No question. Muncher Luncher, imagine Smiley DMs me directly, nightmare fuel, right? It was right before I went to sleep, too. It was like, talk about nightmare fuel. No, but it was the best. It was really cool. And Lola Bear. Hi. Hi, Lola Bear.
I'm
Um,
sure Smiley, the actor, loves the fandom because
all right.
we just took to his character and we loved them from the minute we saw him. So they put him on the posters, they put him on all the promo. He captivated us, and I'm sure that he appreciates that we saw him and the potential and
Mhm.
just like his character and how he's a very unique person.
Right.
So I'm sure that he appreciates that we notice and that we like skyrocketed his stardom really.
Right. Absolutely. Like he was just an extra when he started. Oh, and by the way, I just noticed, I popped back over from my YouTube tab and I saw someone was backstage, and before I could click on them, they disappeared. So I couldn't even see who that was. They were gone so quick. So whoever was just trying to join, please, by all means, click the link again. I am so sorry. I was over in my YouTube tab for a minute. Um, but I'm back over here now. So you're welcome to join. I'm so sorry, whoever that was. Um, but yeah, I told Jamie, I wanted to make sure he knew, like I told Jamie in my DM when I responded to him that he plays Smiley, Jamie McGuire. I told him, like, I can't tell you how many times you come up in the live chats and people say how much they miss you and how you were the best of all the creatures on the show. You were the most memorable. It was such a mistake for you to be written off, and everyone like misses you and just thinks you were phenomenal. And I think he really appreciated it because he started out just as an extra. So like I'm sure he appreciates hearing that from fans. So I just wanted him to know that. I took that opportunity to tell him. So
That's great. That's great. You're getting up there, Julie. You're talking to the actors. Next, we need interviews so that you can really deep dive and ask them all of the questions we want to know.
right, that would be amazing one day, right? Oh, I can only imagine. Maybe someday. My co-host has been like keeping. Like she's been looking into the names of extras on the show to see if I can interview an extra because that would be cool. Anybody that works on the show, it doesn't matter who it is. An extra,
Oh yeah.
one of the monsters would be really cool, but any extra,
Mm.
like a red
From the
shirt.
monsters,
Yeah.
um, since we're talking about Smiley, right? And
Hmm.
he's gone. But from the leftover monsters,
Yeah.
who is, would you say, the next one up that you like? Because I know Smiley is your favorite, but which one would be the next one up?
I would say after Smiley, oh, and hi Susie Greenberg, by the way, and hi FDG Raps. Yeah, I think maybe the mystery and the journey it might be better than the destination, but we're all having fun, so it's all good. Anyway, I would say the next creepiest would be the Granny. I think the Granny monster is creepier than Woody monster, as we like to call him. I like the Granny best. I personally think she would have been a better kind of head monster. I don't know. I don't feel like there is a ringleader. It was really just in the barn scene when Woody seemed to take the lead. But what do you think?
Yeah, I feel like that was a misdirect
Yeah.
because we look at all of the details. So when the barn scene came out and we clearly saw that the cowboy, Woody, was taking the lead. He was doing all of the talking and he seemed like he orchestrated this whole thing. We started to create that theory that maybe there was a leader, maybe somebody, within the monsters was coming up with plans. And then next thing you know, the biggest scene after that, the ambulance scene, he's nowhere to be found. So that
Right.
completely destroyed the theory.
Yeah. Right. So I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Like where was he? I don't think I don't think there is a ringleader to the monsters. There never was. It's just that Smiley was the most memorable out of any of them. So everyone focused on him, but there is no leader. I think they're all a hive mind. They're all connected via a type of a hive mind. Yes, they may all like say different things and they have different characters, but they all seem to kind of operate in tandem. They don't have any free will. Jasmine said it wasn't my choice to be this way. They're not acting independently. Something is controlling them. That's why they were referred to as the tip of the spear. So, yeah, there is no head monster really. But yeah, I love Granny. I'm so glad Granny has been getting a lot more screen time this season. She's creepy as hell. And you know what I really love too? They
Mm-hmm.
never showed us. This was the first time they ever showed us monsters walking around with transformed faces and screeching on camera. That's a first. This season they characterized the monsters differently than they've ever done before. And I love it. I think it's an upgrade. We never saw that before. So,
Yeah,
you know,
it's definitely helpful, I feel. um because now we have a couple of seasons, right? So it's always scarier when you don't know the details, but as the
yes.
seasons go by, we do kind of want some details. We have the questions about the hair. Where does the hair go? um was it magical, the transformation, or was it like just a disguise? And with Granny, we really got to see that it is a sort of magic
Yes.
because her headscarf disappeared and her hair disappears. So it is like this magical transformation. I kept looking for the wigs every time they transformed. Like, where's her wig? Where did it go? Like it fell off or something. But no,
Yeah.
it's all magical.
Yeah. Yeah, right? It's so weird. It's like yeah, it's like a glamour that a lot of us have talked about. Like the monsters have some kind of glamour about them, and like it's not like she's wearing a wig. It's just it's like it's a magical transformation they go through, and we've actually gotten to see it more in more slow motion, like and see them walking around transformed in their monster form. Prior to this, we only saw them briefly transform when they would be about to attack somebody. And it was cool. It was full of CGI, but it was a split second and it was over. The only other thing we saw was sleeping monsters in their transformed state. We never actually saw them just walking around chasing after, like walking, not chasing, but walking after people because they don't run. And and howling, like screeching on camera. So I feel like they were listening to the fandom when we said we want more monster action. We want them to be scary again. Make the monster scary again, and they did. I feel like mission accomplished. That was a big win for this season. One of my favorite parts, really.
Yeah, I agree. And here's where the difficult part comes in, because I think that there is a balance that they need to strike with listening to what we want and also understanding that sometimes we don't know best, because we're
Hmm.
asking for a lot of, answers, right? So they put out all of these episodes, including the finale, to a lot of streamers, and
Hmm.
then we get all the leaks, we get everything. So you're giving us too much of what we asked for. We don't know best. Maybe don't put out the pictures, because sometimes even the pictures that they put out themselves reveal too much.
Yes.
So maybe don't listen to us all the way. Don't give us all the pictures and the previews. Like, keep some of the mystery, because that's what made it so amazing, that it was mysterious. So I really hope that they don't, Revelations is coming up, and I hope that they don't just tell us, from A to B, this is everything that happened, period,
Yeah.
because we need a little something to live for.
Yes. They can't tell us everything. They can't, like, I was listening to somebody was talking, somebody called into Tony's stream and was saying, that he wanted to know so many things. Um, like what is the nature of the boy in white, and like so many things, like who moved the tent, and yes, we all want to know those things. But certain things, like where did the town come from? How did this start? Where were how were the monsters created? What is the nature of the boy in white? There are certain things that I really think if they gave it to us now, it would ruin the mystery of the show. It wouldn't be as engaging anymore. I don't want to know, and I honestly think the boy in white is going to be central. There's a reason he was introduced very early, and immediately it felt like that he is really integral to this show, that he has a significant role. Now we may disagree on whether he's good, whether he's evil, whether he's neutral. He may be neutral. It could be any of those things. But and I've run the gamut. I've gone from A to B, like I've gone back and forth, but like I don't think they can reveal that. I hope they don't reveal too much, to be honest. Would I like some questions answered? Yes. And like you guys in the chat, like what I'd love to know what you think. Like what questions would you like answered that you think would not ruin the show, ruin the mystery? Because we want the mystery to really keep going. We don't want it to be like Wayward Pines, which I know Wayward Pines was only supposed to be one season, so I get it. But Wayward Pines, it it gave the whole thing away like early. It wasn't even. It was like the middle of season one, and it was supposed to be one season and done. They renewed it for season two. That's where they screwed up. Um, but if they did something like that on From, what would be the point anymore? What would we be on here talking about if they tell us too much? It's like, okay, what's left? Soapy character drama? If they tell us all of the mysterious parts, right? All we would be left with is, okay, just a soap opera drama, and that's it. Like, if let's say we know how everybody got there and why, how this place was created, how the monsters were created, what the boy in white is. If they told us all that, and all, okay, at this point all we have to do now is figure out, okay, how they all get out. Personally, I don't find that interesting. I would rather a lot of it remain mysterious. Just give us something. Maybe tell us what dragged the tent, or like give us an idea of what's creating the voice on the radio, the voice on the phone. That might even be too much to give away, though, because I personally think I personally think that was the big bad, speaking through those the phone and the radio. So if they reveal that, it's probably too much. I don't know. What do you think, PM? Like, what would you like to be revealed that you don't think would ruin the mystery? Like, what's realistic for you?
Mm-hmm. That's a difficult one because I don't want to know too much about the monsters. I want them to be scary. So
Yeah.
for me, that's the unknown. Um, Nothing about the boy in white either, because that's actually something that I enjoy. I have gone from pointing the finger at him for absolutely everything and then saying, oh my God, no, he's innocent, just like the Kui children, and back and forth. So I kind
Hmm.
of like doing that. I would say maybe this whole Eloise. Where is Eloise? That way I could move on from that being in my head all the time. Like
Yes.
pointing the finger, who is Eloise? Is this person Eloise? Is Donna Eloise? And looking, it's driving me a little crazy.
Right. Yeah. I'm with you. I am 100% with you. Okay, like Eloise is one of my biggest gripes, to be honest, because I love this show. Okay, so don't get me wrong, I love this show, but we can love something and we can be honest when something is frustrating. And I think that Eloise is a problem right now because okay, she was introduced in season 2. No way do I think that she was planned from the start. Victor wasn't even supposed to survive season 1. So they decided to keep him because Scott McCord was too damn good to get rid of. He was too good. So
Hmm.
they changed their minds, and so I don't believe Eloise was part of the plan. They thought, okay, well, we've got to give him a storyline. They probably thought, all right, let's give him a forgotten sister. But I think if they're not going to pay this off and have her actually be alive still, I don't really think that was a smart move. Like, what would be the point? Just to show us that he's an unreliable narrator. I mean, I, we already know that he has terrible memory lapses. We didn't need a forgotten sister. Um, and here's the thing. Here's the problem. Now, if they wanted to just do this to establish his memory issues and his unreliable narrator status, okay. If they wanted to do that, then what they should have done is just tell us right then and there that, oh my God, like he found her body, like, have him have a, show a flashback to, like, give us like a big emotional scene where either a flashback or have him just break down crying at that moment when he broke down crying and remembered his sister. That's when he should have said, I had a sister and I found her body and I found my mom's body. And then we would have all been like, oh wow, like that's gut wrenching, like, and we would have let it go. But they didn't say what happened to Eloise. They said nothing. So, okay, this became what's called in literature a Chekhov's gun. It
Hmm.
became something that was introduced to the plot that it should have a point. If you introduce that to the plot, then there needs to be a point. It's like it's if you have a gun that shows up in a show, eventually the gun is going to go off. Like that's where the theory, the concept came from, or in a book rather. And so yeah, if they introduced her, then they should pay this off. They shouldn't just say randomly in season 2, Victor just casually says, I found, my mom and sister died. Like, what? If she died, then you should have said that in season 2. So I'm holding out hope that he's assuming she died. Maybe. Like, he didn't say he found her body. He said she died.
Hmm.
He said he found her mom's body in season 2. So I don't know. I'm hoping she's creeping around the cabins. That's another thing. I want an answer to what the hell is going on with the cabins. Enough with the knocking and the footsteps. What is going on at the cabins? And I'm going to scroll down and catch up with the chat, see what you guys are saying too. What do you think, PM, about that? Like, could it
Well,
be Eloise?
I feel like they were so weird about it.
Yeah.
You were on purpose being super weird about Eloise by not mentioning her name. The
Yes.
dad not asking about her. So you have to do something with that, or at least, just tell us that she's definitely dead so that we can move on. Because this thing is like, it nags at us. I see it all the time everywhere where they're like, oh, they found another character, like maybe they're Eloise. Like, it's
Right.
literally everybody from the puppet to, everyone in town
Yeah.
teaching to be Eloise. It's gotten out of hand. So if that
Right.
could be closed, that would be amazing. But also the cabins. This is
Yes.
where I think Boyd, and hopefully he does this a lot. He will have an outburst. However, he comes back and kind of tries to work with people. He's done that before, where he
Yes.
has, he screams at someone and then he's like, okay, let me try to work with them or let me rethink the strategy. So I really
Yes.
hope that he can work with Acosta and Kenny. And now that he has one more person, maybe it's not a priority for him, but maybe he could delegate and have them investigate a little bit and report back to him. Nothing too drastic, of course, because
Right.
we don't want repercussions, but they could go out there and check it out for the day.
Yeah. Something needs to happen soon. I really was frustrated with the way the cabins have been portrayed, and and just back to like to Eloise for a second. Eloise, yeah, the jokes are funny though. I gotta say, like, I had a chat in the live chat last week. People were really having fun with it. Like everybody's Eloise, Victor is Eloise, like Donna's Eloise, ridiculous stuff like that. And we can have fun with it and stuff, but at the same time, we're frustrated and we want to know what the hell's going on. Yeah, right, KR? I want to know where Eloise is. Victor said this season casually, like nothing. He just was like, my mom and sister died. I will say I enjoyed this line though. He's like, my mom and sister died. I didn't murder them though. To, to Sarah, and that was the best burn, and he didn't even intend it to be a burn, but it was it was great. But like, yeah, come
And
on,
Sarah took it with such grace, really,
she
which is
did.
another characteristic of hers that I like. I mean, she bears it all. It's
Yes,
like being the witch in town. I really, when I look at her character, it's like burn the witch. Burn the
yes,
witch. She's hearing voices. She tried to kill someone, which she did something horrible, yes.
yes.
However, she goes around town. She tries to help. She tries to stay out of the way now for the most part. And she just took it. She was like, fine, I guess. Let's make the fort. Let's go downstairs. She plays along with him. So I think she has a lot of grace in that.
I think so too. I think so too. And I've been very rough on Sarah, but I will say that I I really appreciated her character this season. The way I've appreciated the way that she's been supportive of Victor. Um, uh, I mean, when he really needed somebody to turn to, she was there for him. And I do think that she's good at heart, and I think that honestly that she has a mental illness and severe trauma that this place exploited. I don't think she's a cold-blooded killer. I never did. It just frustrated me that they were being so careless. Like, I thought that it was, a little bit reckless to just let her loose and let her, go live in her house by herself after, like, how do you know that she's not going to listen to the voices again and they're not going to manipulate her again? But I'm glad to see that she's like, it looks like she's never going to do that, anything like that again. And honestly, look at what's happening with Fatima now. It's a similar kind of thing in that Fatima, what she just did, killing Tilly, that was not her doing it. It looked like something took over her body for a split second. It's I know Sarah wasn't necessarily possessed, although some people think she was. When she killed Toby, it seemed like Sarah had a completely different demeanor for a minute there. But like, either way, both of them I think were, not really in control in different ways in that moment, and victims of this place. And I don't think either one of them should go in the box for that. I don't think Fatima should go. People were talking, somebody was like saying Fatima should go in the box on Tony's stream. I don't think so. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm all over the place with the subject right now, but I don't know what they're going to do with her, but I don't think she should go in the box for this. I
Mm.
personally think that she's going to go hide out in that little room. That's what it seems like. What do you think?
I agree. And I feel like a lot of us forget, but season one, when the one time that Boyd had to use the box, he didn't want to. Father Kotri talked him into doing it, so then he followed through. And right before he was about to follow through, he did make the offer. Even with Kotri's advice, he changed his mind and said, "Hey, I'll give you a talisman. You could go out and live in the woods." To that father that got drunk, Megan's father. So he did, from the get go, tell us that that's not something he wants to do. He gave him an opportunity. He didn't take the opportunity. However, Boyd was willing to forgive him in a way, and spare his life. So I really doubt, if he wasn't putting Frank in the box or Sarah, I really doubt that he would put Fatima in the box. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, no way is that going to happen. Yeah, I definitely agree. And yeah, Quan Solar, I'd like to know where From originated from, and where the
Good
monsters came
evening. Well,
from.
good morning, rather.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, KP.
Do I sound good?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Excellent. I just wanted to chime in on your on what you guys are saying, whether or not Fatima should go in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bitch should, that she has to go in the box, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
She's the most dangerous, the biggest threat. She's a bigger threat to human life in Fromville,
Yeah.
even than the monsters. Because we have no clue what's going on inside with her. We have no clue when she's going to decide to stab somebody else in the chest. We don't know. We have no idea. She doesn't even know.
Yeah.
So yeah, she should go in the box. And I believe it seems to me that people will end up either finding out that she did the murder, or they'll have an inkling that she did it. And Boyd will refuse to put her in the box, and that'll add another nail into his coffin, or to the coffin of his authority. And that's when you're going to see somebody like a Randall and a Costa, perhaps even a Kenny, hop up and say, you know what, Boyd, um, thank you very much for your service, but we've got it from here.
Yeah.
Keep it back of the class with everybody else. We'll figure this out. We don't want you to be the big boss man anymore. And I don't think Boyd will take that very well at all. And we may see it um, devolved into a war of factions, a kind of a Lord of the Flies, something where you have a Boyd faction and you have a Kenny faction or an Adonna faction, and the humans will become more dangerous to one another than any of the supernatural phenomena that we're
Mm-hmm.
dealing with in the story.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about that? Does that make any sense to
That's
you guys?
very interesting point. I don't agree, but I find it very interesting. But what we're
Um.
not gonna do is call a woman a B word.
Mm,
We don't do that. So
yeah.
we
Yeah.
will refrain from that one. However, I could see your point about potentially, if Boy doesn't punish Fatima, people looking at him like he is biased.
And Ray Barnes. Hey. Welcome. You there?
Yeah, hey.
Hey, Ray.
Um,
What's up?
hey Julie, hey PM. What's up, KP? Um,
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
thank you for having me. But
Yeah. No problem. Thanks for
if you
joining.
ask if you
What's on your
asking
mind?
me, I think Boyd is gonna be either Boyd or Ellis is gonna be set up for a dilemma
Gonna
with
set up
when it
for
comes
what?
to Fatima. A dilemma when it comes to Fatima.
Okay.
They're gonna have to make a hard choice.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so too. You know, I I don't know how they're going to handle this. I really don't, because she is. I will say, she's a liability that I don't know how you can deal with it. I don't. I just can't imagine putting her in the box. Boyd said he's never putting anyone in the box again, but like, yeah, that's why I think maybe, I don't know. Maybe she gets locked in that room. Maybe that's what that room is for, and this happened to somebody else in the past, and
Is Is the box still there?
They still have the box. Yeah, they still have the box. I think they might have to rebuild it if they were going to use it again. It might be kind of ripped up, but it's still
What if
there.
what if the cellar room was some form of like the box or something like that? Like they had to seal somebody away for some reason. They couldn't be around other people.
Maybe. I think that might be it. I think that might be the why that room is there. It's kind of convenient, isn't it, that it just happened to pop up now? And hey,
Yeah.
my co-host in the chat, I didn't even see this till now. Hey, Wild Marjoram, hope you're having fun at your convention, and looking forward to having you back on next week. Um, anyway, yeah, so I think that room, yeah, it's interesting how it popped up now, right? Of all times it pops up now. That room was sealed off for some reason. And I think that would be the perfect place to put her rather than have to actually let the monsters rip her up. Just isolate her. I think that's the only other solution that you can
Or
have without causing harm
what
to other people.
the other solution I was thinking, well, I think somebody was either being imprisoned there or somebody was hiding there. Because it looks like somebody was living there. They had a bed, they
Yep.
had a chair,
Yep.
they had some little amenities, along the wall and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, right? It looks like somebody was definitely living in there, and it looked like the stuff in there was so old. The mattress, it was very old looking, and there's a little table with a candle on it. Let me pull up my photos, but since we're talking about it, I might as well pull up the photos. We have something to look at. The chat has something to look at too. Yeah, I think that's why that popped up. I think now I'm not sure what "this is where it happens" means, which is what Elgin said to Kimono Lady, but I
he's
don't know. Is
missing a
this where
word.
something happens to where
He, he,
something
he he meant
happens
to
to
say this is
Fatima?
where
I
the
think
magic happens.
yeah,
They got that mattress in there.
yeah, maybe, maybe. I don't know. Uh, right?
That was his
I don't know.
MTV
Something
crib.
weird's going on. I think right. MTV Cribs. Yep. um yeah, and at the very end of the episode trailer there looks like a very brief shot of that room and Kimono Lady's in it on top of the bed. It looks like she's I don't know. I don't know if people in the chat want to discuss the trailer. Some people don't like to, but there's something going on with it in the trailer for the next episode. I don't know. I'll see what the chat's saying about that, but
I
yeah,
would, just on me, I
that
would love to look at the trailer and have a discussion about it. But however, I'll go with the group.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom and see what the chat is saying. Like, let me know in the chat if there's anybody that really doesn't want to see it. I understand with all the stuff that's come out about the show that we didn't want to know about. If you don't want anything else, even though this is official, then I won't show it. But how crazy was Elgin to open this door? Like, I mean, dude, you finally got off the colony house couch and you're doing something other than sleeping or staring off into space, and you do this. You go down here all alone, no backup at all. You listen to some creepy lady that apparently must have told him to go down here. I guess she met him down here. I mean, he followed a Polaroid that comes out of a haunted camera and he
Yeah, where
hears
where did
3
that
creepy
picture come
knocks.
from? That doesn't make any
What
sense.
picture?
The
It's the
the
Polaroid
it
camera
took
that
a
he
picture
found.
while he was in the house, but it showed a
Yes.
picture of the cellar door. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, right.
Or
It came
maybe there was
magically
one.
popped out of the camera.
Yeah, yeah. That still
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah,
I think it's
that's
supposed to
crazy.
be like Kimono's doing, like she printed this picture for him. But I feel like a lot of people are saying, they're giving Elgin the benefit of the doubt, and I disagree because unlike Sarah, he already has the benefit of history. He knows that people have heard about potentially saving the town and have gone out and try to kill a child. He knows how she's
Right.
treated. He met her. So he doesn't have that benefit of not knowing, right? He's not telling anyone. He could have taken Clara with him. He could have walked there with someone from Colony House, but he's doing it on his own. He's opening the door. He's being shady. That's shady behavior. Because even if you
True.
think that you're going to get saved, okay, well, consult with somebody that's been there a little longer and say, hey, what do you think? Even Sarah consulted in a cryptic way to Christy, saying, hey, what's your opinion? Somebody's telling me, would you do this?
Right.
Christy didn't know at the time, but she did consult with her. So for me, Elgin, I don't have a good feeling about him because of the way that he is going about this. I don't think he's a good person at heart. I think that before From, there's something shady in his past.
Yeah, that's a
Agreed.
good point. I mean, maybe, maybe he's not as innocent as he seems. We don't know. I mean, how do we know anybody? Like, all we have to go on with this show is what the people are telling everybody. We haven't seen flashbacks to their lives before they got to this place. We have no idea. He seems perfectly innocent, but who knows? We don't know. I mean, he seems to me like a non-threatening character, but yeah, you never know. You just never know. Like, anybody here could be lying or covering up, or maybe even with blocked memories and don't even remember what they did before they got here. He's like spaced out half the time. So, um, who knows? But I mean, I just found this so crazy. He hears three knocks, three slow, creepy knocks, and then he turns back around and moves
It
the
was five
cabinet, and then
five knocks.
he opens the freaking red door that's clearly sinister. I don't understand. That makes no sense. It's red. Anything red in this show, I think, it represents evil and the evil entity. Like red, like the squid monster in the cave wall. Like, red is not a good sign. Red, the man in yellow painting has a red glow around him. It's not a good idea, dude. You hear three slow, creepy knocks. You turn and run. You don't open the damn door. Like, that was crazy. That was crazy to me. I don't know why he did that. And it is a little shady, PM. It's a little. I don't know why. Like, he's very isolated. He did confide in Julie about his visions of the kimono lady, but he didn't ask her for advice. Like Sarah asked for advice, so it's
And look
different.
at the way that he is interacting. So when
Mhm.
he wants to be social, he's making a baby mobile, which I think is dark. You're
Mm,
making this little baby mobile for Fatima's baby, and yet you have all of this information. She's showing up behind Fatima in that picture. There's stuff going on, and you're not giving that information to anyone. But yet you're making this little baby mobile so that all of Colony House thinks, oh my God, he's so sweet. Oh my God, he's so kind. And
yeah.
yet not telling them about this other thing. If you genuinely were a sweet and kind person, you would say, hey, I think I could save us all. There's this spirit. She wants our help. But no, he's taking it like on his own to do this and in public to make a
Mhm.
big show of how kind he is because he was showing it like, oh look, and people were saying, what is that? Oh, it's a baby mobile, right? I made for Fatima to cheer her up. He
Mhm.
said something like that, and yet he's not giving them any other information. That seems two-faced to me.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not getting sketchy or sinister vibes from him, but I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and yeah, the mobile. Like, actually, my co-host was talking about that too. I'm sure she would have uh a point to say on that. So she found the mobile that he made kind of creepy. Actually, I don't know if she's still in the comments and wants to to say her opinion, but I just remember her saying there was, it was creepy, and yeah, I hadn't really looked at it that closely, but maybe a little bit. And
It-
CJ CJ says don't trust Elgin. Okay, and hey CJ, great to see you. Sorry, Ray.
Elgin is a. I was gonna say Elgin is a weirdo. He's been a weirdo since day one. And then to make who makes a mobile for a baby? Who does that?
No,
That's
I don't know. I thought it was kind of sweet.
it's
I don't know.
I agree with you. It's sweet, but it's also weird. Nobody does that.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. No one does that. The optics of it aren't good. Maybe I could see
Mhm.
Tilly knitting something, or maybe even her making the mobile.
Yeah.
But he's a young man, has no children, no experience of what babies need, and everything in the baby mobile, by the way, was a choking hazard to a
Oh,
real baby. Like, he doesn't know anything about them, and he's making this little baby mobile. And one thing about having children is all of the sudden you become very protective, and all of the
right.
sudden you become very closed off, which Fatima has sort of become closed off. And yet that's another way of being creepy around this pregnant lady. Like, Elgin and Tilly, like, they just needed to leave Fatima alone. They're obsessed with
Yeah.
her.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? It's creepy. It's creepy. I don't know why they're so obsessed with her. And Jackie C, I see, is in the chat. Welcome. Nice to see you, Jackie C. She's a great mod over on Tony's channel. She's so sweet. Awesome to see you. And hey there. Let's see, Juku doll. Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up?
Nothing. So the thing I had to say about the red door, I heard somebody saying something about they might put her in there and they look like somebody was living there.
Yes.
But if you notice, he pushed the cabinet out in front of the door, like the door was hitting, so they
Yes.
locked somebody in there. The person
Oh,
couldn't get out,
definitely.
so it was meant for them
Definitely.
to be locked in.
Yeah.
Ooh, good observation.
Oh,
Yeah, it was meant.
absolutely. That's why someone was someone's body was in there. I think someone was
Yeah.
left in there to starve and die. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Elgin says, "Is this where it happens? Maybe that's where the baby or whatever it's supposed to be is meant to be born. So they're going to put her in there. Maybe that's why the kimono lady was telling him to go, like, take her there, and they're going to
Yes.
lock her in there."
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where Fatima's going to end up. I think that the timing of this is it can't be a coincidence that this just happens to turn up now of all times. And if we recall, Kimono Lady appeared in that Polaroid of Fatima that Elgin was holding. So there's a connection there. And I don't think it's because Fatima's going to turn into Kimono Lady. Like I know was a very popular theory, and I was thinking it too until this season started, and we found out she's played by a Chinese actress. She's wearing what looks like a Japanese kimono, which is confusing. I don't know why they hired a Chinese actress to wear a Japanese kimono, but whatever. The point is, I don't think it's Fatima, but there's a
Yeah, I
connection
don't either.
to Fatima. Maybe it is that she's kind of directing him like this is where Fatima needs to go and be locked up in there. And that's why she
Yeah,
up in that
and
Polaroid.
I think maybe like before when Tilly got stabbed, she was telling her to run. Maybe Tilly knew that they were going to lock her in there. Remember, she had the tarot cards, and we never got to
Yeah,
see what the tarot cards meant.
right. That's right.
I
Who
really
knows what it
like
was? I
that.
mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I really like your observation. Um, and thinking about it, when I think of somebody being locked up to a point where they can't get out, I think that a lot of us now assume that this is a cycles, that everything is going in cycles. So what about if
Yes.
the previous cycle people were creative, and just like Boyd created the box, they had this room. That's kind of a better
Yeah,
idea. You lock away maybe somebody that was dangerous to the community, like the
Yeah.
box, but maybe like more humane. Maybe this was their version of it.
Ooh, maybe it was something. When she said that, it made me think about Martin. How Martin was chained up. Maybe that was why he was chained up. And then
Yep.
whoever was in this cellar, maybe they had the same thing that was going on with Martin. Something they had to lock him away for whatever reason. And then maybe that's what's going to happen with Fatima.
Right. I think that could be. It's interesting to me though that the body that was found in there is a male, clearly. And so it's like, if this is going in cycles, you would think that the previous person who was in here would have been a woman who was in a similar situation to Fatima, but maybe it's because it's not a pregnancy at all. She's harboring some kind of entity, and it doesn't matter if the person is male or female. This is why nothing showed up on the ultrasound. She feels
Yeah.
something inside of her, but it's not in
oh,
her uterus. It's somewhere in her body inhabiting her. Maybe the previous one was a male that had this happen.
I want to point something out too. Martin was chained up in the I don't know what you want to call it. You call it the ethereal dungeon because it doesn't seem like it was a real place. We don't know for sure, but
Right, exactly.
from what we've seen, the people that are chained up in that dungeon, their real bodies are somewhere else. So that may be his real body. And I know some other people had theories that was Martin and things like that, but that may have something to do with it. But that may be
But
why he was chained up.
the same place that Martin was chained up when Marielle and all of them, didn't it look like the same place that they were chained up? And they were screaming
Yeah, it
and they were
looked like
chained
the
to the
same place.
wall.
Yep. Yeah,
And
it
then
was
I'm
the
like,
same place. Yep.
how was he, when he was helping, Boyd shouldn't have let him go in the first place, because when he asked them to kill him when he came up, who threw the rope down if he was chained to the wall and he couldn't walk?
I think that, to be honest, I think that the answer is actually kind of, it's kind of a riddle, really. I don't think anybody threw
Yeah.
the rope. I don't think anybody threw the rope because I believe it was a dream state, which Real Enigmas originally pointed out. It's actually not like it's a dream state that he was entering. Their real bodies were back in town. Like if you think about the three that were chained up at the end, their
Yeah.
real bodies were back in town. Those were kind of like their spirits in that dream
Yeah.
state. So when
Chained to the
Boyd was
wall.
there,
Yeah.
right. So when Boyd was there with Martin, his real body must have been somewhere else, and that was just his spirit. So if you think about it, if this was a dream state, anything's possible in a dream. Nobody needed to even throw the rope. It just appeared because it was a dream state. That's the only way I can make sense of it personally. Nobody threw the
Right.
rope.
He was also in a well with no water, which
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there was a well with no water, right?
right.
It was a dream state that didn't make any sense exactly, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I know some people thought it was Jade, maybe some different version of Jade because his shirt looks similar, but I don't think it's the same shirt. Some people kind of did some detective work, zoomed in on it. I don't have the zoomed in picture, but the pattern is slightly different than Jade's, and I don't know. I don't see how it could be some other version of Jade anyway. I think Jade was probably reincarnated from Christopher, and unless this is Christopher, I mean, who knows? But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if Christopher dressed like that.
Because
But
he's the only one seeing the symbols.
right. You know, I tend to think this is, now that I've been thinking about it and talking about it, maybe the previous person who was afflicted the way Fatima is was not even a woman. Maybe it was a man because it's not a pregnancy. It's
Yeah.
some entity in her body. I don't know. That might bust out like an alien, and it's not a pregnancy. It's like something else. Who knows? Like, anything's possible with this crazy place. Maybe this was a man who dealt with whatever she's dealing with now. That's what I think at the moment.
Does anybody remember how we got to find out that Fatima was pregnant? Because like I don't think there was like a pregnancy test, right? So what was the sign that got us to the place where we were like, oh yeah, she's pregnant? Do you remember what happened there?
I think it
I
was a
remember
pee test.
I know Fatima asked for a pregnancy test, and then we saw a scene where Christy said, "Yes, you're pregnant." Fatima said, "Are you sure?" And
Oh,
He said, "I'm
so
as sure as I."
somebody had pregnancy test, like probably in the lab where Christy is or whatever. There was an actual pregnancy test. Okay, cool. I just legitimately couldn't remember how we know it, right? Because I'm wondering, is it that she just felt like she was pregnant? But no, there was actual proof in form of a test. So, you know,
Yes.
And then I think
somebody
like
has
in
to
the
check
real
that.
world, like when women are pregnant, a lot of them don't have their cycle. But remember, she was like eating blood. So what if the monster is just like taking up her blood? That's why she's not having one.
Um,
The monster's a parasite on her in
Oh yeah.
general. I would imagine. Yeah. So like, and for whatever reason, blood and rotted fruits and vegetables are the things that it needs to sustain itself and grow. You know, who will that question be answered? Why does it need blood or rotted vegetables to grow? I don't know, but
My
right?
question was,
Weird.
are those even the same questions? Is the reason why she's eating the rotten vegetables and stuff, do we necessarily know for sure that that has to do something with the fake pregnancy? Could those be two different things going on?
Uh,
Because
yeah.
we have no clue. It could be that, yeah, it could be that she's turning into a monster and that is causing her to, to have this phantom pregnancy, and then it could be, but like I that would seem way too much work to create this scenario. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I think they're
what my
definitely.
question is, if she's not pregnant, let's just say she's not pregnant. If she's not pregnant, then why was she chosen to have this particular type of affliction? And
That's a good question. I don't know. I had a theory on somebody's got a little bit of feedback going on. Let me see who is that? Trying to see where that's coming from. Okay, it stopped. And I see you there with Alice. So just give me a second before I forget what he just asked. Why was she chosen? I had a theory on that. Now, so in one of my videos recently, I was thinking about like why Fatima was chosen for this, and if you recall in one of the episodes, I think it was the one before, it was episode 6. They showed us a flashback, which they very rarely do. They showed us a flashback of Fatima telling Julie, "When you climb up high enough, even a nightmare looks like a dream." And it showed this dramatic contrast between the way she was then, full of positivity, like the most positive person in this entire place, impossibly positive, and how dark it showed, how dark she is now by comparison. And I think maybe she was selected just because she had that much strength within her to be that positive in a place like this, that she was able to house whatever evil entity is now inside of her. She had to be strong enough to be able to do that, and so she was selected. It could be way off base, but I just feel like selecting the most positive person in this place, the strongest person. I mean, she's been through hell. She saw her father gunned down in front of her in Iran, and she said she swore she would never let anything scare the life out of her after that. So I mean, what better person to house an entity like this is? If she's kind of bringing an evil entity into the world, if it's using her as a vessel, then she's going to have to be really strong to be able to survive it. I mean, we see it making her sick, draining the life out of her, but she's still standing.
Yeah,
Not
and
everybody.
we never get to see how the monsters become the monsters. But when they had the one smiley guy down there and they took his chest plate off, he was dry. Remember, they couldn't get nothing out of him. And it looks like that she's becoming like real dehydrated. They're giving her IVs. What if she's turning into one of them?
Maybe turning into a monster. That's an absolute possibility. That's still absolutely on the table. Like that's a popular theory, and I think it could be. We don't know how
Because
the
they
monsters were
they
created.
say when they said they replace people, like when people die, somebody comes back, and the smiley
Yep.
guy died. So are they going to replace her with him?
That's I've heard that actually. I've heard that said, and I think that makes a whole lot of sense. So maybe when a monster dies, another replaces it. Absolute possibility. And hey, with Alice, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you there. Hi, do you have
Hello.
a? So, hey, so what's on your
Hey,
mind?
I just wanted to add that maybe it's all a part of breaking Boyd.
Yeah.
Um, you know, her being or thinking that she's pregnant or whatever. But I was wondering also, didn't Christy tell her that she was pregnant? And then I don't know, her attitude when she did the ultrasound was kind of off-putting to me. Just telling her,
Hmm.
"Well, you're not pregnant," when she was the one who told her that she was pregnant. But maybe
Yeah.
I'm not remembering that right.
No, you're remembering right. I remember the scene exactly. She so Fatima asked for a test, and then the next thing you know, they cut, and then in the next scene that you see them in together, Fatima says, "Are you sure?" Christy says, "Yeah, she's pregnant." And Fatima says, "Are you sure?" Christy says, "As sure as I can be, yes." And Fatima
Hmm,
wants to know how long, and Christy estimates a few weeks. I forget the exact number, but a few weeks.
I
So
see.
yes,
Also,
yes. So it's, yeah.
maybe the kimono lady is a distant relative or of Fatima, or maybe it's Fatima in another life, like you were
Maybe.
saying at the beginning.
It's possible maybe in another life, like maybe if this I personally think that there's reincarnation going on, not just of Tabitha and Jade, but of many key characters in the show. Not everybody. Some people, I think, just wind up in the same vehicle with somebody, like Jim, for example. He just happened to marry Tabitha and wind up here and get unlucky. Uh, Things like that. Like, certain members of family members, people on the bus, like they just got unlucky. But certain key people, I do think were reincarnated, and yeah, maybe Fatima. Like see, race and ethnicity don't matter in reincarnation theories. So like, it doesn't matter. You can be reincarnated as anything. You can be reincarnated as an insect in that
Right.
theory. So maybe Kimono Lady was her in a previous life. That's absolutely possible. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a great
Thank you,
point.
Julie.
You're welcome. That's a great point. Yeah, what's your name? I might want to actually remember who said that, because I want to credit you, because that was really smart
Yeah, this is with Alice.
with Alice. Okay,
Hmm.
because I that was really smart, and I hadn't thought of that. So I think I'm definitely gonna bring that up again, and I will remember that. I'm gonna take a screenshot of you too, so I remember who said that.
Okay.
Um, very good point. Everybody
Yeah,
makes
I
great
think
points.
another great point that you made with Alice is I think people haven't been able to quite pinpoint it, but it's the bedside manner. So when talking about Christy and the way that she told Fatima she's not pregnant, she looked, and we see that in contrast to Mariel. I think
Mhm.
that while they're both doing their job and trying to help the community as much as they can, the difference that we're noticing is bedside manner. Where Mariel, this is her specialty. She says, I take care of all my mama bears. And she's always
Right.
reassuring and kind and tries to understand her, right? Christy
Yes.
is her bedside manner is just different. Um, while you could do your job, you could do it well and in a kind way, or you could just do your job and do it well. And I think that's the difference. Not that she's a bad doctor or a
Yeah.
bad person, she's just not doing her job and going the extra mile and being kind.
Right. I think so
That's a good
too. That
point.
makes a lot of sense. Marielle is a pediatric nurse, so she definitely has a different bedside manner. Christy is it's just different. And yeah, I thought that she was kind in the moment, but Marielle is just this is more her thing. And Boyd was just yelling at Christy. I thought it was uncalled for, personally. I'm usually team Boyd, but when he lost it on her and yelled, do your effing job, I was like, come on, Boyd. This is not a normal thing, clearly. Like, what do you expect? Like, this isn't, you don't learn this in med school. Like, whatever the hell is inside her, or whatever she might be turning into. So I didn't like that. I just didn't understand that, personally, and I don't know what this was. A really cool special effect when they had her stomach suck into her ribs like this. Oh my god, that was gross. Like, I don't know what to make of it. It could be something kind of just eating away at her from the inside, maybe hollowing her out. It looks like she has no organs in there, kind of like the monsters. So that's a point in the Fatima turning into a monster category. I mean, the monster's organs are dried up. We've seen it inside Smiley, although are they dried up, or did the worms do that? Boyd gave Smiley the worms. I've always wondered that. Like,
Yeah.
did that dry out his organs when Boyd gave him the worms, or are they just dried up anyway? Who knows? But yeah, this was really gross. This reminded me a lot of that. Like, and also of the vacated chest cavities when you see the bodies after the monsters, like, rip them up. You see their chest cavity open like this. Ugh. It was
Yeah, I just
so
got done
gross.
watching Alien Romulus. It's a lot of callbacks to me.
Ooh,
Chest
yeah.
poppers.
And one other thing, the boy in white. So the first, not the first time, when Ethan seen the boy in white and he told Victor, like, yeah, my friend, the boy in white, Victor said, well, tell him when you see him, to tell him I said hi. So I think Victor hasn't seen him in a while. He's only shown him to Ethan and Tabitha.
Yeah, I think they
Right.
had a
Yes.
falling out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he stopped appearing to Victor because Ethan is basically like taking over Victor's role.
Yeah,
So, he was company for Victor, kept him company while he was alone, but then
yeah,
I think once people came to town, he just kind of went away. He hadn't seen him in a long time, and then he came back because Ethan showed up and a new cycle began. The two cars arrived. That's how Victor knew that things were about to get worse, because the last time two cars arrived, he said he saw the boy in white, and that's when everything started to get worse when he was young. That's why he started digging those graves. Remember, in season 1, started
yeah.
digging those graves because he knew. Boy in white showed up. The two cars came. Okay, yeah, it's starting. So I don't know. Do we think the boy in white is good or evil? I don't know. I personally am starting to think he's not evil, like I originally thought. I don't know about you guys, but it's I've gone back and forth. But
And then they talk about like Eloise, and we don't know what happened to Eloise. So what if Eloise is one of the Cooley kids? Because we
um,
don't see any more kids. It's only Ethan, the only kid in the town.
yeah, maybe. That's possible. That's possible. I don't know. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, it's possible. Maybe she turned into one of those kids. We don't know how many. We know that Miranda must have seen those kids herself because she painted them.
Hmm. Yeah,
I bet when she went to town, she saw them too. But we don't know how many there were. Maybe there weren't always 7. Who knows? That's a possibility.
yeah. Because on the phone, when it was supposedly Thomas, he said, "They're not your kids anymore. They're ours. Like they're after the kids."
Right. Oh, absolutely. They're after the kids. Like, I think that was a significant line that we should remember that. Like, it said, yeah, the Thomas voice, it completely dropped the act at that point. It was not calling Jim daddy anymore. It said, Jim, they're not your children anymore. So
Yeah,
this is the entity. This is the big bad talking. This is not Thomas from another timeline. I think that was confirmed when it said Jim, not daddy, Jim.
yeah,
And they're not your children. Now, what does this mean? Like, what does this place want with children? I think it's kind of, I don't know, feeding off of children in a way. I think that it all goes back to child sacrifice. I think this place is, I've said this, I know people have been talking about this more lately, but I was talking about this for months in Discord over the summer with some friends, and just looking at all the clues, I just think those kids laying on stone slabs like that was a major hint that child sacrifice has happened in this place.
Yeah.
Then we see the Puritan guy drinking out of a little skull. It looks like a child's. That was another clue. This is pointing to child sacrifice. So I think child sacrifice is in the history of this place, and it probably. I mean, my working theory has always been that Christopher was going to try to sacrifice Victor and Eloise. That's why they had to try to hide from him. Christopher lost his mind. These visions kind of, he misunderstood them or they tricked him, one or the other. But he saw visions. He thought child sacrifice is the way to get out. He snapped. And somehow it triggered the massacre. I'm not sure about how it triggered it, but because he didn't kill everybody, clearly. But somehow I think it set it all into motion. And PM and I were talking about this on another stream, and I think that this is actually a possibility. Like, we were really getting into a good theory crafting session last week, and we were talking about how, like, imagine how broken down you would have to be to think that sacrificing a child is something that you should do. Like, I think at the point where people break down enough that they are willing to commit child sacrifice, that's when the cycle ends. Everyone gets massacred. Like, this place continues to feed on suffering, fear, pain. It's not just about murdering everybody. Personally, I think that everybody could get massacred at any given time. Talismans or not, I think that the talismans are just part of the game. If you think about it, before the talismans, how come everybody wasn't just massacred every single night? They were hiding in holes, and we know that the big bad or something is watching and sees everything and hears everything. It knew Tabitha was digging in the basement. It knew Boyd yelled, "You don't break me," in the middle of the woods. So how is it that it didn't know where everybody was hiding and just murder everybody? Because it's not about doing that. It's about feeding off of their fear and pain and suffering, dragging it out. Just take a few out at a time. Murder a few people and everyone else suffers. And basically, I think the cycle ends when someone snaps enough to commit child sacrifice. And maybe others join in and are convinced to do it too. I don't know. But I definitely think it's about breaking someone down to the lowest. And it doesn't get any lower than being willing to murder a child. So yeah, that's my going theory on that. I think it goes back to child sacrifice. You break people until you can get to that. They get to that point, and this place has milked all the fear and suffering that it can out of them, finishes them off, end of cycle, and then the new cycle begins. Eventually, we don't know. It doesn't happen immediately.
Yeah, because it wanted Sarah to kill Ethan.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I have a question about that as well. When they told Sarah to kill the boy, were they talking about Victor actually? Because he's like the key. I mean, I heard someone else say this, and I was just wondering if you guys had talked about that yet.
About whether it meant Victor?
Yeah, kill the boy. They were
maybe.
actually talking about Victor.
Maybe. I mean, he is like he may be a man now, but he's like a child in a man's body, and maybe he wasn't supposed to survive the previous cycle. So it could be about Victor. He's like a man child, right? So that's possible. Yeah. Anzo says team no baby. Yeah, I still I don't think it's a baby either, but I think it's an entity anyway. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, and also it could have been a test. Like, it's like can this entity, can it get Sarah to murder Ethan? Like, I don't know. Like, it could have been trying to break her down to that point that she was able to do it, and instead of everybody going home, maybe everybody would have just been massacred at that point.
Yeah. Or they could have been talking about Victor, because it doesn't seem like the monsters can hurt Victor. It was like they want a human to do it, because they said next time you come down here, we'll make you stay. They didn't say that they were going to hurt him. They'll make him stay.
Right.
So maybe they can't do anything to Victor.
That is what I think. Absolutely. So right now, we've all talked about this forever, right? How it's impossible. How could Victor have survived this many years, especially when he was left there alone as a kid? Come
Yeah.
on. So he's been protected. Clearly, someone or something here has been protecting him. Personally, I think the big bad has been protecting him because he's a puppet. He's a good tool for it to use. I don't think he's doing anything on purpose, but what did he do through all seasons 1 and 2? He would tell people to stop asking so many questions. Don't go looking for answers. People who go looking for answers don't come back. This is what the entity wants. It wants to keep everybody there. Don't try to escape. It doesn't want them going deep in the forest. Clearly, it doesn't want them getting to the lighthouse. It wants them to stay in town where it can torment them. So he's a tool. Now, this is why I worry about Victor, because right now he's not being a loyal puppet anymore. I mean, he's actively looking for answers and trying to dredge up his memories. And I think that once he remembers everything, he's going to be on the chopping block. I don't think it's going to be this season, but maybe next season, I think he's going to go because he was supposed to be gone already in season 1. And I just think, yeah, like he's been protected. And once he remembers everything and starts trying to help people, share that information with people, yeah, he's not going to be protected anymore. And the problem is he's going to think that he's safe. If you notice, he doesn't seem that scared of the monsters at all. He was down in the caves and he was triggered by the dummy when he was with Tabitha, not the monsters, the dummy. So, he went into that cave. He didn't want to involve his father this season because I think he knows on some level he's complacent. He's lived all this time without the monsters hurting him. On some level, he seems to know that they're not a threat to him. But once he's not protected anymore, he might get overconfident, and that's when they might get him, I think. I hope it's not this season because I really love Victor. I'm a big Victor.
Yeah, I think once the doll starts talking, or the doll talks to him, or he remembers through the doll, then he won't be protected anymore.
I think so too. The doll, I think I've gone back and forth on this. I don't think that it's going to tell him a lot of answers. I really don't. I think it's more likely to trick him, not trick him, but taunt him, say something manipulative like the voice on the phone or the voice on the radio, which I would love. I really want that doll to talk. I love haunted dummy tropes. That's like one of my favorite horror tropes. And you know what I'm thinking though? He just showed up at Sarah's house with that dummy, and he said, I've got to get him to talk. He's going to take him down in the basement. He said basements are for secrets. That's where I think the dummy's going to talk, in the basement, probably in the next episode, because remember that flashback? Victor and Christopher were arguing. Not Victor and Christopher. Victor saw Christopher and the dummy arguing. It looked like they were in a basement at the time. So I think that's where the dummy's going to talk. I think we're going to finally get that dummy to talk. I'm hoping. I'm looking forward to it.
So, Julie.
Yeah, I'll wait for it.
Julie, can you hear me?
Hey, I hear you. Welcome. Welcome.
So you think Sarah and Victor are going to good cop, bad cop Jasper then?
I think so. I think so. It's good cop, bad cop time. They're going to interrogate the dummy. I think so. Yeah.
And which one's the good cop and which one's the bad cop?
I don't know. Maybe I think Victor. He's been yelling at that thing. Henry
Yeah,
said
he's gonna be
was
bad cop.
Victor was yelling at the dummy all morning. His father said, "The poor man. He's he just." He thought his family was dead for 40 years. He gets sucked into Monster Town, finds his man-child Victor, and he's yelling at a dummy all morning and all night to talk. Poor Victor. I mean, poor Henry and Victor. It sucks. But was somebody trying to talk? I heard somebody. Was somebody trying to?
Oh, I just said he can talk as long as he doesn't start walking, you know?
I would.
I
I
love
would
it, the
love.
walk.
I would
I
love
want to know. I want to know why is only Randall seeing the cicada still? Nobody else sees them.
Right? Isn't that weird? You would think they would all have the same after effects.
Mm-hmm.
Julie hears screaming in her head. She said she can almost feel it in her and hear it somehow. Marielle says sometimes that she can feel the bugs inside of her still, but she tells herself that it's not real and fear can only break her if she lets it. I'm not buying that. Number one, I'm not buying that at all. I think she's on some drugs again because there's just no way you could mind over matter this thing. Like I'm gonna tell myself it's not real. I don't think so. Julie's using weed. She said that's the only thing that helps. Marielle may be taking something to numb that, or it's possible that maybe if you're truly not afraid, maybe it takes the power away from this thing. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about that, but
That would make sense because Randall has, that no sense, no, no fear kind of attitude. So if she had the same attitude, they might, not affect her.
yeah, I mean, initially, Randall was not afraid of the monsters when they came up to him on the bus. He yelled at them, and they all just turned and walked away in tandem, like robots. It made me think that maybe if you're truly not afraid, then they're not interested. Think about it. The big bad here seems to feed on fear and pain, right? So if they're not afraid, maybe that actually works. But I think Randall's afraid now. So Randall's still being tormented.
Yeah,
Um,
I think Randall is afraid now because remember he didn't think none of it was real at first until he got caught by the cicada monster, and now he knows it's not. It's real.
Yeah, right? I think Randall was shook by that. He didn't handle it well. Now I think he is afraid. And so maybe the reason why the three of them are having different effects could be different levels of fear. Maybe Randall is the most afraid of the three of them, Mr. Tough Guy, the one you wouldn't expect. Maybe he's really the most afraid, and this is why the cicadas seem to be attacking him the most. Marielle says she can feel them, but she can she can will it away. And Julie hears screaming and feels it, whatever that means.
Well, and Randall is the only one out of the three that doesn't have the support system at all.
True. Randall is isolated. He doesn't have anybody. So that's a great point. Marielle seems to have the most support. She has a loving partner there. Julie just has her messed up family, the worst parents on earth.
It's better than nothing.
They suck.
But
Jim
what
and
if
Tabitha
that's
are the worst.
what if that's one of the reasons why the monsters probably were going to kill them? But what if that's one of the reasons they didn't kill them because the cicada monster is not all the way dead? So they were like, no, we're not going to kill him.
Oh yeah, in that case, yeah, like that when Randall was outside on the ground, I think that's why part of the reason, yeah, it was to play a psychological game, and
Mm-hmm.
but I do think that they actually, I think they don't mess with anybody that's connected to that cicada entity.
Yeah.
I definitely think so. Remember how Randall was left in the woods laying on the ground all night when it attacked him in season 2, and he was fine. They were expecting to go out and find his body the next day.
Yeah.
How is that? Why did he survive? I've always wondered that.
I think it was because the cicada entity was inside of him, and it's
And they're scared
somehow,
of him.
and the monsters, yeah, I think there's a hierarchy. So like the monsters are the tip of the spear, and then you kind of work back from there. Then like the cicada entity is more powerful. and then someone is controlling the whole thing. It's something or whatever, holding the spear.
Because when Martin was hanging on the wall, he was like, "Oh, them, not them. There's worse stuff out there than them."
Yes. Yeah. Wait. Who said that?
I wonder if the
Martin.
cicada entity.
It's right.
Oh,
Right.
I just wondered if the cicada entity might be using them as minions eventually.
Who's using them as minions?
The cicada entity using Mari, Randall, and Julie as minions eventually to its bidding. I guess it's bidding.
Yeah, that's possible. It's kind of using them as like sleeper agents in a way. That could be. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. So far, I'm not seeing that really, but it's possible. Anything's possible with this. Like Julie feels very much drawn to that the dungeon ruins. She's like, she wants to go over there. She's like, do you feel it? And I don't think that's a good idea. Randall had the right idea to get the hell out of there. When Randall's afraid, you better get out of there.
Because that's where I think their bodies were chained. Like they were chained in there, like where Martin's body was chained. Like their spiritual bodies were chained in that.
Yeah, they were chained in there, and that's exactly right. So, and they feel a connection to this. Randall denied it, but he's lying. He's clearly lying. He feels it too, and he's freaked out. And he says, "Can we leave?" Something like that. Please, he said. I've never heard Randall say please ever. So if he's scared, you need to be terrified. You need to get the hell out of there because this guy, yeah. They feel this, like they feel like they're drawn there, and in the episode trailer it looks like they're going to still be hanging around there. Julie's bringing Ethan in the trailer. What the hell? What is she doing bringing her little brother there?
You're reading my mind. You're reading my mind.
Yeah.
Why in the
world? But then Tabby brought Ethan to Cannibal Village too, so I guess Ethan's just along for whatever dangerous ride there is.
That was ridiculous too. I was talking about this. I was talking about this with Anzo and Brian and Nerd Boy or Nerd Man over on Biggerford Entertainment's live last night, and it's like, how dumb are they to bring Ethan to these dangerous places? What is wrong with these people? Like, Tabitha brought Ethan to Cannibal Village, the place where she had this is the place she had horrific nightmares about, that she would wake up screaming every night for months about this place. Oh yeah, let's bring my little boy here. Sure, what could go wrong? That's a great idea. What the hell? Mother of the Year strikes again. I couldn't believe that. Like, if you need to go investigate it, fine. Jim was about to come back anyway. What the hell's the rush? Wait until Jim gets back, leave him with his father, and then go. God, ridiculous.
But she had a dream, Julie.
Oh, it could have waited. Wait till Jim gets back. Damn it. All right, who was going to
do it? It was a nightmare she had all the days of her childhood.
Yeah. What was that? Go ahead.
I think Ethan, it's going to be something where they're taking him all these places, and like I said, he's the only child in the village or Fromville. He's the only child. It's going to be something that's connected to him being the only child, and I feel like he's gonna figure something out before the rest of the adults figure something out.
Yeah, you think? Oh yeah, Ethan, absolutely. He's smart as hell, and I think it's a great idea that they're involving Ethan in trying to figure it out, but they shouldn't be bringing him to these places.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring my child, but I'm just...
No, hell no. I don't understand. Like, there's no reason that she had to bring him. Jim was about to leave. We saw him packing up. Jim was coming back with the food. Why not just wait? I guess it's just it's a TV show. Like, they had to move things along. But it was.
I don't think any of them are thinking straight at this point. I think they're all traumatized, and ever since Ethan's been asking big boy questions, he's been getting to go to the scary places.
Right.
But I don't like the fact that nobody in the town really talks. Like, nobody ever thought to sit down and talk to Victor. He's been there the longest.
Yep. No. Well, nobody takes him seriously. Like they all looked at him like he's, mentally handicapped, and which is and they treated him like he shouldn't be taken seriously, which is, by the way, a terrible way to treat someone who has a disability, a developmental disability, which he seemed like he had. They all just kind of patronized him, and nobody took him seriously or listened to him, and that's foolish. They should have been listening to him, but they didn't. They all just kind of ignored him. Here are your peaches, Victor, and
Yeah, like he survived there the longest
Special
without a
kids,
talisman.
special.
yeah. Go ahead. Who's that? Was that
No, I was
Ray?
just saying, special kids are special, or special people.
Absolutely, they are. Absolutely, they are.
100% agree. However, I would like to give them the benefit of the following. Victor does not volunteer information. And when you do press for answers, all of a sudden he goes into the Tabitha, no, 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 no. And he runs away because the trauma is too much. So I think even on the best of days, trying to push Victor to remember things he doesn't want to would
Yep.
lead nowhere. So while he may be there and he probably has all the answers, to get him to the point where he wants to face whatever trauma he has in order to give you the answers, we haven't seen until now. It's taken 2 seasons because other
Yeah.
than that, he didn't want to engage.
Right. And you know what I think really is, I think what honestly opened the floodgates for him, I think in season 2, like, first of all, Jade was not handling it well. You don't get answers out of him by yelling at him. What the fuck do you know? Like, he was yelling at him and getting in his face. Jade isn't great at dealing with people. I love Jade. He's a great character, but he just is not. He gets worked up. He's manic, and so he was yelling at Victor, and Tabitha was like, what are you doing? You got to change your approach. You can't talk to him like that. And then what did we see? We saw Jade playing the violin for Victor, the song his mother used to play for him. It seems like only the memory of his mother can open the floodgates of Victor's memory. And he's finally, like, he's able to calm down enough and get up the courage to talk and to remember things. That's when he told Jade about Christopher. That's when he told him how Christopher used to be nice, and then he changed, and he saw the symbol, and he got scary. Like, he didn't make people laugh anymore. And then look what happened after that, right? Tabitha is the one who got him to unearth the rest of those memories about, like, Eloise that we got in season 2, which again I think ties back into the fact that the theory that she's Miranda reincarnated. If she is if his mother's spirit is somehow in her, I mean, what better way to get him to open up? She was very maternal with him, very maternal, and he opened up in a way that he never had with anybody else. He remembered the buried, like, he opened that trunk, he remembered his sister, and now look what he's doing. The floodgates are open. He's opening up to Sarah. He's telling stuff to, I forget who else he randomly told stuff to. Like, he was opening up to his father, and, like, so I think once Tabitha really opened those floodgates, now the memories are coming back. Now he wants to help. She was the key. And I could be dead wrong. Maybe we'll see. But for now, I think that she has Miranda's soul. Personally, I just think it fits. But anyway,
That's gonna get
what was that?
That's gonna get very complicated because now I'm thinking about the people who are in town.
Yeah.
So that would mean that she's in town with her husband.
Yep.
And with Henry, who would be, that's so strange. And like, who is she then? Like,
right?
Is she like into
The
both of her
bigamist.
husbands?
I don't
And
know.
then with Victor, it's gonna be super weird.
Right? Oh my god.
She's gonna have
But
to
then
pick
she's
one
also
of the
Eloise at
husbands.
the same time.
And she's
Yeah.
also Eloise somehow. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
But
that's
I don't.
Complicated, but like,
I
yeah.
feel like if people, I understand everybody has their own story and everybody's going through their own stuff at the same time. But if people would actually talk, we would know that Elgin is seeing the lady, and he would know that, and Fatima would know that he's seeing the lady behind her, and they would piece all that together. But everybody's keeping their own information to themselves, so nobody's really helping anybody because everybody's on their own little journey. Nobody's getting anything out to each other.
I know,
I think
right?
So
Elgin's doing
true.
that on purpose.
You think so?
Yeah, I think people talk about the mole and stuff. I think he might be not telling nobody on purpose.
Elgin, okay. All right, maybe. I don't know. To me, I just get vibes of, I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. I've
Yeah,
never knew so many people suspected Elgin. This is
I
news to me.
Yeah, I don't suspect Elgin. I feel like Elgin feels like he's doing the right thing to help Fatima. And it might, I don't know if the kimono lady's evil or good, but he's trying to help her and he thinks he's helping, and it might backfire where he's not helping. So I'm just confused on the whole what's going on. Nobody's relaying stories. He could tell them that he's seeing this woman, then they could try to find out what's going on for him to be seeing this woman to be
No,
related to Fatima.
I know. It's frustrating, and when we do have communication, it's always just in groups of two, in duos, or if you're lucky, maybe three people in a group. So you
Yeah.
have what's called information silos, which are just little groups of people who have specific pieces of information that they're not sharing with anybody else. And it gets very complicated. Who knows what? If they all just shared it together, they have all different pieces to the puzzle that might actually start to fit together. That's why I started doing videos. Like, I'm like, okay, obviously they're never going to have a productive town meeting. I've given up hope after that
That's what I
train
was
wreck that we
thinking.
saw. That After that train wreck we saw, I was like, you know what? Let's take matters in our own hands. I theme my videos now with a town meeting format. Like, here's what everybody should be sharing with each other. And I go through all of it because they're not going to. Maybe we can put it together together as fans.
And
You know,
I think there was a theory about, I'm not even sure what her name is, the lady that got the glass stuck in her eye.
Clara.
Clara.
Okay, her.
yeah.
They were saying that she was being sneaky now too, like something's going on with her.
Yeah,
So
Oh, she's always been sneaky.
yeah,
She's all
yeah.
seen. She's always
She
hiding
had
in the shadows.
Yeah, she's always hiding in the shadows, like popping up all over the place. She popped up right after Elgin saw Kimono Lady with the Polaroid. Like, yeah, I get it. She's popping up everywhere. I don't know. I think she's just like they're giving her a little screen time, maybe to troll us too. I'm convinced this is the season of trolling us with our own theories.
Mhm.
Like
I agree.
there's been so much trolling. They trolled us like crazy with Tilly, and now she's gone. I don't know. I'm still not completely convinced that Tilly wasn't a little suspect, but she wasn't like a flat out mole. Now she's gone. So I
Yeah,
think they
you'll
made
never see those tarot cards again.
no. They're never gonna see the tarot cards again. Like they threw that
Should I
in as a
should I start that song that like Tia is for the girl that she gave us?
God, yeah. Um,
Tilly began dancing in the rain right off the bus, and I thought that was weird.
right. I thought that was super sus, bizarre behavior. And
She got what
I,
she
I was really
wanted.
I really was hoping she'd be the new shaman or the new priest of Frumville, but now she's gone. It's so sad.
yeah, yeah. I'm
What
sorry
if
to
she's
see
not
her.
gone?
Maybe she's not gone.
Is it like truly gone in Frumville?
Yeah, maybe not.
Hopefully she's gone because her storyline, I wasn't into it. And this is what happens when you don't follow boundaries. When you try to be
Right.
nosy and in everybody's business when they told you to leave them alone. Because we all kind of are a little biased. We see it from Tilly's point of view. Oh, poor old lady. But if we had a sister, if Fatima was her sister, she's pregnant, and she says, "Hey, this lady's super weird. I told her, don't touch me, get away from me," and she continues to like be like super weird with me.
I agree.
Yeah.
But still, death isn't the sentence for her. You just talk to the woman.
Yeah, I don't think it justifies, stabbing her or anything like that. But like, I think
Well,
I'm
it's a
starting to.
good lesson.
Sorry, go
Sorry.
ahead. It's a good
It's a
lesson.
good lesson. She didn't live the
It's
lesson, but it's a
no,
good
I mean in
lesson.
this way, and it applies to us as well, you guys. This is a good lesson for the real world. If you suspect that somebody's having a mental health crisis and they tell you get away, and you suspect that they are not doing well and that it's a mental health thing, get help. Call someone else, but do not continue to approach them or to try to touch them,
Well
because
said.
sometimes mental health, like they can't verbalize that they don't feel like they're a safe person, so they try to get it out like, please, like, go away or don't be around me, because that's all they could get out.
Well said.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. And she was all up in their business, and I honestly think that she was giving them false hope and misleading them because okay, I've been thinking about this. Because when I was pretty blindsided when I first saw her get stabbed and killed off the show, I thought, okay, so what I was frustrated because they portrayed her as so suspect for so long, and it seemed like they were just trolling us and just to be like, haha, now she's dead. Guess what? She wasn't the mole. Haha. So no more fanny pack granny super sus. They know that we talk about this stuff. And I feel like this season, she was more suspicious looking than ever. And it's like, okay, they trolled us really hard. We fell for it. But then I thought more deeply about it. If you think back, okay, she told Fatima she knew she was pregnant. Now we know there is no normal baby in there. There's something else going on. She said everybody was explaining it away, saying, oh, some women can just, and I understand this argument. Some women just can sense that a woman is pregnant. But okay, this is not a normal world. This is Fromville. And this is clearly not a normal pregnancy. We know that now. That we know for sure. We saw the ultrasound. What the hell did Tilly sense? So then I thought more, okay, she told her she's pregnant. She knows she's pregnant, rather. Then she started following her around, popping up all over the place, telling both Fatima and Ellis, everything is fine. Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. This is normal. Oh, they're just cravings. I used to lick eggshells when I was pregnant. Like, okay. And even to her dying breath, she was sus. She told Fatima, like, everything's going to be okay. It's okay. Guess what? It's not going to be okay. Fatima is somehow possessed by some entity or whatever's wrong with her that made her stab Tilly. And now she's in serious trouble. Everything is not going to be okay, clearly. So
And apparently they took Tilly's advice and they're going to run, which is a bad idea.
And they're going to run, and maybe that was good advice, and maybe she was helping, but I just feel like it was wrong. She sensed that something, I think she was tied to some kind of evil entity that was using her as a tool. Maybe she didn't even know about it. Maybe it was involuntary, but I definitely think she was being used as a tool to dupe her and Ellis into thinking everything's fine. So this would actually discourage them from reaching out and telling people we're worried about this. Like she doesn't want that. She wants them to keep their mouths shut, I think, and let whatever this evil thing is take over Fatima. And yeah, now look what happened. Now she's
That's a good point.
If
right?
she
Yeah,
is a mole,
it could have
if
been an
she,
entity that was attached to her because she didn't seem like she had cancer anymore.
No, she didn't.
it could
So
have
it
been
could
a
have
lie.
been, yeah.
I'm
She could
thinking,
have
I'm
she could have
thinking
made a deal. She could have made a deal, and so she couldn't have cancer anymore.
Right?
I'm thinking
She
that
just
I'm
likes
thinking
she just likes a good love story.
Well,
I
I'll say
don't know.
this, right? Fletcher, the Kramanako, I love your comments and I love that, like you challenge beliefs. I think that's really cool. You speak your mind. But I
Yes,
will say
absolutely.
this regarding my point of view, because you say I don't understand. She's just a nice old lady trying to help a young couple. And this applies for real life too. When someone puts up a boundary, everybody, a man or a woman, but specifically a pregnant woman puts up a boundary. If she says, I don't want your help, get away from me, don't touch me, follow that boundary. You don't know better than them. Sometimes you think that you have the answers and you don't. They don't want the answers. Maybe they want to be wrong.
well
Maybe they
said.
don't want to be helped. Just because you believe that you have the answer for their problem doesn't mean that you get to cross boundaries and say, I'm just going to help you out because I decided that I'm going to do that. That's not okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, why how was she so sure Fatima was pregnant when she's not? Why was she telling her everything's fine and this is all normal? And she saw Fatima eating rotten vegetables. Does,
Julie,
if she had 4 kids and 7 grandkids, how does she think eating rotten vegetables is normal? That's not normal. That's gaslighting, like someone in the comments said. Sorry, what was that?
Or
Julie, I'm thinking that she is just a like a gnat or a fly, and you keep saying shoo shoo get away, but
Yeah.
she was doing it on purpose, because she knew she was on the edge, and perhaps she wanted to get stabbed or some harm come to her, because I really think it's all a part of breaking Boyd. It's all
Yes.
going to go back to him. So
Yes.
she's creating the situation, the scenario. You know what I
100
mean?
100%. That is exactly how I felt. Like she wanted this to happen. She knew this was going to happen. I'm convinced of it. I just get that sense like she knew something had to be off with Fatima. Somehow she sensed what was going on and convinced Fatima all this is normal and it's fine to eat these black vegetables, and that's clearly that's not like Christy is a third year med student. Christy knows damn well that is very concerning, and she told Boyd, you should have come to me with this. Now here's Tilly. She says she's had 4 kids and 7 grandkids. She thinks that's okay and normal. Okay, maybe she's old and she lost her marbles. Okay, so you might say that. Fine. All right, maybe, but I don't know. I look, I'm
yeah,
only
but then her 7 kids could be the Nkui kids. She could be influenced by monsters. She could be a high priestess of the Rekazulu. We don't know. I think she's being influenced by something outside of
yeah,
herself.
I think she's being influenced by something. Yeah, I don't football infinity. I'm not saying she's a mole. I don't think there is a mole, to be honest. I don't think that Fromland
I think
needs a mole.
I think that was this Randall thing. I mean, I don't even know if anybody thought anybody was a mole until Randall said, "Oh, there's a mole."
Yeah, I don't think this place needs a mole. There's something omniscient that can see and hear everything. I don't think this place needs a mole, but maybe a human to manipulate and use as a tool, possess or somehow control. That could be a useful tool. So that's what I think. I don't think she's a mole. Like not she's not going and reporting like, okay, to the big bad. Okay, here's the report on everybody this week. Fatima's still eating the rotten veggies. No, like I'm not
Reporting to the Rekazulu.
yeah, like she shows up to Red Cthulhu. No, no,
Yeah,
I don't.
in my head
I
she does.
Yeah, and let's not also, by the way, let's not hate on anybody's theories. Some people think there's a mole, and all theories are welcome here. All theories are welcome. If you think Tilly is or Donna's
Well,
a
yeah,
mole,
because
whatever.
I mean, Clara could be a mole. I mean,
Absolutely.
Let's see
I'm
who
not
else is
hating on
sneaking
you.
around.
Yeah, yeah. All theories are welcome here, and I know how Nikki feels here. I know, Nikki. You're gonna have your own. I'm looking forward to hearing your side. Nikki is very much Nikki from A Night of Horror here in the chat. Um, she's very much in the camp of Tilly's a nice old lady, uh, and that's fine too. Like I'm always open to other people's ideas. I'm never
She just
completely.
likes a good love story.
Yeah, like maybe she
I mean,
does.
I can see all different. I could see her as a nice old lady. I could see her being controlled by the, entity. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Absolutely,
You know,
I think she's a nice old
she
lady. I
might
think
think she's helping. She
I
might
think
think
she
she's
does.
helping.
I think that she does. I don't think she's consciously like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna," I don't think she was consciously evil. I think personally, she was being manipulated without her knowledge, maybe like controlled in some way. For example, she just happens to show up to the clinic with the morphine, and I don't think she did that on purpose. That was orchestrated. There's no way it was a coincidence, as Marielle is an addict. That was too. Come on, like that's not.
Tilly is evil.
That's not. That's. I think that was orchestrated by the big bad, like manipulating events. Like, but I don't think she deliberately showed up like, oh, good, I'm gonna get her back on drugs. No, I don't think that at all. I think she thought she was helping. Yeah, I do. But she's being manipulated. And hey, Zax. Hey there, Zax. Great to see you. Zax is a member of an awesome panel. He's every Friday night, not on Nadia's channel, where I'll be again talking from Friday night. I think 8 p.m. Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern. Nadia from Horror with Nods at her channel. She does an awesome from breakdown every week, and Zax is on the panel. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So, highly recommend you guys check that out. And let's see.
I love this picture.
Right?
Here.
Oh my
And
gosh.
to me, the only thing that comes across, you guys, is and she learned that day. Her whole life, nobody told her get out of people's business, but that day, she learned. And I know everybody has different opinions, but we all have different things about the show that we love, right?
Goodness.
And this is one part that I love.
Maybe the never crossed you.
Dang. The penalty for being nosy is death now?
It
Okay.
takes all sorts. That's what's like
You tell me to go
amazing
away, I
and
will
great
get
about a
away.
TV show. That it's not real. It's not
I have a
real. It's just for
question.
pretend.
I have a question.
Okay. Yes,
So
go ahead.
what do y'all think about the bottle trees?
Oh, good question. Good question. I personally, I think it's super interesting that there are 2 bottle trees in Camden, Maine that we know of. Miranda made both of them, and then we know there are 2 bottle trees in Fromville that we're aware of. And it's interesting that, okay, so one of the bottle trees in Camden was just a regular tree, no hole in it. We never got to see the other one. Now, in Fromville, we have a bottle tree with no hole in it. We've got another one that's a faraway tree. I think if they had made it to that other tree in Camden, there would have been a hole in it. And possibly, if you're a chosen one, it might be a faraway tree. Only for chosen ones. In the real world, maybe. Well, now I guess we'll never know. But I think maybe the bottle trees in Fromville were just kind of manifested there when Miranda created them. That's just a theory. Who knows? But what do you guys think? Any ideas on the bottle trees?
Do you think Miranda could have gone through the faraway tree if she hadn't been stopped in her car by the down tree? Question.
Like if she hadn't been, yeah.
The one in
wait a
the
minute.
park, the installation, the one they dropped acid around, which I assume has a hole in it. We never see it, but I assume it has a hole in it. Could she have been able to use that tree? And where would she have gone?
I think she would have been able to if Tabitha had made it to the tree. I think because she's a chosen one, it would have transported her somewhere. And who knows? Maybe this would have been, this whole mission is supposed to be to save, quote unquote, save the children. I don't think
So
it's
she would go like
literal.
straight to the slabs, like straight to the anchovy slabs.
I don't know what that means exactly yet. I think that there aren't any literal children left to save now. I think it, save the children might actually be a metaphor now, or like defeating that whatever the big bad entity is that is powering this place, and is possibly, you know, motivating people to you know, commit child sacrifice, or at least try to. I think that it's really about defeating the big bad. I don't think she's going to find some kids that need to be saved somewhere. So possibly, now I don't know where that tree would have taken her, but maybe that was part of the mission. She needed to go somewhere through that tree, and something intervened. I don't know. Maybe the big bad pulled her back in before she could get there. Like, it's interesting to think about, though. Where would that tree have taken her? Could it have taken her somewhere? It's frustrating. She was so close. It was right down the street, and it almost made it. Damn it. Almost.
I don't think the numbers in the battle tree are dates. I think they're like coordinates.
I thought
No.
that too. And then I heard someone say that it was related to music because a couple of the numbers were backwards. I don't know a lot about music or the notes or anything, but that's what someone said.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been hearing that a lot. And like, I know a lot of people, I don't know who started it or who originally had the idea, but I've read a bunch of different things on Discord. Tony Teflon was talking about it in his video. I know he looked it up through Chat GPT. He looked up what backwards 2s and 7s could mean. And he found out that, okay, this could be related to music compositions. And other people in the fandom also figured that out too, on their own, you know, just through the awesome detective work that this fandom does. So I think that it's most likely, so that's what I put in my video, and I, you know, I didn't take credit because that wasn't my idea, but I think that because I just think that would be really smart if it's a music composition. Remember, Jade said that the dates repeat, like on not dates, the numbers repeat multiple times, like numerous times. If those were dates, why would they repeat so many times? To me, if it's translating into a music composition, that makes more sense. A song would have repeating notes and whatnot. That would be interesting. And
I think
maybe
they match. I don't think they repeat.
you think, what do you think? What do you mean? They what?
I think the numbers match with the numbers on at the other tree.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's sort of like a repeating thing. I think it's a matching thing.
Was it though? I thought that he said that both. I'll have to go back and check. I'll go back and check, but I thought that he said both trees have all the same numbers and they repeat many, many times. That's what I thought he said, but I'll go back and check and see if I got it wrong. But yeah, I thought that's what he said. Anyway, yeah, but if that's not the case, then yeah, I mean, they could be dates. They could still be dates either way. Who knows? But I think the music note idea is interesting, and Jade plays the violin. If he figures out, like, let's say he figures it out. My co-host here, she had a really cool idea that if they were to figure out a song based on these numbers, then if let's say he plays the song on the violin, maybe that triggers some kind of a vision or transports them somewhere, like kind of like Boyd's torch was able to
Yeah,
transport him, and then
could
they
be
see
like some type of frequency or something.
yeah, right, like, maybe, you know.
But I think Victor's mom probably told him something about the trees because if you notice, Victor stands outside and he counts like, oh, how many times the tree moved, how far the tree moved.
Mm-hmm.
So stand and say, oh, the trees moved this much. He has to see how far the trees moved.
Yes, that's right. Which is interesting. You know, like what does this mean? Is this like it almost seems like the trees are menacing. He said that the trees moved, and that's bad. They moved closer. And that's bad. It's like they're advancing closer on the town, and the forest. I think that's a bad thing, maybe because the forest is full of worse entities than the monsters. We know the further out you go, I think the worse it gets.
So I was thinking maybe what if the numbers are like the steps the trees move, the bottle trees move from each other. So they write the numbers in the bottles in each tree.
That's
why they repeat.
That's an interesting one. I had not heard that idea before. I haven't heard anybody say that.
Yeah,
Interesting idea.
I was also thinking that the numbers themselves could just be a letter code as well, and they may form words.
Oh,
You
like
mentioned the words.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
a
I mean it's almost
cipher.
like music, but it could be individual like code words or something. If you say the words or use the words, it could be transported, kind of like the music. I mean, spitballing.
Yeah. No, it could be. There's all kinds of different ways you could translate this, and it's so interesting to hear all the different rabbit holes people are going down. It's super cool. I know there was one theory like that you could somehow take Greek and translate it using some kind of Greek.
Well, we're doing that because you hit 1,000K. We're doing the 12-hour. We're getting the koala and the Hebrew, books out in the Phoenician. We're gonna add up every word to every script of every from show, and we'll find the answer.
Yeah, right.
Everybody's welcome.
12-hour stream. Yeah, no, I'm not. We're joking. We're not really gonna do a 12-hour stream. I'm not that far gone
Speaking
yet.
of that, you're at the 3-hour mark. I don't know if you want to if you wanted to keep it
Yeah.
to 4, but I just thought I'd give you a conscious because I'm gonna have to get off of here pretty soon, and that's my only conscious guide I can give you is it's 3 hours right now, and I don't have my bell. I'm in Wisconsin, so I don't have my bell with me.
I'm good. When I need to get off, I'll get off. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine.
But what I was saying about the trees is how does Victor know to count the ways the trees moves? He had to get that from his mom or someone.
I thought he took steps. I thought he was just walking from tree to tree.
No, he said he had to count.
I believe he just took steps. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think he's been there so long that he finally noticed that something was changing.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. And he started doing that right way back in season 1. He was counting the steps, and when he was looking for his suitcase that he buried, he had that little drawing of the trees, and I think he was counting. It seemed like he was counting steps to find that too. Yeah.
On the map with that suitcase, the steps that he marks out is 4 and 7.
No way, really? I didn't know that. Oh, nice. More 4s and 7s, of course.
But some of the I don't know what they are, dates, whatever the numbers that's written in the bottle trees, they show on somebody's podcast, they showed a picture of some of the same numbers being written in the cave on the wall.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. On the
That's
cave
lighthouse.
wall. Oh, you mean the
Lighthouse.
lighthouse? Yeah. Yeah, what's interesting about that is I believe somebody was able to actually enhance the image of all the dates that Jade put up, and the only date
it was Igor.
The only date that
not Igor from Geek Academy.
Igor from Geek Academy. Thank you. I wasn't sure who did it. Igor.
Yeah, I stole that. I always give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, thank you for that. I said someone. I didn't know who. I couldn't remember. I hear so many freaking things. It's awesome. But I just don't always remember who said what. Igor enhanced the image of the date, or the numbers rather. And I'm so used to thinking of them as dates, but now I'm thinking of them as something else. Anyway.
Yeah.
He enhanced it, and it basically only one of the numbers matches the numbers in Tabitha's dream. I believe it was 1864. That was it.
Yep.
So that's interesting. I was really surprised about that. I thought all of those numbers would be there. What does that mean? I don't even know.
There's some numbers, I don't know where they're written. I don't think they're in the lighthouse. They're written somewhere else because they said they're written in different handwriting though. So the same person didn't write them.
That's what it seems like. It says one bottle tree was, Jade
That's
said
on the
one
other
was
tree.
like, yeah, one was in cursive, the other was not. One tree was cursive. So that implies that maybe they were written by different people.
No, not
I
in the
was
trees. They're in the cave. They're written. It's like scratched into like rock or something. I don't know where I seen it at. It's scratched into rock, but it looks different. It's like different handwriting.
I think you're talking about the tally marks. There were some
uh,
tally marks.
in
I'm
the
not
cave.
sure.
There were?
Yeah, there was
Okay.
like tally marks when you do the scratching and a line through to make a 5.
No. They were actually numbers. They were
Numbers? I
written,
don't
but they
remember
look
numbers.
different. I gotta find out whose video it was, but it shows like they enlarge it. It's a couple different numbers together, and it's like different writing. They said the same person didn't write it.
Okay.
I don't know whose video it's on.
Yeah, the only other place I know numbers is that map that Victor did with the like 1800 and 1700 and stuff right on the side, and the 92 and things like that. But that's cardboard and not in stone.
I was wondering, are there any number 9s in those 4-digit numbers? Is there a 9 in any of them? Or is it just numbers 1 through 8? Do you know what I mean?
Are there 9s in any of them? I'm not sure. I'd have to see the list of numbers. That I'm not sure about. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking. I don't know. Like the 2659. I know through. There's a 9. Yeah, 2659. There is a 9.
Okay.
I know that threw a lot of us because we were thinking they were dates, and yes,
Yeah,
someone
there's a lot of crazy numbers. Like there's 5, 6, 23. There's a 5, 9, 6, 4, something like that. I mean, there's a lot there on the higher end, like that couldn't be years unless they're way in the future.
Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, those aren't the exact number. Those are the exact numbers because I can't really get, like, if I click off this thing, I'll just click off StreamYard. But they're on one of Igor's videos. Really nice, pretty still.
Okay. Interesting. Hey, Nikki. I don't know if you're still in the chat. But A Night with Horrors, Nikki in the chat. If you're still out there, feel free to drop your link. My mod Dieter, I think he must be busy at work or something, but I just gave you a wrench so you can drop your link in the chat, so people can check out your channel, because it's really cool. A Night with Horrors channel is super cool. Anyway, what were we trying? Okay, so yeah, honestly, the numbers I think we're all gonna drive ourselves crazy with these things at this point. Yeah, Nikki said, at this point, I'm convinced we're all in the from with them. The lines are blurring for me. Are we sure we didn't all run into that tree? Right? I think so.
Well, both of us have seen down trees, right? That, like, when we've been walking.
Can I spitball a theory?
Sure, go ahead.
Last time, can I say something really quick? I'm gonna go off soon. I went to one trip, and now I'm gonna go into some caves in Wisconsin. So, I'm from and all over the place.
Yeah,
you're doing a real life wrong.
Absolutely.
Have fun. That sounds amazing.
Lots of crows too. Lots of crows everywhere.
Okay. Be
Right.
careful. Crows are smart.
Yeah, they are. They're very smart.
Next thing you know, we're gonna see her in the next episode arriving.
Right. She'll be season 4.
Yeah. Right. Oh man,
I hope I get the priest role.
Or
right?
she's the corpse in the cellar.
Oh no! I do
It's
have a
time. It's
beard,
time. It's time travel. So you're alive for right now. Don't worry about
but I also have a
Oh,
beard.
all
it.
right. Well, I hope you're having fun. I'm glad you were able to drop in.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we both have seen some things. I think we're all in the from for sure. I saw the tree. I saw the tree myself. The day I joined the fandom officially, and I was waiting for the live to start that night. Tony was having a live. I just found this this community. I finished watching from seasons 1 and 2, and the 2 days later the season 3 trailer teaser rather dropped, the 30-second teaser or whatever. And that's the night I saw a tree in my path. I was walking on a bike path. I saw a big ass tree, and it was not even a dead tree. There was no storm. It was just a random tree. I was like, oh yeah, I'm being sucked into Fromville, and I've been obsessed ever since. So maybe I am in Fromville for sure.
Yeah, that'd be an instant. Goddamn,
Right?
they
And
got me.
Yeah, but what role would you want to be in Fromville though, if you had to pick one?
oh gosh, what role? None of them have a very good role, but I think if I had to pick, I would want to be Jade, because I think he's going to figure it all out. He'll be driven to the brink of madness in the meantime, but he'll figure it out, definitely. And you're welcome,
So you don't
Nikki.
mind
You're welcome,
you don't
Nikki.
mind watching people drink blood out of skulls then?
Um, no, I don't think I would care for that too much, but I don't know. My money is on him to figure this thing out. Hopefully, he won't lose his life in the end, though. I don't know about that. I think he'll be there until I think he will be there until the end, but like he might not make it out with everybody else. That's what worries me about him. Like I don't know. I don't know. But
I hope he
what about
makes
you
it out.
guys? What do you think?
I hope he makes it out.
Oh, me too. I love Jade. I really love Jade. And you are welcome, Nikki. Everybody check out A Night with Horror's channel. It's so cool. And she'll be on as a guest with me again. So looking forward to that. And anyway, oh yeah, Kayla R said we almost ran into a fallen tree during a storm about 5 years ago. I think I'm in Fromville. Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you didn't run into it and made it out all right. Jeez. Um, hmm. Yeah, yeah. Your role would be Boyd concubine, Nikki. All right, all right. I can see that. Boyd. Hey, Boyd looks great for his age. He is a he's a catch. He is a catch. And hey, Chocolate Beauty. Glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. Rory Moran says, I think I would want to be Eloise. Really? Where the hell is she? How do you
But
know?
we're all Eloise, though.
Aren't we all?
So
Isn't
you
there?
got your wish.
Aren't we all Eloise? Isn't there a little bit of Eloise in all of us?
Yeah, everybody.
Right? Okay. I don't know what's going on in the comments, but let's be nice, people. Like let's be nice to each other. Seeing some rumblings here.
Yeah, I can't see the comments where I'm at. Let me try to look at the comments here.
Yeah, we're family here. Let's let's act like family now.
I mean, we don't want to ban anybody here.
Somebody in the
Them
chat
people
says.
are not being, respectful.
Somebody in the chat says if you keep coming back to this chat, we might make you stay.
Oh wait, who said? Oh man, little dirty X. Right. I like it. I like it. Oh no, Vanessa Wicked, not Diddy's party. Oh, ouch. No, don't want to go to Diddy's party. No, Please no. Girl, I don't know. I would be Ethan says thickly. No one expects so no one expects too much out of me. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good choice actually. I don't think Ethan's going anywhere. I don't think they're going to kill him off no matter how old he looks, no matter how much older he gets. Um You're going to pass Susie Greenberg. Okay. All right. I don't know what we're arguing about here, but it's just, we can disagree without being disagreeable. It's okay. People can disagree with each other. It's okay. Let's just keep it civil. What does Nikisha say? Like just let's even if we disagree, we can respect each other's opinions. 100%, Nikisha. 100%. Oh yeah, like right. Yeah, that was right. Oh yeah, that was the start of the pandemic. Yeah, maybe they did enter Fromville 5 years ago when they hit the fall when they almost reached the fallen tree. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Will Smalls. Hey, Will Smalls. I don't know if I've even have I said hi to you yet tonight? You're awesome. I hope I did. I think I did. I would be in the diner. I love cooking and eating. Yes, same. Oh, that's a good, actually a good choice. Although, if you chose Mrs. Lou, then you'd be gone by now. But I think it looks like Bacta is going to reopen the diner, so that's good. Give Bacta something to do. Bacta needs more of a role. She's just kind of popping in here and there. They don't seem to know what they want to do with her on the show, and I'd like to see more of Bacta. I like her.
Me too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right?
I have a whole backstory about her in my head, about her grandfather being in the Little War, great grandfather. I've talked to you about it.
Yeah.
Her whole.
Yeah.
I mean, it would also give a nice life for them to actually have scenes again, where there could be a number of people in there, and everybody might be having a good time eating vegetables and food they found.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I think Bacta's grandmother definitely has a connection to this place, because how did she know the cicada nursery rhyme? There's no way that's a normal thing that's outside of Fromville. That's a Fromville thing, 100%. So her grandmother may have been here. Who knows? Or she had visions of this place outside of Fromville, which is, I mean, I think that's possible. People have visions. People are contacted by the boy in white. And Tabitha, I think Tabitha was really out and she saw the boy in white. I believe that was a real vision. So, yeah, I highlighted, I started this earlier to address, and then I meant to get back to it and I never did, but Will Smalls had an interesting question. Do Ankui kids have black nails? People keep saying child sacrifice, but those kids were never regular kids. If boy in white is not a boy, why do you think the Ankui kids are real kids? Okay, so maybe it's not like maybe it's a ruse and they're avatars for something else. I don't know. I think that they could be avatars representing maybe all of the children who've been sacrificed over all these centuries. Who knows? Like, I definitely don't necessarily think they're real kids. And they're certainly not alive. But yeah, Amy Cinnamon Sweets said hang out with Tilly and Elgin crocheting. Yeah, that seems pretty chill. I would I think I would want to do that, although Tilly would make me a little nervous, but yeah, Elgin, I would have said hang out with Elgin up until now. I don't know. I don't think
Amy likes the thick.
no.
They're like the two weirdest people right now.
They are. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I would still say I would want to be Jade because I think he's gonna figure this shit out. It's only a matter of time.
I mean, you're so smart though. I think you would be a Jade because you have figured out a lot of stuff in the comments, and you're always like theorizing. So I feel like I could see you more of a Jade. You wouldn't be able to help
Do
not
they do
figuring
they,
it out.
they
Uh,
have from quizzes for what character you are and from? Do they have those out there?
I don't know. That would be fun to do. Like, yeah, what character would you be in from? And thank you for the very kind words, PM. That's so sweet of you to say. Um, like I appreciate it. I just love thinking about this show, coming up with theories. But I'm just like all of you guys. There's so many amazing theory crafters in this fandom. So many smart people coming together, putting their heads together for this show, and I love hearing everybody's ideas. It's so cool. Like the detective work, it blows my mind. Like some of the rabbit holes, like that people go down, and like the things people dig up. Like I was really fascinated by what people are doing with the numbers, and I'm more into like the conceptual kind of theory crafting rather than trying to figure out like crack some kind of numerical code. But yeah, I love seeing the ideas people have about everything that's
And they're
going.
getting better at it now that you mention it. Um, I think that they're realizing that we are zooming in to every frame because when Acosta showed up her badge, her name was like not visible at all. It was past the cover. And you could see Acosta, but it wasn't clear. So I think they're getting on to like figuring out that we will zoom in and dissect.
Yes, they
Are you
know
talking
that.
about Acosta's name?
Yeah, the badge.
Are
So
you
she
talking about
flashed
her?
her badge at us, and that was a good opportunity to see her info, but
Uh,
it
I think
wasn't
her name
clear.
is Esperanza.
Who's
I think it's
Esperanza?
Esperanza.
I don't.
Esperanza means hope in Spanish.
Yeah, but do you recall Victor saying anything about her or?
No, it just means hope from the coast. Thanks for somebody help me translate that.
Hope taker.
Her name's a concept. Everybody thinks about hope. Therefore, her name would be, it looks longer than Eloise blurred out. But it could be Esperanza,
Esperanza.
which means hope.
Sounds Hispanic. I mean, I guess, right? It could be.
It could
Yeah,
be.
Esperanza, definitely hope.
It
Acosta, I
looks.
mean, if we're talking about Spanish, Acosta sounds like you might be taking something.
That's true.
It's from the coast.
Esperanza
It means
Acosta
from
is,
the coast.
yeah.
Yeah, it means by the coast in Spanish and in Portuguese. So the interesting thing is we don't know what her first name is, and she won't reveal it in interviews. So that's got the fandom kind of questioning what's going on here. And I tried to zoom in on her badge when she flashed it in Boyd's face, but where is it? But it's not visible. It's kind of like on Lost when they would, they'd have some kind of piece of paper or something, and you would be straining to see it, and it's like nope, you're not going to see it. They're not going to let you see the damn thing. They know you're going to look, not going to let you see it. So it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if they want us to question it, if they're just messing with us. It's interesting that they still haven't revealed her first name. And the only thing I could tell from her ID was that, why can't I find this picture? The only thing I could tell is that it looks like a long name. I couldn't tell other than that.
I hope you can find that picture. I'd like to see that picture.
It was from episode 7, wasn't it?
I
Yeah.
tried to zoom in, I
Yeah,
couldn't
I
see
think so.
anything.
She's with Boyd, right? And she's showing it like because she thinks that it means something.
Yeah, she flashed it in his face. Okay, that was her at the diner. And
Mm-hmm. Yeah, isn't
where the
this
hell
one?
where the hell is the picture? I know I took a screenshot.
Oh, I know where it is. It's when she wants her gun and she flashes her badge and her thing and says, "I'm a cop."
Yeah, this is the scene, but the picture's missing, and I know I took a screenshot of it. What the hell? It's not there. Oh well.
Isn't it in the
All
last
I know,
episode?
Well,
Was it
it
an
wasn't.
episode of the?
Wasn't. I think it
No,
was.
this
Yeah,
like
she.
the. Oh,
It
okay.
was.
So when she gets in Boyd's face, it's that one. Yeah, but you didn't take a still of it.
I
That's too
did
bad.
take a still of it. I did take a still of it, but it's not here. It must have failed to
Oh
upload
no.
to the cloud. Yeah, but it's okay. Honestly, I looked at it. We wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. There's nothing there. Like, I mean, it's too blurry. All I can tell is that it's not a.
I'm just spitballing as Renanza because I actually like the way it sounds. It's pretty, and I figured her name could be a concept as well as the name of some character that we know.
Yeah.
Concept
Yeah.
names: faith, hope,
Uh,
charity, etc.
yeah, all the names seem to be very deliberate in the show, so that would be cool. Yeah, I like that theory.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Fletcher the Chromonocle, yeah, he has an interesting theory too. You know, he thinks that maybe Eloise did get out, but she traveled through time in his theory, and because she traveled through time, that's why she's like that. Basically, this is Eloise. She didn't, she like time traveled, so that's why it explains the age difference, because she's clearly way younger than Victor. And it's interesting. I mean, anything's possible with this show. I don't know. I think where we had issues with it though was, I think, the eye color, right? We were talking about the
And
eye
the hair
color.
color. And the face doesn't look the same.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah, but
problem.
it's interesting, it like I love all the different theories.
I mean, I like listening. I like listening to anybody that has that. Anybody that has a theory. I'm willing to listen.
Absolutely. And honestly, I really just hope they settle this once and for all this season about what happened to Eloise. Like, other than just Victor saying my mom and sister died, I want to know for sure. Did he find her body or not? Yes or no? Because in horror and in soap operas, there's a rule: if there's no body, they might be alive somewhere. So I want to know, like, why didn't they tell us in season 2 if he found her body? Then why just let that dangle? And of course we were going to speculate on that. So that frustrates me.
Well, Julie, I'm in the camp where I believe that Eloise is Tabitha. I've heard this theory before. And I believe that I still think that Eloise might be Tabitha. That's what I'm thinking. I know there's the age difference, but if it's time travel, I don't know. She could have landed somewhere where there was a difference in time, if you will, and the people that raised her as Tabitha, so she doesn't really remember, the past life that she had before she went through the faraway tree.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's possible. Yeah. I'm like, I've heard that theory. I've heard that theory from others too, and that's super.
They may even be twins, Julie. They may be twins, because we see the eggs, and we see the eggs splitting into two. Some people say it's the infinity sign, but it could also be like one egg splitting into two, so that maybe they're actually twin, brother and sister. But I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Even if like they were twins, right? Like, Eloise would have been 10, 11, 12 years old. How do they wipe a 12-year-old's memory? Like, she's not like 2, right? She'd be 12.
She could have been traumatized, and she just forgot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Displaced memories, could be
possible.
Yeah, it's possible. I think so, because if Eloise did survive, I think that she definitely would have memory issues like Victor. like I always kind of imagined her like a female version of Victor, like traumatized, but if she got out, then it's possible that she's not traumatized, but her memory is just wiped. So it could be. This place messes with people's memory, and I don't think it's just normal trauma either. It's not just your typical PTSD to forget that you had a sister who existed. It's typical to, for the mind to protect itself by, blocking memories. Absolutely, 100%. But like forgetting you ever had a sister that existed is pretty extreme. So me, I think that this place messes with people's memories in an unnatural way. So if Eloise got out, I would think that she'd have memory problems for sure. So who knows? I personally would find it extremely interesting if someone we already know on the show is Eloise. I would love it if that were the case. Like
There's a
I
really good
mm-hmm.
To go off of what you were saying, you would love somebody on the show to be Eloise. There's a really interesting comment. I had not heard this before. I believe it's Chris Smalls said Julie could be Eloise. And I had not heard anybody pinpoint Julie, but his explanation is that if Tabitha is Miranda, Julie is Eloise. Like maybe they both died. And I don't know, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, okay. Like wait, so Julie, would you wait, so if Eloise had died and Julie is reincarnated as, I mean, Eloise is reincarnated as Julie, is that what you mean? Like,
I believe that might be it. But go ahead, Chris, and if we're getting it wrong, correct it in the comments. But I believe that was his theory. Like it would be Tabitha is Miranda and Julie is Eloise.
okay, yeah. That's interesting. So like not only, yeah, who knows? Maybe not only was she reincarnated, in my opinion, my personal opinion, but yeah, it would be super interesting if Eloise was reincarnated as her daughter, her own daughter Julie. I mean, who knows? Like, obviously, if you look at, obviously biology, yeah, like an offspring has to be, it could only have been produced by those two people, Jim and Tabitha. But who knows? I mean, we're dealing with a horror sci-fi show, and who knows what rules reincarnation even has. I mean, if you can be reincarnated as an insect, then anything's possible. So I like that idea very much. Yeah, that's super cool. And okay, wait a minute. I was just seeing an old message. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, what was that? Chris Smalls who said that? That's really interesting. I like it.
And then let me see who said it, because they have something just amazing. The chat is amazing with these theories.
Oh God.
So Kaiju Labs, Doc Kaiju Labs, I believe that's what it is. I'm sure I'm not saying it correctly. But he said, or she said, it would follow maybe then that Ethan is concurrent incarnation of Victor, which just like my mind is blown. So that would mean that Ethan is Victor, but they're both alive at the same time.
That would be crazy, right? What would his soul be split between two bodies? That would be crazy. Okay, yeah. Tesla Con Marge, or aka my co-host of many names. Her mic is not working, but she says bye to everyone. Bye, have fun. We'll see you next time. Glad you can make it on. Anyway, yeah, that would be crazy, right? If Victor is somehow like if Victor is somehow like Victor and Ethan would be like the same soul. I mean, it'd be like, I don't know, like a clone. That's crazy. Yeah, the chat has amazing ideas. Let's see what else you guys are saying.
Yeah, you guys are amazing, but it seems either way, it's about to get complicated. I feel like, from what I'm seeing in the comments, I feel like we all know that we're heading into a complicated terrain with the next couple of episodes.
Oh, I think so. I think so, right? Thickly said, if there is a time and dimension aspect to it, Victor could exist congruently with his parallel. That could be, right? We have no idea, right? Yeah, that could be too. Like, absolutely. Say there's like this is an alternate dimension. Yes, that's absolutely a great point. I like it. Yeah, what was I gonna say? I forget now. Doc Kaiju Lab says the idea of concurrent incarnation is tied to ideas of non-linear time. Wow, okay. Yeah, you guys are super smart. Amazing. Amazing. Like, see, this is what's so amazing about this show, how much it stimulates the mind and the imagination to just come up with like really complex theories and concepts. It's amazing. This is what keeps us coming back week after week, even when the show isn't even on. So many of us are still in live chats. I saw it when I joined the fandom. I couldn't believe it. I showed up and I'm like, oh my god, you're having weekly lives when the show's been off for like a year. It's amazing. Because this show is like it just fires the imagination, and everyone has such intelligent, fascinating ideas. I love hearing about it. And yeah, I think the next 3 episodes, it's going to be exciting. I think so. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just get the feeling, based on the 2 episode titles of the part 1 and 2 of the finale, Revelations, I've always thought that that's going to be a double meaning. It's going to have a biblical element to it. It's going to be actual revelations. We are going to get some answers. I think. I'm hoping anyway.
That's a great point of discussion. So, revelations. When you say a biblical, I don't know much about, like specific biblical information here, but revelations, is that part of, like, you say a biblical connection in the Bible or in religion? What was revelations? Was that a good event or a negative event?
It depends on who you are.
Could you explain that further for those of us who are not religious?
Well, I just mean, if you're a saved individual or if you're not, there's different things that will happen to different people or different individuals.
Is it like a massacre?
For some.
Wow. So we could be looking at a massacre again and from.
Yes.
Whoa.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's I know I've heard a few people predicting that we're going to get a massacre at the end of this season, and I've heard that said before, and it's possible. I mean, we're supposed to lose a few beloved characters this season, according to the showrunners, and by my count, we've only got one, and that was Tian Shen. I don't think Dale counts as beloved, and Tilly, I don't think she counts either. Some people might have liked her, but I don't think she's one of the most beloved characters. That's what they said. So if we're gonna get a massacre, they could kill off a bunch of red shirts and maybe 2 beloveds. I kind of hope not. I'd rather not lose 2 more, but if we're to believe the showrunners, then that could be what's coming.
Yeah,
Julie,
I don't know
I have
that
a
we could
quick
afford
question.
to lose anyone else.
I don't think
True.
so either. I don't think so either. Who was asking a question?
It's me. I'm wondering, what are you going to do? Are you planning on something else after this season ends? In the gap, are you going to be doing anything else?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I still want to keep live streaming about From. I don't want to stop. So
Oh, I see. I
So,
just thought you might pick up another show. I was wondering.
oh, I am. I'm doing that too. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep live streaming about From, I guess, once a week, and hopefully people will still wanna come check it out and talk, because there's so much to talk about, even in the off season, and like we know we're gonna have major events happening in any finale, of course, like, cliffhangers. There'll be a lot to talk about, but aside from that, I'll be covering Silo, which is coming out, I think, November 15th, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Silo is a great show. Really, really fascinating show. That this is the kind of show that I want to cover on my channel. Like shows that are really challenging, that make you think, that stimulate the mind. You want to come up with theories and try to understand. And Silo, it's very different than From. It's not horror. It's a different type of show, but it's also great for theory crafting and discussion. It was a big hit. Season 1 was a big hit. It was actually more popular and more successful than Severance, which kind of surprises me. But I'll be covering Severance too. Severance comes back in January. That's one of my favorite shows. From is my number 1. Severance, I'd say number 2. Silo, number 3. So I definitely want to do those. And next year, I think we're finally getting Stranger Things, the final season. I'm definitely covering that. And before that, I'll do a whole rewatch and cover that. So yeah, like definitely have a lot of other stuff I want to do, and hopefully I'll find people that want to watch that stuff too. I know the thing is, I built this channel strictly through From content exclusively. So I'm hoping that people might want to actually check out videos for other shows, maybe try other shows that you might not have tried. Highly recommend Silo. And oh shoot, I need to do some major watch parties for that. Like, I'm gonna have to do some marathon watch parties in my Discord, because it's coming up fast. Man, the time is going by so quick. Yeah. So let me get the link to my Discord. I'm gonna put it in the chat, because I am gonna do I'm gonna do watch parties for Silo, where I'll stream it and people can join. If you haven't seen it, it's a really interesting show. A bunch of, like a ton of people have to live in this structure underground, and they don't know why. All of their history was destroyed. Like, they have no records of why they have to live underground, but they're told that they can't leave. It's not safe outside, and they don't know why. And anyone that goes outside seemingly doesn't survive. That's the concept, if anyone hasn't seen it, but it's a great show. Thoroughly enjoy that. So if anyone hasn't checked it out, and you want to check it out, I'm gonna have to set up some marathon watch parties, because it's coming up in like a week now. So I'll just have to like stream a whole bunch of episodes for anybody that wants to watch, or maybe just do it over a few nights. That came out of nowhere. I don't know where the hell the time went. But if there's anything that you guys are interested in, I wish I knew how to create a poll. I don't. Someone was asking me to make a poll earlier, and that's something I haven't learned yet. I have to figure out how to do it. But if anybody is interested in other shows that you want to suggest, that you think other people would want to check out who enjoy From, I'm open to suggestions too. Absolutely.
Have
open.
you watched Three Body Problem?
Actually, no. That's been on my watch list. I've been meaning to watch that. Is that good? You like that show?
That's an amazing show. I absolutely love the show. And there
Okay.
is so much ground to cover that if you were to do that show, it would give you so much material, because it is all about the concept of speculation, which we do a lot in From. So that in itself is a lot of material.
Nice. Yeah, I think that sounds like I would love it then. It would fit my channel perfectly. That's the type of show that I want to cover. Like, just, yeah, thought-provoking shows that you can really dive into. I didn't
There's
even.
another really like good one
Yep.
that I think you would like.
Yep.
And it's more fast paced, I would say, than the Three Body Problem. Um, it's called 30 Coins, 30 Monedas, and it was on HBO. The
Yes.
ratings weren't good, but it is amazing. It has history, which I know you like looking into, and it has a From sort of setup where you're trying to figure things out as you go.
Okay. And what's the name of that again?
30 Coins, and it's based on when Judas sold information, I guess, for Christ, or you know, whatever he did. They paid him 30 coins to betray Jesus, and that's the coins that they're talking about in the show. 30 coins.
Oh,
Blood money.
interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I'll have to check it out. I'll add that to my list. I've gotten a lot of great recommendations just since I joined this fandom, and I haven't had a chance to check out so many of them because I've been so focused on From. But as soon as From season 3 ends, I'm gonna really like check out like a lot more of these shows. I need to finish Lost too. People have been after me to finish Lost already so that I can compare it to From, because I know there are a lot of parallels and I'm still stuck
Where
on
are
season
you
4.
in that?
I'm I've been stuck on season 4, right in the first few episodes of season 4 for like a month or a month and a half since I started the channel. Um, just going at a snail's pace. Like I think I'm on episode 8 now, season 4. So I'm almost around halfway through it, and it's great. It's a fun ride. I'm enjoying it. But every single time I sit down to rest, I'm doing something related to my channel or Discord now. It's just nonstop. I you know, because the thing is, I started the channel right when From was coming back. That's a really difficult way to learn how to do everything while the show is airing. So it's just taken up all my time. Everything takes me forever because I'm new and I'm figuring it all out. So it's like I don't have time to watch anything. I watch From several times. I do my videos, I do my live streams, and I guest on other people's live streams, which is really fun. But yeah, as soon as From season 3 ends, I'm gonna finish Lost. I've got to finish that thing by the end of this year. I started it in May. A lot of people, like there were some people in the Discord that started it after me, and they finished it in like no time at all. But I feel like you shouldn't. I don't know. No, there's no bad way to consume a show. I won't say you shouldn't, but like for me, I like to savor things like that. I don't want to. I don't want to rush it and watch it too fast. But that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, every time a season ends, I go back and I play it from the first episode so I could watch it in a binge style and see if I understand it more. Um, I prefer that. However, this is better because then, there's more time to cover theories and speculate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, I think so. It's I like to have time to do that, to kind of deep thinking about it, like theorizing, speculating, discuss. Like honestly, it may sound weird, but I find that the discussion and the theory crafting for From is even more fun than actually watching the show. I don't know. Maybe I'm strange, but I love the discussion. That's my favorite part. So
No, not weird at all.
I agree.
If you if you want to go back that far and you like Lost, you should try Battlestar Galactica.
oh, okay. I've never seen that one. Okay.
Yeah, it's somewhat of a mystery show as well.
Oh, okay. I love mystery. I love anything with mystery, like to make you think. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, it's sci-fi. Isn't it sci-fi also?
Yeah, sci-fi.
Yeah.
It's almost strictly sci-fi, but
Yeah.
there's some
hmm
other elements in there as well. But it's a good watch.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's funny. Like I don't know much about it. The only thing I know is it's Dwight's favorite show on The Office. He was always on about Battlestar Galactica. It was always Bears, Beats, and Battlestar Galactica. I love The Office. It's one of my all-time favorite shows. When I'm not watching, I don't watch a lot of comedies anymore. I'm really deep into like mystery, sci-fi, horror, whatnot. But I love The Office. It's one of my favorites. Rory Moran said, "I actually have never seen Meet Joe Black. Um, I don't know why I never got around to watching that. It came out when I was a kid and I was too young for it, and I was little when that came out. I don't remember some year in the 90s, but yeah, I bet it's an interesting movie. I know it's something about like Brad Pitt is like the embodiment of like the Grim Reaper or something like that. Seems like a cool movie.
Somebody in the chat says The Last of Us. They
Yeah,
also said that for anybody who plays video games, Red Dead,
yeah.
yeah, the ending of that story, or the halfway ending,
What's
pretty
the name
powerful.
of What's the name of it?
Red Dead Redemption.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
All
that's
right.
just good story, not a mystery story.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah, the show is based on video games. That's a popular thing now. Fallout was out this year. I never got around to watching Fallout.
Fallout was dope. If you haven't watched Fallout, please watch it. It's not a mystery. Well, actually, there's a little bit of a mystery in there, but the show itself is dope. You should watch it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have heard good things before, so I haven't heard a lot about it. It seemed like it was over. I think like it came out and I don't know if they released the whole thing at once or it was just not many episodes, but it seemed like it went by really quick. I don't know. But I meant to watch it and I just never got around to it. I got sucked into Fromville and all my focus was on that. And yeah, Yellow Jackets. People keep telling me watch Yellow Jackets. I
Yeah,
know that.
Yellow Jacket.
Yep, I've heard that's an excellent show. I don't like. I really have trouble with storylines with cannibalism, but I'll tolerate it if it's that great of a show that everybody keeps telling me to watch it. Then I'll watch it. That's on my list.
I
Definitely.
can't. I don't know what to tell you in that one, but
I know it's.
you should try it out.
Yeah, I'll just have to tolerate that. Certain things I just don't like. Like I have like I like horror and everything, but there are certain things I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of cannibalism storylines or torture. I don't like torture. I didn't like the way they tortured Tian Shen in the barn. I wish it had just been quick. The quick stuff I'm fine with. It's just this torture stuff.
How far
I've never
how
liked it.
far have you gotten on Lost?
I finally started watching it again, and I waited so long that now I'm confused as to what the hell's going on. I'm on season 4, episode 8, and I'm very confused. I won't say any spoilers in case there's anybody watching it, but I know it's an old show. But like
Have you met Saeed yet?
Saeed, oh yeah,
Okay,
um,
so you know
oh
what
yeah,
he does?
Saeed. In season 4, what he does? Yeah,
Well, what his profession is.
you mean you mean in season 4 or before the island?
Before the island.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, Saeed. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly, and
Yeah.
yet they made us love him anyway. Like that's the genius of that show. Saeed did some horrible things, but you love the character anyway.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's interesting, complex character, but um yeah, I see people saying night Kayla R. I don't even know if I got a shit. Did I greet you? I hope I did. Uh I'm glad you came, Kayla R. Uh it, yeah.
Yellow Jackets is intense. It can be intense. There's some intense scenes in Yellow Jacket.
Okay. Yeah, it's I mean I can handle intense. From sure started out intense, almost scared me off the show. I know I'm like the only one in the entire fandom that felt this way, but I I stopped watching the like I watched episode 1 and then I dropped it for 6 months because of the because of the close up on Megan's body. It was just too much for me.
Yeah, the very first scene, excuse me, the
It
very
was
first scene lets you know that what type of show you're getting into.
yeah, and it was crazy. I've never seen anything like that before. A close up on a little girl's body ripped open like that. That was nuts. I was like, I don't know if this show's for me, but I'm so glad I picked it back up. I would have missed out on the best show on TV, and honestly, it's not that dark all the time. It's not like that's happening nonstop, and I'm glad. There's so much mystery and lore, and I'm glad it's not like kids kids being ripped apart left and right. But they sure knew how to hook people, though. You
I
remember
agree.
that scene?
I
Like,
agree. It's either you were is it was too much for you or wasn't enough for you once you seen that scene.
yeah, yeah. I feel like I'm the only person though who thought it was too much. It, I've said that multiple times. No one has ever agreed. Everyone always says that's what hooked them in, not the other way around. So I guess I'm just
I agree with you. That's the first time I've heard that.
yeah. It's just like okay, it wasn't just that they killed off a kid. It was just what got me was the body, the ripped up body and the close up on it. I've never seen
Yeah.
anything like that
No,
before.
I get it. When so my first time seeing it, I'm looking at it, I'm watching it, and they kill the kid, and I'm thinking in my mind, they're not gonna show this. And then they show it, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh,
Right?
oh, they went there. They went
They went
all the way there.
they went
So
there. Yeah.
yeah, they
And
took it all the way
then
there.
Boyd shoved poor Frank's nose in it like a dog. He's like
Yeah,
shoving it like see look what you did. Jesus. Oh my God.
That was such a
And it
great
made
introduction to Boyd. I think that was
yeah,
like a really great scene where his character shined through. It was I think one of the best ways to be introduced to him because you didn't know where the character was going to go, if he was going to be a dictator and if he was like
right,
that all the time because it was so harsh.
right. Right, exactly. It made me think like it gave me a bad impression of him, a bad first impression. I just felt like it was way over the top to shove the man's nose in his daughter's body like that. It was just brutal and the slap. I know some people thought that was kind of funny. The infamous slap, of course. It's practically a meme like the Batman and Robin meme, but I just didn't like it. I didn't like it, and I didn't like him in that moment. And then, of course, I love Boyd now. I he's not like that all the time. And then you learn eventually why Boyd reacted that way. It was projection. He felt responsible for what happened to his wife. He said a man protects his family. He wasn't just talking about he wasn't just talking about Frank. That was also about him. That was projection. He feels immense guilt for not being there for his wife when she was losing her mind. And his son begged him, Dad, don't go back out in the woods today. Come back here. We need you. Like, he said, I'll deal with it later, and he left.
yeah.
He carries that guilt, right?
It's it's probably kind of similar to what a lot of men probably go through if they have a spouse with like postpartum.
Mm-hmm.
They're going through something and they don't understand. They're probably out doing whatever, and then
Right.
it ended up in this situation where he ended up having to kill her. So that's like the ultimate bad situation.
Right? I know. It's unthinkable what he had to do. And oh, before I forget, shout out to the JH review in the chat.
The
Nice to see you.
JH review is here. Oh
Yes.
my God. I have a little thing going with him where I have been assigned to be like his troll. He will post things and say, "Can you guys please comment something to make me hurry up and finish this video?" Like he likes the abuse, the J review.
Yeah. Oh, really?
He's hilarious.
Yeah, he's great. He's another great From creator. We have so many great From creators in this community. So yeah, shout out to the JH review. Great to see you. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I love just checking out all the content I can, and yeah, it's tough to fit in a lot right now, but yeah, in between seasons, I've been checking out all the channels I can find. That's the thing about From fans. We're so hungry for content that, we just we'll all be in every chat. We'll all be watching all the videos, all the different channels videos. It's really cool to see. It's cool to
Yeah,
see
I know
that.
he's still waiting for that demon baby because he made a whole to do about it. He's still
Oh,
waiting on that demon baby.
yes.
I have a
Still
question.
waiting on that. Yep, go ahead.
What if there is a demon baby, what are they gonna name the baby?
It.
Oh,
Hope.
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 That would be ironic, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
That would, yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, the irony of it. I like that. I like that.
put their names together and call it Phyllis.
Call it what?
Phyllis of Fertilis.
Oh,
Fetalis.
yeah,
Oh, like their names
Phyllis.
combined.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
It's just so much work. I don't know. I don't know what are they gonna do with the baby here. But I would like to point out something that you said concerning Boyd, right? Both of you had amazing points, and I think that that takes us back to the episode that we were talking about with Christy. I think that we have examined Boyd and his interactions with a lot of people who mess up or what he considers mess up their job.
Mhm.
He takes his job very seriously and also self assigns himself jobs because he self assigned himself the savior of the town, right? So I think in his world, he assumes that every other person also self assigns themselves a job. And therefore, he was screaming at Christy, do your job. Because for
Yeah,
Boyd, he puts everything on the line to do his job and he can't imagine that other people maybe are not willing to do everything just to help others. A lot of people don't have it in them, and I do believe, I love Boyd, but I do believe it's this complex of wanting to be the savior even at your own expense. It has cost them a lot, and so I
yep.
think in that moment he doesn't realize why Christy is just saying there's nothing I can do because he would try to do something.
I agree with you.
Oh,
I used to think
you're
that
so
Ellis.
spot on.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say I
What were you
I
gonna
agree
say?
with you, PM. I was gonna say that I used to think that when the show first started, like first season, I used to think that not Ellis, but Boyd was an allegory or some type of synonym for Atlas in Greek mythology, because
Mhm.
Atlas carries the world on his back, and I think that Boyd is
Right?
kind of
Oh
doing
my
the
god.
same thing. Yeah,
Yes. Yes. 100%. Oh my god, yeah. And yeah, you're both spot on with that. Boyd is carrying the world on his back, and Boyd, like, yeah, he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. From the moment he got to town, it's just so fitting that he pulled into town. In that flashback, we saw "Save Us" painted on the barn, and somehow they fixed it up so it's not there anymore. It doesn't say that anymore, but when he got there, it said save us. He pulls in, and for the moment he got there, he's been obsessed with trying to save everyone. I mean, he didn't even pause to just try and get a grip on his own situation being trapped in this place. He woke up the next morning, they climbed out of the hole, they went to the diner, and he just immediately got to work. He's like, okay, this is what's going
Yeah.
on. All right, then we're going to do this. We're going to organize. We're going to rotate our hiding spots
He
to make it
rolled up
easy.
his sleeves and got to work.
Exactly, right?
Which is great, right? That is who he is as a human being. He's a leader. Some people are leaders, some people are followers. But I think that what was really amazing with this character is that the choice was made clear to the audience and in the show. The minute that Boyd, while he can be a leader because he naturally is and he's meant to be one, he made
Right.
a clear choice when his son said, today, mom needs you. Like, this is, you have to be there today. He chose the town. He chose and self assigned himself. My family and my situation has to be put aside. The town. I
Yeah.
need to do this for the town. If I don't do it, who will? Which is understandable. But he made that clear choice. You could go out the next day. It's
Mhm.
not something that he couldn't do the next day.
What if
Absolutely.
he had though? What if he had went back to check on Abby and never found the talismans?
Then we would be looking at him trying any other way because he's gonna be a leader no matter what. Like, he wasn't gonna give up. If he went back and he couldn't find the talismans, he would have found a different way. But he's not the type of person that gives up or says, I'm not gonna figure it out, or I'm not going to lead. These people need a leader. However, it is, are you a leader at your own expense?
Right. Right.
Do you think that he'll
He
be
is.
able to give up that leader position if somebody else wants to be a leader?
No way. He won't.
Never.
He will never. Look how
So
he
you think
reacted.
he's a dictator?
And in a way, he is kind of, I mean, honestly, like if you think about it, nobody elected him, but I mean, the thing is though, they all turn to him for everything. It's not like he took power and he's ruling them with an iron fist. He's begging them to listen to his advice so that he can protect them. And look what happened when they didn't listen. Dale got stuck in the wall of the pool. He just wants to help protect them and keep them safe. And the thing is though, like he takes on too much of a burden, and they put too much on him too. I mean, he did make a choice, granted, yes, but they keep piling on more and more and more. He showed up to the pool, and someone literally asked him, "Can you help him?" And it's like, lady, what do you think he's gonna do? Do you think he has a jackhammer? He's gonna chisel Dale out of the pool wall? Like, well, he's not going to do shit. That man is going to die, and they think that they think that Daddy Boyd is going to wave a magic wand and fix everything. It's just too much. It's too much, And then when everything doesn't go perfectly, they blame him. They blame him. They like. When does he ever get a thank you? Thank you, Boyd, for going out to the woods and risking your neck trying to find a way out. No, instead, Ellis yells at him, and he's pissed off that Boyd went out and didn't come back with answers. Well, Ellis, how about you go out and risk your neck then? You go out to the woods and get worms under your skin. Like, it frustrates the hell out of me that
Mhm.
that
This
people expect so much of him, and he gets no appreciation, and then he gets all the blame when something goes wrong. And they
Yeah,
don't ever step up to do it in his place. No one
that's
does.
right.
that's funny
What
though
what did
that you
he
say
do?
Daddy Boy,
Daddy Boyd.
because that's the role of a father. You do what needs to be done, and you really don't, like on Father's Day, you don't get you get socks and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Mother's Day is going down on Mother's Day. Like she
right.
going out to eat, she getting flowers, like everything. But on Father's Day, it's like yeah,
Yeah,
you'd be happy to get a call. But
yeah.
I mean that's the role.
Yeah, he's very self-sacrificing, and a lot of times it's like these people are acting like children. And even Donna, this is the crazy thing to me. One of the scenes this season that really irritated me too, Donna was flipping out on him, and I will admit, I think that he made the wrong choice in the heat of the moment to choose to keep trying to herd this slow-moving cow into the barn and not just grab Tien Shen's arm and just run for safety. The monsters don't even move fast, but in the moment, he was thinking of their starvation, their impending starvation, which turned out to be a nothing burger, but whatever. Um, and then Donna threw it in his face. This man, he's going to blame himself and be haunted for the rest of his life already by what happened to Tien Shen in front of his face. And she threw it in his face. And the thing that irritated me the most was she said, oh, I'm not mad at you, Boyd. I'm mad at me because you said you were going to lead us all home and I believed you. Like, okay, Donna, what the hell are you doing to lead them home? Like,
She made me so mad during that whole, it was unnecessary at that
right?
moment. It's unnecessary. Tian Chang is dead. It's done.
Yeah,
Like, move on. And if you don't want to associate, because she has her whole house separate. So if you don't want to associate with someone and you think that they're making bad choices, all you can do is take care of your people
right.
and tell them, don't come into town. Look at what Boy did and look what happened to Tian Chang. But she's leading her own people. She's coming constantly to ask him for help or to figure things out or to cry in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And then she gives him attitude over things going wrong. But yet he doesn't chastise her about what's going on at Colony House.
Right.
Or the massacre. Like
right.
he's not telling her anything. And he could be telling her, like, you're not doing a good job either. What are
right.
you doing?
Yeah. What are you doing? Like, did he ever throw it in her face? How about the night of the Colony House massacre? She was encouraging everyone to get as drunk and high as possible. She was literally saying that in her speech to Fatima. She's like, okay, everybody, you know the rules. I forget the exact quote, but you know the rules, whatever, get drunk, whatever it was she said. And then, okay, that's the perfect opportunity for somebody to screw up and do something stupid. And then look what happened. Yeah, like, okay, I grant you Kevin wasn't drunk, apparently. He was just dumb as hell. But, like, she was putting everybody in a dangerous situation by encouraging that, and Boyd never threw it in her face. I think
You're so right.
if the situation were reversed, I think she would have thrown it in his face. Like,
Absolutely.
look what happened on your watch.
100% right. She would be running down that hill. I love that little scene. She's like running in her little boots, so angry. Somebody said a bat out of hell, and I had never heard that. And amazing. It is exactly that.
Right. She came running like a bat out of hell to yell at Boyd about Tien Shen. That was not cool. Like, that was just too much. And I agree with Football Infinity here. Nobody's better suited to lead them than Boyd, and I wouldn't call him a dictator either. These are special circumstances, and it's not like he's doing anything to them if they don't listen. He'll yell at them. I'm just trying to keep you alive. He's not like punishing them if they don't listen. He's not trying to lock them up. He didn't even put Frank in the box. Frank put himself in the box. Frank chose to go in there.
Frank
Do you think
deserved those
we'll see him
slaps.
get to that point where he's like Dark Boy, he's putting people in the box and stuff like that, where he's saying "fuck it, I'm punishing people now"?
I can't see that happening. I don't.
Neither.
Me personally, I don't ever see him using the box because I feel like we must remember that he made a choice not to. But Father Cotre instigated that it needed to be a big show, right?
Yeah.
Because next time, and he went back on it even after the instigation. It's almost like the temptation. Katri tempted him. He said no, then agreed, then went back and told Frank, I'll give you a talisman. Go live it out in the woods. And then
Right.
Frank chose it for himself. He chose punishment. But Boyd didn't have it in him to do that to him.
No, he did not. And I think that really speaks a lot to his character and the fact that I would not call him a dictator, because a dictator would rule with an iron fist and impose punishments, and he doesn't. He hasn't punished anyone. Frank walked in there, and of his own accord, he said that he was done everything that he had to live for. It was gone. He wanted to be with his wife and child, and you know, that's it. He walked in there. It was not an execution. He did it on his own. So yeah, I wouldn't call Boyd a dictator. And the thing is, yeah, did he sound a bit like, you know, yeah, he sounded a little bit possessive of the town when he was yelling at Acosta, saying, you know, she came in and she offered a suggestion, which, I mean, sounds pretty helpful, but the timing was wrong. Give these people a project to do that would help them, you know, give them a distraction. And he just, you know, he's like, you know, you killed someone. You let me worry about how to take care of my goddamn town. He called it my goddamn town. You know what? It's like they're his family. He's like their father. Like they're all like looking to him for protection. And so yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that at all. I'm so Team Boyd. Like if Acosta starts you know, jostling for power, like, you know, I'm always going to be Team Boyd. I don't see anybody else being able to lead those people and keep them safe. And like PM said, it's very much at his own expense, at the expense of his own. It cost him dearly. He made a choice that day. He did make a choice to basically be willing to sacrifice anything for the hope of helping these people. And yeah, I mean, he couldn't have possibly foreseen what was going to happen. He couldn't have. I don't blame him at all, even though he blames himself. But yeah, he didn't have to go out there. He could have waited. And he was just like, it's the savior complex. Nothing was going to stop him from going back out there in the woods. Nothing. And then
what about Sarah?
Huh?
What about Sarah?
Sarah. What about Sarah?
So if he has the power to put somebody in the box, he also has the power to not put somebody in the box.
Yes.
And he chose not to put Sarah in the box.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And she could have, like, honestly, like she really didn't sound like she wanted to live anymore. She was talking about going off into the forest and like just leaving because she couldn't handle the aftermath of what she did. I'm surprised she didn't put herself in the box too. Like say, hey Boyd, I want to go in the box. She was on like this pity party tour. This like, what do you call it? It's like walk of shame through the town, feeling sorry for herself. And I'm surprised she didn't say I want to go in the box. But yeah, he said no one's ever going in the box again. So even if she had said she wanted to, I don't know. I feel like he wouldn't have allowed it. He was like, yeah, no one is ever going in that box again. So that includes Fatima. There's going to be an interesting situation coming up, I think. If they figure out that Fatima did it, I think Acosta is going to be a problem. Acosta is going to want to investigate. She's going to want to do things by the book, even though she's a rookie. Clearly, she's
what's interesting? What you just said,
yeah,
is so interesting by the book, and her wanting to investigate. Do you recall a conversation she had with Boyd where she said when people can't figure things out, it's good to give them busy work so they feel like they're doing something? That's basically the same storyline. She said that about others, but really it's going to be about herself. If she begins investigating, she knows that she's not, going to get them out of here or be Boyd. So she's going to use this as a way to distract herself so that she could feel like she's doing something in the town.
Yeah, I think so. I think she'll probably, you're right. She'll fixate on that because she doesn't, like, she's a rookie. She's right. I'm sure she's right out of the academy. And yeah, she'll definitely default to that. I think that she'll put her energy into that, and that's going to be a problem, because if Boyd finds out about this, which I suspect he might, if they choose to confide in him about this, then he's going to want to cover it up. I don't think he'd be telling anybody about this. As far as he's concerned, Fatima's family to him. That's his wife, his son's wife. So that could be a big problem. Acosta, she's already challenging him, getting up in his face in a really crazy way for someone who just got to town. I
Seriously.
thought that was weird.
Seriously.
Like,
she's gonna throw that in his face. You kill somebody, or your family kills someone, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
What I find really interesting about that whole interaction is that it really shows us how emotionally immature she is, and even professionally immature.
Exactly.
Because when you take a job of service, others, other of us, we don't have ranks when we work, at an office or for corporate, maybe, that are so marked as the type of job that she has, even though we still have a hierarchy. But when you are in a job as a cop, you definitely have people above you. There is definitely a hierarchy, a chain of command, and you would know not to go in there and talk insane to somebody that has a higher position. And in this town, I think she's smart enough to understand that that's Boyd. You don't go in there and antagonize and disrespect him, even though you disagree with him. And I'm sure she's a woman in this industry. I'm sure that somebody gave her a hard time before at her job, and she still had to do her job. So it was just so weird that she decided to act that way when you would think she has tougher skin, you know?
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. She should know, she doesn't have jurisdiction in this place, for one thing. This is not that's how it is with police. Like, they have certain areas where they have jurisdiction and certain areas where they don't. Who knows where this place is, but this is not a normal society. They don't have a normal police department. She doesn't have any authority here to be shoving her badge in his face. And the craziest thing to me was her barging in here where he lives too, rifling through his stuff looking for her gun. What, you just killed somebody with that thing unintentionally, and I sympathize. It was not intentional. She was panicked. She saw monsters that shouldn't even exist. Fine, but don't put her in the box or anything, but don't, she has no business with a gun right now.
Absolutely.
Zero gun.
Absolutely.
like don't give her the damn gun. I loved when he took all the bullets out of that thing and just handed her the gun. Like, here, you want your gun? Here. You get the bullets back when you earn them. I forget what he said, but it was great.
It's like a child. Here's your
Mhm.
plaything. It has no bullets. It doesn't work. Here's your plaything so that you can feel better.
Yes.
She wants, what's really interesting is that it's a double standard. She wants to be forgiven for accidentally killing someone with the excuse, hey, this town is different. There's monsters. I have never seen that. Which, okay, if we are going to give you the benefit of that, then you also have to relinquish the power and say, this town is different. It has monsters. You don't know anything.
Right.
Because you cannot be not at fault because there's monsters, but also in charge, even though there's monsters. Like, it doesn't go that way.
Yes, absolutely. No, that made zero sense. It almost felt like this was like she suddenly got this attitude with him because he rejected her idea and he blew up at her like the previous day. She had a completely different attitude when she came in, and she offered a suggestion, and she was trying to help. And yeah, he snapped at her a bit, but it doesn't justify her coming back, rifling through his stuff, getting in his face. It was like a petulant child, uh, rebelling because he yelled at her the day before. It was just, I found it very immature. Like, just the way she got in his face, it felt very like a teenager, like a rogue teenager. And when she left, he muttered under his breath and called her a kid because she was acting like a kid. And she's a lot younger than him, of course. But yeah, that was just ridiculous. It was great acting by both of them. Like, the two of them, I thought that was a great scene. They got in each other's faces. Like, a great job on both sides. But yeah, it made no sense. Remember when, I mean, the policy used to be for newcomers, you show up at Colony House at night, you're getting tied up for the night because you don't know what they're going to do when they first find out about this place. Well, guess what? They didn't do that to Acosta or Henry. She's lucky she didn't get tied up the first night. Now, she definitely shouldn't have a gun on her first or second day in town after she killed somebody because she was in a panic. So
I really hope she settles down. She's really a wild card right now.
She is a wild card right now. I think that she's not gonna have a lot of fans in the coming episodes. I bet it's just gonna get worse with the Fatima thing, and she's gonna try acting like she has some kind of authority here when she doesn't at all. So yeah,
I think she'll cause division, within the town.
Yeah, I think so too.
Do you guys think that we will get some other we'll get like some new visitors by the end of the season?
Nope. No, I don't think so. I think they'll probably stick with the formula of one new arrival per season, which I think works really well because every time that happens, we kind of get to see the town through fresh eyes. It's very entertaining and exciting to see a new vehicle arrive and who's going to be on it. How are they going to react? And we're seeing Acosta asking so many of the same questions that everyone, that Jade asked. It almost was just like, it was immediate flashback to Jade. And I know they did that on purpose with her and Kenny. I think that if they added more people, they'll never be able to flesh out these storylines enough. They already have a huge cast, so I think they'll probably stick to just one. I mean, hell, it would be a cool surprise if there was like a shock second arrival and with maybe one person. If they choose to massacre a bunch of people, they could probably fit somebody new. But yeah,
That's always a possibility.
it is. They could surprise us. They could deviate from the formula, and who
They
knows?
did say we're supposed to get some more beloved character deaths. So, you know what I mean? We could get one or two. I think maybe one or two more deaths this season.
Yep. Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, I like a lot of people, Fatima's been on the top of my list in terms of who's going to go. But wouldn't it be an interesting twist? And I wouldn't be surprised if they pull the rug out and it turns out she survives and two other people go instead of her. It looks pretty obvious that it would be her, but maybe not. Maybe she survives. I don't know. Or she turns into a monster. I don't know. Who knows?
I'm seeing Fatima and I think maybe Marielle.
I don't know.
Excuse me now. Fatima and Christy.
Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, I don't think Marielle is beloved enough, but Christy counts. Christy, I would say, counts. Absolutely. The whole town loves her. She takes care of them, of all their medical needs. So I could see it. I could see it happening. I'm still hoping for Jim. I'm really hoping that they somehow overestimate. I'm hoping they overestimate how much we love Jim. Like, let's,
You're hoping for Jim.
let's all like stop with the whole like Jim can die, all this stuff. Like, no, we need to be telling them like we love Jim. Oh God, please don't take Jim from us.
I
Please,
agree.
my favorite
Jim is on thin ice. He's
character.
always walking on thin ice.
I mean, you know, the Jim hate is very strong in the fandom, and I feel like if you really want him gone, maybe be quieter about it. And we need to have some Jim appreciation streams. Maybe they'll actually get rid of him if you want him gone that bad. I mean, that's the way to do
I
it.
think if they did
Like,
a petition, Jim would be done with.
oh yeah, he'd be number one, and I don't hate the character. I really don't. I don't like him. I wouldn't say I hate him. I just don't like him at all. I haven't liked him since he manhandled Victor out of the diner. I
I'm
just
the
don't
same.
like him.
Oh, I'm indifferent to Jim. I don't like him or hate him, but I have heard around the grapevine multiple times that people don't like him. So I understand.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost a meme at this point. You know, like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen that in the chat. You know, if who would you like to get killed off? Jim. Jim can die every single time. Every single time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I wonder. Keep Jim's name out of your mouth. Do we have a Jim fan here? Is there really a Jim fan, or are you trolling? Because you don't see Jim fans.
No,
It's a rare thing.
there's some Jim fans out there. There's some Jim stands out there.
It's rare, but I've seen it. You know, like he's got some fans, but they're in the minority, I would say.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, Amy, I don't like people bullying Victor either. I understand why he would flip out when he took Ethan into the woods, because that was some super sus behavior.
I get that.
Now that I would have understood if he
You can't
manhandled
do weird
over
stuff with my kids and expect me to act normal.
No, that's some creepy ass, messed up, pervy behavior. Now we know it was innocent, but he
We
didn't know
know it's innocent, right?
he didn't know that. But when he hauled his ass out of the diner just for talking to Ethan and giving him a picture, that was too much. He could have just said, "Get the hell away from my kid, you weirdo." He didn't have to haul him out. That was assault. He physically assaulted the guy.
So let me tell you this story. The funniest thing. I think it's funny. The last episode when Jim and Tabitha were arguing? Or was it the episode before?
It was the episode before when they were arguing and the monsters were like, the monsters
shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part. I love that part.
Me too.
So when they were arguing, I'm watching them, and then I just happened to look away for a second, and then I heard a smack. And I was like, "What the fuck happened?" I had to rewind it.
Yeah.
Like, did somebody get smacked? Did somebody get hit?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the hand hit, but
Yep. Yeah, she slapped his hand out of her face. He had his finger pointed. She's like,
yeah,
slapped his hand
it
away.
threw me off for a second.
Yeah. That was intense. Honestly,
So that made me be like, I'm indifferent about Jim, but their relationship, I don't like that.
yeah, I don't either. I don't. I have no interest in any of that. I really could have done without that entire scene, to be perfectly honest. I I don't care. I understand. Like they have a really sad, tragic story. Loss of their son and everything, but like what they were arguing about was so stupid. I didn't want to take the side of Jim. Far be it for me to do that. God forbid. But she did start it. She started it, a fight that was completely unnecessary and didn't need to happen. And then they were both idiots from that point on. You know, he was trying to comfort her. Like she was like, I had a nightmare. He gets up to comfort her. She said, I could have done more out there. I failed or whatever. He's like, you did the best you could. She's like, how do you know that? How do you know that? She was all combative and everything. It's like, lady, he's just trying to comfort you. What do you want a fight? You want somebody to blame you. That's somebody that wants to be blamed because she feels guilty. So she picked a fight. Stupid. Completely stupid.
Thank goodness for the monsters. They shut all that shit down.
They shut it right down.
Started screaming.
The one time we thank the monsters.
Even they thought it was horrifying. They're like, listen, we're monsters in the cave, but your relationship is horrendous.
Right. They was like, hey, it's enough of that shit.
Right? Yeah, I think the writers must have meant it that way because we all took it that way. Like even the monsters had enough of their shit. Like, shut the hell up.
That was pretty good.
Right? That was great. If we're lucky, maybe the writers actually think that he's beloved and he'll be the one to go. I mean, I don't hate him, but I wouldn't miss him. That's just how I feel. I wouldn't miss the character. That's all. Like if somebody's got to go, he'd be number one for me. I don't know about anybody else in the chat. He'd be number one. I don't want to see I don't want to see other beloveds go. I really don't. I like Donna. I want her to stay. But
if Donna promises to keep her hands out of her pocket, she can stay.
It was so like prison yard chic. Like I never had an idea of what Donna did on the outside. I honestly did believe the hunting. I'm like, yeah, I believe it attracts. But when she's walking, if you've ever seen Orange is the New Black, it's so prison
There it
yard.
is.
Hands in the
Yep.
pocket and super tough. And like
Yep.
she was looking extra like tough that day.
Yes.
So there was something about it. It's like she's walking the prison yard with her friend, and it was just it made me think maybe her story is fake, and maybe she like just got out of prison, which is why she says like all this stuff like in the real world you don't know who the monsters are. At least here you know who the monsters are, something like that. She said.
Yeah, she said at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. So she went through something. That told me she went through something big we don't even know about in the real world.
What was Boyd's profession again? What did he do before he got there?
He was in the army for 30 years. He was just about to retire. What a nice way to retire. Retire to Fromville.
So that's why he's so
yes.
militant and
yeah. That's why he's so disciplined. That's why he's able to organize everybody from day one because he's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He that's what they called him in the army, Mr. Fish and Loaves, because he was sent to some of the worst hellholes on earth, he said, and he could make do with the most limited of resources. He could somehow make it work. And after 30 years of that, the poor man, he gets sent here. Like it seems like it can't be coincidence if you think of it that way. It's like, did some entity draw him here to help? Maybe is there an entity that can maybe like it is like a game, as some people have theorized, and some people are brought in, for nefarious reasons, and others are brought in to try and help. Because, I mean, what worse hellhole is there than this? He spent his whole military career going to hellholes, making do with like the worst of circumstances. And here he is, like reporting for duty. Day one, he organized everybody, got everything in the diner organized. He assigned people jobs. He said, let's rotate the hiding spots so the monsters have a harder time finding us. He went out in the woods and found the goats and the animals and the talismans. So you gotta wonder, like, okay, maybe some entity brought him here to help. I still think that's a possibility. It's interesting to think about.
You're
Yeah.
right, because sometimes the chickens and the farm animals, they just wander into town. Like, where do they come from? So I guess they could send a person as well.
Yeah,
That's good.
maybe, right? It just seems too uncanny to me that the man, he literally, like, you see his flashback, and he literally is just retired from 30 years of doing this, going to all these hellholes, and boom, they land in Fromville. Come on, to me that can't be a coincidence. And if the evil entity is the only thing drawing people here, then how come he was brought here? He's helpful. Like, he's helping them survive, and he's their hope. On the other hand, does the entity feed on hope? I don't know. I personally don't think so. But that's me. I think evil Abby was manipulating him when she said that. I don't think it feeds on hope, but maybe.
I
What do you,
definitely don't think so. Hope, if we see from other, media shows, Hope and Pandora's Box, which I am a firm believer, this is a game and this is Pandora's Box, which originally was a game, a cruel joke by the gods to
right?
punish humans for the traits that they know we already have, which is curiosity. Um, Hope is the one thing that is said to defeat everything: old age, death, evil, everything bad in the world. Hope defeats it. So to me, if a bad entity had to like drink or feed off hope, it would be like death to them, because hope kills everything that's bad. I think it's more like pain. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's why it makes them suffer, right? It has devised a plan where it knows that the best way to get humans to suffer is by making them believe that there's hope and then taking it away.
Right. Yeah. You know, I definitely think this place thrives on, trying to snatch people's hope away, and, yeah, dangling it in front of them and then taking it away. Um, you know, it's and it was an interesting quote that Abby said, that fake Abby said, hope is what makes you willing to suffer. It's what made you, but she was using it as a way to guilt him too. She was saying, it was saying, because it's not, it wasn't his wife, it wasn't her, but it was saying, it's what made you leave me when I needed you the most. Hope is what made him do that, is what she was saying. You left me alone when I needed you the most. And the man is already crucifying himself over that for the rest of his life. So, that line right there made me automatically distrust the rest of that whole quote, that hope is a bad thing. I still think there is hope that these people can get out.
Me
Like,
too.
I think that there is. I think that they can beat it. I don't think the series is going to end with everybody massacred. So, yeah, so that's why I don't believe that. What she was saying, just give up. What she was saying is just give up. She's like, if they don't die today, they'll just die tomorrow. You know, there was, what was that other one where she was like, come back to me, boy? I think that was when she was in the RV, the fake Abby. Fake Abby was like, come back to me, Boyd. I miss you, or something, some bullshit. She just wants him to give up.
So
And
tiresome with the same thing. I wanted Boyd after a while to be like, Abby, you gotta get over it, honey. She keeps like telling him and guilting him, and you left me, boy. It's like, It's done, babe. Like, you're dead. Get over it. We need to move past it.
Right. Right. Exactly. Like, come on.
Can't do anything when she's dead. It's a dead relationship.
Right. I, he needs to give her some sass back if she pops up again. And I don't think she will again, because I think that whatever entity is running things figured out that wasn't effective. So it's like, okay,
Well, he has
I'm
to
in the
forgive
camp of,
himself.
huh?
He has to learn how to forgive himself.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
He's I'm sure he hasn't. And so he carries that with him every single day. But
it affects his decisions.
it definitely affects his decisions, and you can see how he projects his guilt onto other people sometimes by being overly angry and full of rage. Like he was ready to grab Acosta and drag her over and shove her face in Nikki's body, the red shirt got that got shot. They had to stop him. He was like almost ready to like drag a woman over there, like he did with Frank and Megan's body. You could totally see he was that's what he was gonna do. He lunged at her.
That's great. I could imagine that he grabs her, rubs her face and Nikki's dead body, and then Fatima's like, "Me next. Do me."
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Ooh.
Yuck,
So
right?
that's the dilemma when you have power. That's what I was asking earlier. So when you have power, you have the decision to put somebody in the box, or you have the power to put somebody to not put somebody in the box. You you have the power to take Frank and put his face in it, or if Fatima's the killer this time, are you going to do the same thing to Fatima?
Right.
It,
Yeah.
that's the dilemma of power. When you have power like that,
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Like what happens when it becomes personal to you? Are you going to have the same reaction? It's he may not. And and as far as Abby, like I think that he's caught on. He knows that this is some entity screwing with him, and I liked that I know this is a divisive thing, and it's sort of like divided. Some think Ghost Khatri is just part of Boyd's conscience talking to himself, and I understand that argument, but I really think that this season we got more evidence, more clues, not necessarily evidence, but clues that it's not just Boyd talking to himself, because Boyd, and I was like cheering for this too, because I just always suspected and believed Ghost Khatri is just another entity like Abby, the same from the same source but less sinister. But that scene in the first episode, Khatri's sitting there, and he's not giving him the same kind of advice the real Khatri would give at all. First of all, that's another scene. But in that first scene, Boyd is like, that thing out there that was telling me to give up. That thing, that was not my wife. So what are you? And he's like, I can't answer that for you, Boyd. It was super sus. So either they're trolling us or Boyd is catching on, and I think Boyd is catching on. It wasn't just that they made Ghost Khatri look sus, but Boyd himself picked up on it. Yeah. Oh, PM dropped off. Hey, you're back.
well,
Yeah, I agree. And
go ahead.
if we remember, he said, if this is a figment of Boyd's imagination, then it would know everything that Boyd does. However, in that particular scene, Khatri says, "What are you building anyway?" Which is
Yeah,
like, why does a figment of my imagination want to know what I'm doing? Shouldn't you know?
exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Why are you asking that? Exactly. That's
For me,
another
it's
great
like
clue that it's
you
subconscious.
know
Yeah.
the archetypal devil and angel on your shoulder. It's like there's no
Yeah,
angel. It's just a devil the whole time.
Good point.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, right? That's such a great point because Ghost Khatri, it's almost like the place is trying to trick him by sending Abby, who's more overtly sinister in season 2, and also sending Khatri, and it's like, okay, Khatri doesn't seem as suspicious and creepy. He seems more like himself, but I'm trying to find the scene with Khatri again. But like,
Yeah, I think one of you said that Boyd asked Kotri, like, what are you? And he was
what are
basically
you?
like, yeah, I can't tell you. I'm not gonna answer that.
I can't. Yep. So why can't he answer that for him? Why couldn't he just say I'm a part of you, or whatever? Like, uh, why would he say I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd, and give a little smirk? Doesn't
Yeah,
make
that
sense
leads
to
to
me. I
those questions about whether or not
hmm?
if that's Boyd a part of his consciousness or not.
Yeah, it just it doesn't make sense to me. It's never made sense that he's part of his conscience, like, but more this season than ever. I understand the argument for it. I get it. I completely understand, and I could be completely wrong, but ever since I saw Ghost Khatri walk up to Boyd with a pawn, he's sitting at a chessboard in season 2. Why is there randomly the chessboard in the sheriff's station of all places? And then he picks up the chess piece and walks up and points the pawn at Boyd, and he's trying to convince Boyd, keep your effing mouth shut. Don't, in other words, don't tell Kenny about Sarah, and keep protecting Sarah. Don't tell anybody. And that was bad advice. Like,
Right.
that
We
was
saw how
meant
that turned
to.
out.
Yeah, it was bad advice, and he was pointing a pawn at Boyd. That was a strong clue that this is an entity trying to use him as a pawn and manipulate him. I like the expressions on the guy's face. He's smirking all the time, and then the next time he appears, I mean, look at this guy's face. But like the next time he appears in the church, he's giving advice that the real Khatri would never have given. So that gave me even more fuel for my argument that's not his conscience, because the real Khatri, I feel like the real Khatri would be in his head, still annoying him with the kind of thing that he knows. Like, if you're like close to somebody, and you're in a situation, you know exactly how they would respond. Like, you can kind of hear their voice in your head, like that nagging voice in your head, like, oh, I know what so and so would tell me in this situation. Damn it, I know what I can. Like my mom, for example. I can just hear her in my head telling me, like, I shouldn't be doing this. It's too risky or whatever. You think in terms of, like, if it's inside your head, you think in terms of how that person would really talk to you. But
The,
what we saw in episode 5 with Khatri was not at all. I think it was episode 5. It was not what Khatri would say. In this episode, Khatri appears in the church, and he tells him, it's been a year and a half since you've been here. You've done a pretty good job keeping people alive, present company accepted, of course. Of course, a little snarky joke. And then he says, so why change things now? Boyd was at that time planning on catching a monster, which of course went nowhere, but at the time, he was planning on catching a monster. And Ghost Khatri was trying to talk him out of doing anything risky. He said, why change things now? In other words, just keep people safe, keep the status quo going, don't take any risks. That's not what the real Khatri said. In season 1, the real Khatri wanted him to go out in the woods with Sarah and try to find a way out. He said he gave the most memorable and what is it called? Anecdote, not anecdote. I forget what the term is. He gave
Monologue.
monologue. That's it. He gave the most memorable monologue to Boyd in season 1 when he said, you know, you don't have the luxury of guilt, Boyd. He said, like, Boyd was not wanting to hear him at all at that point, and he was saying, like, look, you know, okay, you don't want a speech, then you're going to get a sermon instead. You don't have the luxury of guilt. You need to be the one to lead these people home. And he wanted him to go out and try and find a way out, try and find answers. Right before he passed, he was planning on going out there to the woods with him and Sarah. So why would Boyd's imagination summon up a ghost Khatri telling him, don't change anything, just accept things the way they are? I don't know why I can't find this picture anywhere. I don't remember when it was, but I don't think that makes sense. So that to me was another clue. Ghost
I,
Khatri is not the same.
You're right. It's
Yeah,
out of character.
it is. I think it is. I
I
don't
think you're
remember.
100% right. And if we recall, one of the most telling scenes of his character, Khatri, is death, right? Because that's the biggest thing that could happen to a person. So, what is it that you say? Who do you reach for in that moment of death? He prayed. He prayed and prayed and prayed. So, that lets you know that even when he knew, like, I'm dying, he was still hopeful that this was not the end, hopeful that
Right.
there was salvation. So, that's not somebody that would then say like, oh, don't do anything, it's hopeless.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's essentially what he was saying. It wasn't just that he was criticizing Boyd's catching a monster plan, which I will admit was, I don't think was a good plan. He was literally saying, you've done a pretty good job keeping people safe for a year and a half. Why change things now? Well, for most of that year and a half, Boyd was just doing maintaining the status quo, ringing the bell at the end of every day, making sure people got home safe. I give up. I've been trying to find this damn image, and it's nowhere to be found. He was maintaining the status quo for most of that 1.5 years, and that's what Ghost Khatri was telling him to do. Just keep with that. Nah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, but that's my opinion. It's just what I think. Um, and then there's Tom. Then there's Ghost Tom. Is this the entity or is this not? I don't. I It's a little less obvious. I still don't believe it. I don't believe that's part of Jade's subconscious either. I don't know. I
Oh
don't
no,
know
for
what.
sure not.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, I know some people feel very strongly that it is, and I could be completely wrong, and maybe these are red herrings. They're trying to trick us, but to me, it just doesn't. These don't make for very good red herrings if that's what it's supposed to be. I just don't. I don't think it makes sense. But like Tom in this episode, Tom appeared to Jade, and he was like, he was smirking at Jade and like grinning at him behind his back when Jade wasn't looking. I swear he looked super sus to me. Oh, man. Yeah.
I
So
think I saw a picture, maybe you included it in a video, where he's like
yeah.
smiling in a creepy way, and he does look
Yeah.
evil
That's
in
what I'm
that
trying to.
picture.
Yes, here it is. Here's one of them.
That's
Yeah.
the one.
That's one. Yeah. 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 He's smiling, just polishing a glass in the middle of the woods. I thought was comical. Um, had to be cold too. He was filming out there in the cold with no jacket. But look
I
at that
think it's
smile.
powerful. His one line of "a man does what a man does," I think gives us insight into the characters once again. because we kind of all know that these people are brought in and they fill a role, right? There's no money, so there's no financial gain, but people
Right.
naturally fall into these roles even without financial gain. They naturally are different types of people, right, in the community. And him saying a man does what a man does is kind of like fate saying you are who you are. You can't escape it. Even if you're dead, you're still, who you are. If you're meant to do something, you're gonna do it, alive or dead. You can't escape it. And that brings us to what Jade said to Tabitha. It didn't matter what you did, you were gonna get to that tree.
That is a fantastic insight. I love that. I love that. That's perfect. That fits to a T what I think he's trying to do with Jade. A man does what a man does. You can't escape your fate. It's just accept it. Like, and I just felt that the way that he was trying to convince Jade through this whole scene, this doesn't mean anything, like that your visions don't mean anything. He was implying that, and the bottle trees don't mean anything. He's like, yeah, maybe this meant something. Maybe somebody put this here because they thought they meant something. Somebody put the bottles in the tree because they thought they meant something. He said, like your visions, comparing them to Jade's visions, and Jade kind of doesn't really understand his visions, so he referred to them as hallucinations this season. So Jade took that to mean, okay, well, Tom is saying the bottles don't mean anything because my visions are crazy. Um, his visions are not. His visions are definitely trying to tell him something, and the bottle trees are significant too. And I think Tom wants him to think that none of it means anything. That he shouldn't try to figure it out and give up. Like Kotri wants Boyd to just give up, accept the status quo, don't take any risks. Just, that's what they
Yeah.
want. That's
But
what
it's
I
a
think.
little bit more tricky. So for me at the moment, because I go back and forth, at the moment, he's good. He's a good apparition. Whatever team is on the side of them figuring things out, he's their apparition. I think that Katri is on the other team because with him, while he said that, right, like this doesn't mean anything, I think it's a challenge. When you're sure, like, hey, I'm sure I have a feeling about this. And some people are motivated when you tell them, I don't think it's anything, then you're motivated to prove them that you are correct. And then he tells him, hey, find the J that built the company when everybody told him not to. So that's good advice. Get sober. That's also good advice. He's encouraging him to find the very best part of himself, not the worst. So that's what makes it trickier. And as of now, I'm thinking he's a good apparition.
I can totally understand that. I see that point of view, and that very well could be. I just take a different perspective. I know it sounds strange. It sounds backward, but in this backward place, in this kind of upside down, messed up place, I don't know. I know it sounds weird, but sober up. Now, it depends on what you mean by sober. Like Jade, for the most part, just smokes weed. Yeah, we've seen him get drunk once this season, but I don't see him drunk all the time. The main thing is he smokes a lot of weed. Now, what has weed done this season? Weed has helped Julie calm the cicada coma effects that are going on in her body. She says it's the only thing that makes it quiet, and otherwise she hears screaming in her head. So the way I see it, she's tapped into this place, and Jade is also tapped into this place in a different way. So I think it's possible that if sober up means to get off of the weed, that might actually not be good advice. It may be helping him in the way that it helps Julie to relax. Like what is he doing when the dummy appeared to him in Colony House? He was trying to roll his he had his last rolling paper and he was rolling a joint, just trying to calm down after the radio project failed. And this dummy shows up and screams at him, like it's trying to stop him from smoking his last joint. Like I just think maybe this is not good advice. That's the angle I'm looking at it from now. But I just go with what I'm seeing at the time. If we see Tom again and I see something I think is different, then I change my point of view. That's just how I am. Like I'm never 100% like married to anything where I won't look at any other point of view. So it could go either way. Maybe he's trying to help, but look at this picture. Look, this is another one where I thought this was super sus. Like,
so evil looking. He has
right,
this little like troll, almost like a little troll.
right? like, and if Jade's not looking at him right now, so he's got this Cheshire cat looking grin behind his back, or over his shoulder where Jade isn't seeing, and he's grinning at him. I don't know. It could be a red herring. Maybe they're just putting it there to throw us off. But I just get sus vibes from that, personally. And I enjoy speculating. It's fun. I like that the show makes it ambiguous. Like, I'm glad it's not obvious that we could argue for either perspective, really, especially with Tom. I
And
like that.
to your point, I think that that's something that I love all from. I'm a hardcore fan. They can do nothing wrong. Hello, I'm even defending them murdering Tilly. I just love all of their decisions. However, it was a little disappointing that in last episode, the one that we are recapping, they kind of made us believe that Julie was gonna go into the collapsed remains of that dungeon type of thing structure in the
Yeah.
forest. And she didn't actually do that. So they made us believe that we were going to get some payoff of seeing these two people, which would confirm a couple of things. If they were high and they were still experiencing everything, then we would know the weed doesn't work. Or if they were sober and then experiencing everything, then we would know the weed works, because it's only bad because they were not high at the time. So it was a big letdown. And now they're teasing it again. It's like, you need to go in there. Why would they make us believe that they were gonna go in their last episode and then do nothing? That was a waste of time.
Yeah, I thought so too. I felt, to be honest, oh, and let me just read this comment. T Calypsox said, I think there are two entities, one good, one evil, and they have the ability to contact certain people in from. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting theory, and I'm inclined to think that there very well may be a good entity, and it's almost like a game going on here. I like that theory. I'm very open to that theory. Like I was saying earlier, maybe a good entity brought Boyd here to try to help. So yeah, I think that's super interesting, and maybe one of these ghosts, maybe Tom, even though he looks a little sus there, and who knows, but like maybe Tom is good. I just, the only thing about it is, and I'm getting off topic, but the only thing about Tom, the last thing I'll say on that is, if he's good, then we would have to assume then that the bottles mean nothing, because that's basically what he was saying. He's like, you're assuming that this is part of the design. This isn't nature, and he's right about that. But he said this is just, maybe this is something somebody put here because they thought it meant something. So are we to believe then that we've been misled from season 1, that the bottle trees are a red herring? Because we've been very much led to believe that they're important. It's heavily implied. That's the thing that bothers me about that scene. It nags at me. I don't think that makes sense. I hope that they're not trolling us since season 1 and making us believe the bottles are important when they're not. That's just me. But Anyway, yeah, so like, but to your point, yeah, this was frustrating. I found a lot of this episode frustrating. I enjoyed it. I know there was a lot of frustration and a lot of people were not happy with the episode at all. I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong.
Me too. It was good.
I liked it. I liked it. Was it the best episode of the season? No, it wasn't. Most people probably say no, but I enjoyed it. I think the whole season, I think part of the problem is the whole season has been really killing it. And so it's hard to, live up to, for every episode to live up to the same level. Maybe this isn't the top tier, but it's still a good episode. The thing that was frustrating, that there were certain things that were teased that I wanted more of. And this was one of them. Like PM was saying, they were right there. They were right there. I know this was a setting up for next episode. It was a setup. I think they are gonna. I mean, in the preview, it's looking like in the trailer, Julie and Ethan are strolling on up to the ruins. I have no idea why she brought her little brother to this scary place, but so it is. And so this
I'm gonna go, Julie.
Oh, well, thank you for coming. It was
Thank
so
you for having me.
It's so nice to have you. And I'll do more call-ins. So I'd be glad to have you come on again.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, PM, I agree with you that it was frustrating. I think it was just to set up what's going to happen next. Julie was apparently in the episode trailer. She's going to go back, but yeah, it's like, okay, was this just to give us a little bit of a lighthearted moment at the end of the day with Julie and Randall driving around in the truck, except for the cicada attack, of course, phantom cicada attack. It seemed like it was just for maybe a lighthearted moment, and then they gave us this setup moment where they almost approach it, and you get this setup where you can tell Randall senses this is a bad idea because he says, let's go, please, and he never says please. So okay.
Oh wow, that's true.
Yeah.
That's a great observation, Julie.
Thank you.
Well, okay, so if we put that together, the actress said her character is 16.
Right.
He's saying please. I think that maybe it's like a brotherly thing, like a brother, little sister sort of relationship. And this might bring him back from the possibility of turning evil. Because a lot of people said he will be the one to contest Boyd. But if he likes Julie and wants to take care of Julie as, a little sister, then I think he's less likely to turn evil if he remains connected.
Yeah, that could pull him back. That's a great point. That could pull him back. They had that bonding time, and he hasn't really had any moments of bonding with anybody here thus far. I mean, like he teamed up with Jim in season 2. It was just a little conspiracy fest. They weren't bonding. This was the first time we've actually ever seen him bond with anyone.
Yeah, it was their little burn the witch moment where they went around town just burning the witch.
Right? Yeah, it was a witch hunt for sure. Classic. And yeah, this was a bonding time for him, and I think they're trying to develop his character. I definitely think they're still putting him on a redemption arc, and this showed a softer side. I've never in the history of his time on this show heard him say please. So yeah, it's like he has goodness in him. I think life must have treated him poorly and given him a chip on his shoulder. We don't know his whole story. That's the thing. Like, We don't know a lot of these people's stories, but something gave him a chip on his shoulder. You don't get an attitude like that just for no reason at all. And if it's just that he's an asshole through and through, then he wouldn't have this heroic streak that he has in a crisis. He's shown that from the moment he got there. First one to volunteer to run in when the house was falling down, for strangers. I mean, um,
And I think I keep going back and forth with him because when he was screaming at Boyd, they finally brought him in. His face is all cut up and he's screaming, "You left me, you left me." While it seemed really angry, to me, it read like heartbreak, not
yep,
like anger. To me, it read like a child who's
yep,
screaming at someone like, you left me, like you abandoned me, because he's an adult. And as an adult, I think that you would be able to rationalize that Boyd kind of had to leave you. Like there's more people that he could save. Why risk everyone? We can get to that conclusion and he could potentially understand that. But it was heartbreak. It was, I tried to be on a team. I tried to be your friend. I tried to be good. And you left me,
mhm,
like you still left me for your friends. It almost felt clicky, like you
yeah,
left me over them and I tried to play with you and to like be on your team. And it was like heartbreaking. I felt a little bit bad for him.
yeah. Me too, because he displayed incredible heroics that night. Once again, this was the third time that he's done something like this. First time was the running into the house that was falling down, and then this season he, it wasn't as big of a deal, but he jumped off the bus and got Julie, Ethan, and Sarah on by just beckoning them over. That was putting himself in harm's way. And then, of course, the biggest thing was like, yeah, the most heroic thing he did was, put himself at risk of the monsters, run off the bus with Boyd without even a hesitation, and then run back to get the tools. And no one even asked him. He just said, "I've got tools in the bus," and took off running. Boyd even tried to stop him. Um,
When you
so
say it like that, it makes me feel even worse. I got tools in the bus. It's so heartbreaking. It's
it
a
is.
child wanting to be helpful who's usually excluded.
I think so. I think so. And I'm no Randall lover. I've never, been like even really, fond of this character, but I understand. Like I don't know why he is the way he is, but I just recognize the signs of someone with a chip on their shoulder who's been treated poorly, and he lashes out and pushes people away, even for no good reason at all. People who are even helping him, he was so nasty to Marielle after she stitched up his face, just for no reason. And so it's easy to look at somebody like that on the surface and say, "Oh, I hate that guy, he's an asshole." But sometimes you have to look a little deeper. Okay, why is he behaving this way? What's underneath all of that, and what's at his core? Well, when the chips are down and there's a crisis, people's lives are at risk, he's running to the rescue like a hero. So he can't be just a bad guy. He's got goodness at his core underneath all of that nasty attitude, the way I see it. And he was asking a lot of questions in season 2 that made him sound insane. But in his defense, he got there and the bus didn't even have a chance to loop around and show everybody that there's something supernatural going on right off the bat. They stopped the bus. They shot the tires out. Like, to him, it looked like this is a town full of lunatics, and he had no reason to believe anything that they were saying about monsters. He didn't see anything with his own eyes, so I understand why he was asking all those questions. Did he go
Hmm.
too far? Yes. I don't defend him kidnapping Donna, but Yeah.
That
I think
was kind of hilarious though, like seeing her tied to that tree. And she was screaming at Jim like, Jim.
right.
It was like hilarious because she's usually not in that situation, you know? She's not one to be kidnapped, but she was kidnapped and tied to a tree. It was so funny. But it was giving true crime.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of like true crime. Not so much now because I got to be too much. But when he was making all of those accusations of maybe you're just telling us that it was very Twilight, like true crime. They're actually the bad people. Plot twist: there's no monsters. They just want to like keep us in here, and they shot the bus tires out, kind of like that, like true crime. And I was like, huh, that's actually like a really good point. These people could be like crazy and be like trying to kidnap all of you. He
Right.
made good points.
He did. I mean, it seemed like they pulled up to some town full of cult crazies, and even Marielle was thinking that initially. She was actually angry at Christy, like, what have you been doing? I've been missing you all this time, and you're in this town full of lunatics. I thought she was being ridiculous.
She's like, you join a cult.
Yeah, should you join a cult? I would have. My first question would have been: have they been holding you hostage? If you think that they're nuts, I wouldn't have jumped to the conclusion that Christy chose it. I would feel like, were they keeping you here? Marielle was annoying, but anyway, I digress. But Randall was asking questions that made sense. I don't agree with the ways that he went about it. But he thought these people were insane and they were holding everybody hostage and making shit up about monsters, and they were actually behind it. And for all he knew, they were killing people, including Donna. So it's all about perspective.
This is hilarious. You're like, I just don't agree how he went about it. Like, yeah, he kidnapped Donna. And it's so funny to me because it's almost like that, like a Nightmare Before Christmas, when the little trolls say, like, oh, we kidnapped Santa Claus. And they kind of have him tied up. I don't know if you've ever seen Nightmare Before Christmas.
No, actually, I'm one of the one of the few people who's probably never seen it.
You need to see it because when you see that section with Santa Claus, he's dressed just like Donna. He looks like Donna. And it just reminds me of that so much. And the fact that he was able to pull that off. Donna has all of these people around her like with weapons. She has
Right.
bodyguards, and he was still able to kidnap.
Right? That made no sense. That was like that was ridiculous. And that's that a lot of people found that really suspicious. Like, this was like, from the Donna is a mole faction of the fan, thinking like she allowed herself to be captured somehow, and I don't know. But I've heard that because people, I had a friend who was like, how did she possibly let him get the drop on her within feet away from a house full of people? Like, she's bigger than him. Like, I don't like, she looks like stronger than him, honestly. Like there's no way he could, in other words, there's no way he could overpower her like that easily by
Yeah.
himself.
You need to go and watch that, even if it's just that scene, because like the chat Santa Claus, they have a little song. And the thing about it is that, yeah, Donna, the whole time she was like, Randall, you don't want to do this. Santa Claus, and that little thing where he gets kidnapped by the kids, he's also saying like, children, you're gonna be in trouble. It's like the exact same thing. It was hilarious to me. I don't know why. And Victor with the puppet, I feel like there has been a lot of comedy that wasn't meant to be comedy, which I enjoy because From could become so heavy sometimes. But the whole Victor has been a comedian lately. He's been hilarious.
He has been. Oh my God, Victor has been so entertaining this season. I just, just from, the unintentional shading, the shade against Sarah. And, let's, you know, building a pillow fort, a blanket fort out in the basement. And like,
He's like, hey, I want you to help me because you're a killer. Because you remember you killed your brother. Remember? It's like he just like I don't know if you forgot, but you killed your brother. You're scary. It's like, oh my God, Victor, you're asking for a favor. You're asking
right?
this woman for a favor.
Yes. Oh,
And
yeah.
smacking the chair this last episode,
Oh my
the
God.
whole thing with the puppet, I'm like, I don't know where it's going because From is not a corny show, at least not to me. So a puppet talking, that to me would be like, I don't know. So I don't know where it's
Yeah.
going. I don't see them doing that. But then again, like, what's the point of the puppet then? But the way he smacked the
Right.
chair, he's like, "You talk to me," and he smacked the chair, and the puppet was just swinging.
I know, right? Because it was a chair that kind of rocks. And yeah, he's like, you talk right now. I know you can talk. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. Oh my God, that was comedy gold. I loved it.
And the
Oh my
puppet, the
God.
whole time, he's like screaming this at the puppet, and the puppet just swinging back.
Yes. Oh God. Like my only complaint about that scene is I wanted more. I wanted it to be longer. I wanted more Victor and Jasper in episode 7. We only got a little taste. It
I
was a
know we
tease.
were all waiting for like we coming up with ideas like what is he gonna do? Like what would you do to a puppet? Like cut off like a finger? Like if you don't answer, I'm gonna cut your fingers. Or like what do you do to a puppet?
Right.
We were very creative, way more creative than Victor. He just smacked them around.
I
But
know,
I
right?
would like a longer. If we could have a whole episode of just Victor puppet interrogation, that would be like
Oh.
amazing for me.
Oh God. Yeah, I need that. I need that. Like yeah, good cop, bad cop, and yeah, shine like when were in the peach truck with the dummy, he actually set the dummy down right underneath a lamp that was shining right on his head. I thought he was going to start interrogating him right then and there. Like, I'm going to shine this light right in your eyes. Now you talk right now. Yeah, it was great. All the Jasper scenes. I need more Jasper, and so that was one of my complaints. I just wanted more of this. That was the issue with episode 7 for me. There were teases of really great things. I wanted more of it. It was like they had a little bit of trouble kind of pacing it, and so it felt kind of disjointed. Like, okay, we're going to give you a tiny taste of this, tiny taste of that. Victor and the dummy, and then Henry walks in. Poor Henry. Like Henry's face. It's like, oh my God. Is this really my
That picture
son?
you took. Oh my God.
his poor father. Like
You cut him at the best time. That's like his attitude. He was so
like what the hell? What the hell did I just walk in on? Like my son's been yelling at a dummy all morning and all night. Like my 50-year-old son has been yelling at this dummy all night and morning. Like poor man. I really feel for poor Henry.
and that's the episode where he goes to the bar and he says like basically he's saying like I thought about leaving him like I thought what did I get myself into? I want to go back home.
Exactly. Exactly. Like that was his tipping point. It wasn't right after they came out of the cave where he actually saw a sleeping transformed monster right in front of his eyes, and then a creepy ass, talking monster. If you keep coming down here, Victor, one of these days we might make you stay. we might keep you here, whatever the hell she said. It wasn't that, that pushed him to go, lick her up with Donna. It was this. Like, this was the tipping point. Like, the poor man walks in on his 50-plus-year-old son interrogating a dummy. Poor guy.
It's this picture. It's this exact picture. You caught him at the best time because he's like, what? Like,
Exactly.
and
That's a,
then Victor is back with with my girl, Sarah. He's like, okay, my dad thought I was being too weird. Can I like use your basement? She's like,
right.
okay, Victor. Like, my dad couldn't handle it. I'm back to you.
Yep. Yeah, because, like, honestly, you're right. Like, I managed to get it at just the right moment. That's a whole mood right there. The poor man. I just, like, you thought your family was dead for 40 years, and you walk in on this, and, like, he literally was, yeah, God, his poor, look at his eyes, like, am I really seeing this? And then
He's shocked.
he's shocked. Like, it's not so much the monsters that shocked him the most. It's just, I think, he's rocked to his core. This is his son that he lost 40 years ago. He's over 50 years old, having a tantrum because he can't make a dummy talk to him. Oh my God. Like, it was just, and Scott McCord acted the hell out of this scene. We didn't get enough of him, but I just thought this little tantrum where he's yanking on the rope, and it's just like a little child, just
Mm-hmm.
a little child who cannot get his way, and he's having a tantrum, and his father is trying to talk him down, admirably so. Like, he's just doing an amazing job. Like, not everybody could handle this. This is not a child. This is a 50-plus-year-old man, and look how much Henry has to deal with here, and he's stepping up for his son. Seems like just the most loving father. And I don't blame him for having that moment of weakness where he had that thought. It's a human thing,
Mm-hmm.
right?
What's funny is that before we got to know Henry, and we're still trying to get to know him, but before, when we kind of just saw a picture of him, people were saying, or the introduction of him carrying a 6-pack, right? Everybody
Yep.
was saying he's an alcoholic. Like, he's not a good person. He's an alcoholic. He's an abusive father, blah, blah, blah. And he got there, and we didn't really see him drinking, really,
Yep.
after that. When he was with Tabitha, he wasn't, drinking either. But it was after this that he goes to the bar and he's like, I could use a drink. That all of a sudden that 6-pack came back to me. And I thought, maybe he's back to it. Maybe he's back to the booze. Like, this is a whole nother level of worry. Now he does have his son, but he's worried for, like, his antics and like who he is and if he's okay. And I also love that
Hmm.
now we have the storyline that Victor gets to go around town, like, basically like a child. Like, oh, my dad says I'm being weird, Sarah, so I need to go over to your house. I can't do this at home. Like, that is so adorable and lovable. And I love that now he has somebody that can, like, have a level of authority, because I don't think anybody really had authority over Victor. He kind of always did his own thing.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, he was just on his own. Like, Donna watched over him a little bit. She supplied him with his peaches, but he was just on his own, all by himself up in this attic room. And now his father's there, and he's like a little kid, kind of storming off. His dad is trying to make him stop. So he's like, okay, I'll take my toy and leave. And like, this actor is phenomenal. Like, just his facial expressions, like the emotion that he expresses just through facial expressions. You literally can see in some scenes tears welling up in his eyes. he did that with Tabitha. And this scene, it's just Robert Joy, I believe his name is. He's phenomenal. What a great addition to the show.
Yeah. And I'm really glad that his storyline is going where it is. Because we could all do with like a good dad.
Yeah.
And I think because and from we're so used to like negative or bad things happening and like sadness and hopelessness, everybody was thinking, oh, Miranda ran away, and like speculations about the drinking and this and that. And it was so
Mhm.
nice to see that it wasn't like that at all. That he's
Yes.
actually loving, and that he's not what everybody said he was. And I feel like even after we saw him the first time, people kept waiting to see if more would come out about his character. And he's proved to be an excellent, like, dad, you know, even to this man that he doesn't really know that well. He's proved to be like a really good father, I think.
Absolutely, 100%. And I was right there with a lot of the fandom in thinking that maybe his father was abusive when Victor never ever discussed his father. Until this season, we never heard him mention his father once. And anytime he was ever asked about how he got here, he shut down. He wouldn't respond. He said, I don't want to talk about that, which is a classic trauma response. So, it was a thing that you would logically think, okay, maybe his father was abusive. But then we met Henry, and I just got this sense that that wasn't the case at all. And then, you realize, okay, no, there could have been another reason. His mother, he and his mother and sister just got ripped away from Henry. And I don't know if Miranda deliberately was taking the kids and leaving, or if she was just on an errand and they happened to get pulled in then. But either way, he was ripped from his father, and that was too traumatic to talk about. That makes sense. That would traumatize anybody. So he just didn't talk about his father. I'm really glad that they went this route. Henry has stepped up. He's been there for him in amazing ways. Like, not many people could immediately step into this role as father to this man-child, Victor, who's so severely traumatized in this nightmarish place. Henry hasn't even had a moment to just, deal with his own experience. He's trapped here now. He's not even giving a thought to himself. I mean, like, he walked into that cave with Victor. Victor didn't want to put him in harm's way, and he's like, I'm not going to lose you again, so I just got you back. So I commend him for that. I really do.
That was very sweet. He was basically like, hey, what are you doing today? Victor's like, I'm up to my antics. It's not
Yep.
going to be good. Like, okay, I'll go with you. It was very, very sweet that he's willing to do all of these things with him.
Yep.
And finally, maybe Victor can start remembering. And he's supposed to be like, he's supposed to be remembering something. And I
Yeah.
feel like he has the answer to everything. Hello, you were there. I'm pretty sure you have the answer to everything.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's somewhere buried in his head. Somewhere. I thought I had. I think some of my screenshots disappeared. Yeah, the ones of him showing up at Sarah's house disappeared too. Um, but yeah, I think it's there are more buried memories that just need to be unlocked, and yeah, he's going to keep doing that this season. And somebody pointed out. Wait, I saw a comment. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, I was talking about this earlier too, T Calypsox. There might be a reason Victor goes to Sarah's house and wants to go in the basement. Remember, he once told her the basement is for secrets. Yeah, I said that earlier tonight. Absolutely. I think that's why. Like, I think that's where the dummy might just talk. Jasper might just talk. Now, I don't think it's going to spill all the secrets. It's not going to be as easy as that. If I had to guess, I would I would expect more that he's going to taunt Victor and say something manipulative, something like the voice on the radio or the voice on the phone. Or I don't know, maybe give him something, but it's not going to be anything useful because whatever is making this dummy talk, it's just not. It can't be a good entity. Have we ever in the history of time heard of a story with a talking dummy that's actually on the side of good? I
That's
can't.
true. I can't think of anything.
Never.
No. Yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, I think the dummy's going to talk in the basement, but I'm not going to trust anything it says. And but yeah, that I definitely think that's going to work because yeah, that flashback to Victor watching Christopher and Jasper arguing, that looked like a basement. It looked like a basement, and I think that's it. That's what that line was setting us up for. The basement is for secrets. It's going to come back in this episode, the next one we're getting. I bet that's going to happen. I'm looking forward to it because I wanted more of that. There hasn't been much Sarah in the past 2 episodes at all. Actually, very little.
I worry for her because
Hey,
there
Yeah.
hasn't been much Sarah. But now that Tilly is dead, I worry because it's logical. Point the finger at Sarah. That makes the most sense.
Yeah,
And I worry for her because she's being so good now.
yeah,
I
yeah.
have to I have to
Helping.
go.
Yeah.
But thank you again for having me. I really had a good time talking this from.
Oh, glad to have you. Thanks for coming on panel. Have a good night or whatever time it is there.
All right, y'all have a good evening.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, maybe the evil entity. Okay, this is you have a different idea, T Calypsox. Maybe the evil entity cannot hear you in the basement. Okay. Okay, so maybe yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. Um
That's interesting. That
mhm.
I feel like really aligns with the theory of this not being a supernatural place, but
Yeah.
being like a government or company owned place where they might have devices that can hear you, but just not in basements.
Yeah, that's possible. The only thing I would say though that comes to mind, maybe I mean, we know it can see people in basements, so if basements are supposed to be secret, uh, Tabitha didn't keep that secret. I mean, that her secret wasn't kept because Tabitha was digging that hole and somebody was watching. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Hey Debbie, Abby, Bo Babby. Oh, you're not doing well. I'm sorry to hear that, Debbie. Oh, you're so sweet. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. Debbie is a rock star in the From community. She's everywhere. She supports so many content creators. It's awesome.
Oh yes, I always see her theories. She has the best research. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well as well. And I would be so interested if you know, could ever like call in. I know like me and a lot of other people would like to hear more about your theory.
Yeah, me too. Me too. So yeah, anytime that you're feeling up to it, just let me know. I'll send you a link in a DM, even if I'm not doing a call in. If you ever want to, then I'll give you the floor. You can come on anytime. You know how to reach me, of course, in Discord. And speaking of which, my Discord link, I don't know if I ever even mentioned it, but my Discord link is pinned at the top of the chat. And I am going to be doing another watch party for the new episode again on Saturday night when it drops. Like I did the last 2 weeks, or was it 3? I can't even remember. They're going by so quick. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing another one, and yeah, this time I'm not gonna be late. I was running late last time. I was I was working on massive video that was so time consuming all week. Then I had to make another one.
Didn't finish the thumbnail, right? Like it was down to the wire.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have you remembered that, huh? I was like embarrassed. I'm like, oh god, this looks terrible. But I had no choice. I just uploaded it the way it was because I had to get it in before the next episode. I just had to. So I got it in just in time, right before it dropped. But then I had to wait for it to finish premiering, and like my watch party got a little bit pushed back. But I'm not gonna be as overwhelmed this week because I'm not working on a massive theory video like I did last week. I'm just the videos will be more easy to manage. So yeah, I'll do another watch party, and then we chat in the voice channel after. We had a really good conversation going last time. Really good, like, really interesting conversation. Actually, it was a lot of fun. So yeah, if anybody wants to join, the link is right up there. If you have any issues with it, let me know. Sometimes Discord links have problems. I have to get a new one. And yeah, Dabby, creepy dolls, the worst thing ever. Yeah, I personally enjoy creepy doll stories, but like you never you know that they're never going to be good. Exactly like I was saying, and Susie Greenberg said, they're not ever a good entity. No such thing as a good talking doll. No.
Yeah,
Nope.
someone said Pinocchio in English, Pinocho in Latin, but he was a liar. So
Right.
even if he got Pinocho to talk, he would lie about everything. So he wouldn't be helpful either. I definitely want Jasper to give him sass, like to give Victor like sassy talk back so that Victor can snap.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too. I want I want to see that. I've been really hungering for that scene ever since that flashback showing that Jasper can talk. I've just been dying for more. I can't get enough Jasper. I know a lot of people. It's funny because a lot of people who are even hardcore horror fans, they just cannot stand creepy doll stories or dummy stories, either or. I love it personally. I find it funny. It's like, you don't mind, the nastiest, most horrific gore, close up on a ripped up body, even of a kid, but no, this is where you draw the line. It's the creepy haunted dummy. I just find it funny, but it's a common thing. A lot of people I talk to, a lot of
Yeah.
people I talk to.
But you're not you, right? Like you don't care for that. You're not afraid of.
I love these kinds of stories. I love haunted dummies and haunted doll stories. For
Yeah,
me
I do
personally,
too. They're not scary to me. It's not scary.
no,
Um, and I used to have a lot of dolls. Yeah, the porcelain dolls. Ugh,
yes,
my parents like used to buy me those dolls, and they were so creepy because they had like that real good texture, like real hair and glassy eyes.
hmm
But they never scared me. I feel like what scares me is like these magical, powerful beings. Like when people talk about, a lot of people have theorized 4D or 5D or like extra dimensional.
hmm
That's scary to me because we wouldn't be able to understand it. Our brain wouldn't compute, and that's like more scary to me, that there is somebody out up there, but they're just this entity. It's just so scary. The unknown, I guess. The unknown.
yeah. That's the thing. The unknown. Anything related to that. We're all afraid of the unknown, right? So yeah, yeah, it resonates. It resonates with a lot of people, and um AAMM said, yeah, maybe Jasper will say something about Eloise. It might be deceiving, but it will make Victor upset or hopeful. Yeah, that would be interesting. I would like that. Give us anything about Eloise, please. I would be very happy with that. Yes, please. Yeah, and yeah, I love the Twilight Zone. Two of my all-time favorites, the dummy and living doll. Living doll was the episode with the talkie Tina doll. That was all-time favorite. Love it.
The dad was not very nice. I love that episode because she kept saying, "You're not very nice. Talking Tina doesn't like you." And I was like, "Yes, Talking Tina, give it to him. He is not nice."
He
So
was
it
a
was a
jerk.
righteous doll.
Yeah. You're right about that. I always thought, man, this guy's a jerk. And yet at the same time, as the doll is, like getting more and more menacing and threatening, at first it's just like, my name is Talkie Tina and I don't think I like you. And it gets progressively worse and worse, and nobody believes him, of course. It's like, oh my god, it's a classic. Yeah, he tries to like put the doll's head in a vice and squeezes it, and she's like, I can take it if you can. he tries
That's a good.
he tries to take a blowtorch to it and she won't burn.
She's like, "Bring it on." She was
Yeah.
sassy, and did not care. She did not care.
No, she didn't. Yeah, I just loved it. Oh my god. Yeah, the blowtorch didn't work. Then he tried putting her in a trash can and with some cinder blocks on top. Somehow she wound up upstairs in bed with his stepdaughter. Like, she got herself out of there and went up the stairs, I guess. Walked up by herself. Oh man. Classic. Absolute classic. And yeah, he was a total jerk. Like, you almost kind of felt like, yeah, she was righteous, and yeah, he was like, she would be like, but daddy, he snapped at her, I'm not your daddy. Wow, you were kind of rooting for the evil doll by the end, honestly.
Oh yeah, for sure. I
Right.
guess I would consider her good, depending on what she did after. Yeah,
Right.
after messing with him.
Yeah,
But
like, yeah, like
yeah, she gave all of the sass,
that was
everything. I saw no problem. I watched the episode and I said, I don't see anything wrong.
yeah,
Perfectly fine. But I
yeah.
feel like From has a lot of like the Twilight Zone inspiration built into it.
Yep.
Almost like everything, the Rosemary's Baby, right? Like the pregnancy, and um Insidious with the kimono lady,
Hmm.
your camera taking a picture. It has a
Hmm.
lot of, and the puppet, that's so Twilight.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I love the different influences that you can see in this show. There are a lot. It draws from a lot of different things. I see all kinds of things. Definite Lovecraft influences, Stephen King, of course, and the Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone influence is the reason that attracted me to the show in the first place. That's why I started watching the show, because
Really? What specifically?
because the concept of a town that you can't escape from is literally the concept of a Twilight Zone episode that's not very well known, but and it wasn't, it didn't have monsters in it, but the concept of a town where like you just go around in circles and you can never get out, that's yeah, it's right out of the Twilight Zone. There's an episode like that with a couple that wakes up in a town they can't escape, and yeah, they get in a train and it just takes them around in a circle and they're back again. I love that kind of concept, and that's the thing that got me to watch the first episode. And then I was once I got past the gore and I watched episode 2, that was it for me. I was hooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I loved it like from the minute the song. It was a creepy song. I was like, okay, that's me. I could just feel it. It's creepy. But I remember that episode you're talking about, and what I found really disturbing was that the train actually worked and it went
Mhm.
around, but it brought them to the same spot.
Right.
That
Yeah.
was just like, oh my God, that is not, that's evil, because they got the
Mhm.
idea, okay, we're leaving, it's working, it's actually working, and then it just brings them right back. It's by design that you can escape, and that's what made it super scary. There's also a Twilight Zone where it's kind of a similar, I don't know, it's like the it's a little devil box, a diner. It's a couple. They're visiting, like they're on a road trip. They get stuck in a town because their car breaks down. And there's a little devil box in a diner where you could put in a coin and it'll give you like your fortune.
Mhm.
And they keep saying, like, what's going to happen, right? And the devil box keeps giving them a fortune saying, hey, you need to wait, like, be
Yeah.
patient. You need to wait. You shouldn't leave.
Yes.
So they could never leave. They're stuck there.
Yep.
Do you remember that one?
That was a classic. Another William Shatner one. Like, oh man, he had a few. He had like two of them, and that was amazing. I loved that. It was just yeah, that demon on that little fortune telling box. It was just, oh, it was just like mocking them. That little face, and it was the crazy thing of it is, you know, they were the ones that I like how there's always a some insight that you could draw from every single episode. I loved the closing monologue that Serling would give. Rod Serling was a genius. And on that one, it was just basically the moral of it was that these people actually trapped themselves by giving into superstition and refusing to take a chance on the unknown and go out on their own. They were a slave to this machine telling them that it wasn't safe to leave. And then another couple, like at the end, they do finally, like, they finally break free and they
Hmm.
leave. But then another couple you see is like still trapped there. Like they're, you know, it's like, okay, you see the two different paths that they could take, like one is choose free will and accept that you have to face the unknown. And the
Hmm.
other is just to be a slave to superstition and look for something external to tell you every move you need to make. So yeah, I thought that was really a great moral to take away from that. Rod Serling was so good at that stuff, like the
And
messages.
it's a good like point that it correlates to our theme song here and from. Like, the future's not ours to see. Que será será. What
Yeah.
will be, which, que será será means like what will be. It is what it is, basically. And it is a direct connection
Yep.
to, you might not want to know. Like, we think we might want to know the future, or what is life, or what is my purpose. And I feel like it's hinting at, I don't think you want to know your purpose. You might not like it. Just like
Mm,
Jay told Tabitha, you were always going to get here. That's almost like a condemning statement.
mhm.
And he's
Mhm.
a very intelligent person. So if somebody like that tells you that and you believe them, that's condemning you to, like, oh, nothing matter. Everything that I had before this, nothing matter. I was always going to end up here. I'm supposed to be here. It's very, like, I don't know, hopeless in a way.
Yeah, it is. It is. And before you mentioned that, I was just gonna say, like, what I was talking about with I was thinking of that same thing that Jade was saying, because what I was saying about free will, this couple on the Twilight Zone, in the end, they choose to embrace their own free will and decide their own destiny. That's what the wife tells her husband, we need to decide our own destiny, not this thing, not this machine. And so they leave, and then you see another couple is still a slave to it. So you see the two paths. And then Jade was talking in episode 7, Jade was talking about free will versus determinism. And he said maybe Aristotle was wrong, maybe he got it wrong. You saw this place in nightmares as a child, and so no matter what you did, you were always going to end up here. There's nothing you could do to avoid it. I mean, I think he's right, but it's not that everybody in life is just, has no free will. This is not that kind of a place. This is not real life. This is not like our world, like the way things normally are. This is a totally different situation. It's not like there is no free will. I think there's no free will for these people, the people that were handpicked to end up there. And there's got to be a reason for that. My opinion, the reason is because the people who were, at least some of the people who were brought there because they were reincarnated. But even if it's not that, then there's some other reason that they're being selected, whether it's cursed ancestry, bloodlines, reincarnation, some entities playing a game and deciding, okay, we're going to bring Boyd in here because he'll be helpful, and it's playing against an entity that's trying to harm them. Like, whatever it is, like within the realm of this show, there are certain people who didn't have any free will, had no choice but to show up there. And we just got a demonstration of that and I predicted this would happen. Tabitha wound up back there without even trying, it was against her will. I didn't think she'd have to try to get back. I knew she would just wind up pulled back in there. Now, I didn't necessarily think it would happen that fast, but then I changed my mind. Tony Teflon changed my mind on that. I was like, okay. I was looking at the evidence with him when the episode descriptions came out and the titles of the episodes, and I was sold. But like, the point of it is, yeah, she was gonna end up here no matter what. She's like, she's trapped in this place for a reason, and until she completes some kind of mission, she's gonna be stuck here in an endless loop forever, in my opinion. But I don't think it's gonna end like that. They're gonna figure out how to break it this time.
Yeah, I agree. If we really examine determinism, I feel like it fits perfectly. For me, it's always been a game. I have 3 theories: a game, a curse, where it's not so much you did something to someone, but for some reason the land like feels that these people owe the land some suffering. Like, you owe me suffering. You owe me, and your children owe me, and your children's children for retribution. Retribution. Because it's basically saying, I don't want you to die. You owe me this much retribution, and until you accomplish that, you're never leaving. And then I'm going to bring your children in here too. It's very much that. And then the very last one is the city of Carcosa, the Yellow King city of Carcosa. A place you can't escape. The more you look for this wisdom that we want, because we are curious beings, and the more you look for an exit, the more you lose your mind, and you will never escape. And it's sort of that thing, when you stare at the abyss will stare right back at you until you literally disintegrate and realize, oh my God, I'm losing all concept of who I even am. Because if we think about it too closely, it's not a positive thing. Just not, right? It's best to not examine certain things in life. May you go crazy. But determinism, what Jade said, I think is the whole point of the game. So in determinism, Yes, you don't have a choice because certain actions that happen before you dictate that now there's a consequence. You're here. However, that's the first move, kind of like in chess. Now, determinism. Whatever action you take in this place will have a consequence.
Mm-hmm.
And we see that all the time and from. We call it rewards. I feel like a lot of us were examining and saying, hey, something bad happened, but then they got a reward. Something good happened. So I think it's more like what Jade is saying, where it's not so much a reward, but it's a cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be very careful about the choices that you make because there will be an effect. The town will get like tougher. Now we have snow. So
Yep.
that's the consequence of her escaping, I think.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I think everything's been leading up to worsening conditions, and all the moves that they make just keep escalating things. So it's just like, honestly, anytime Sarah talks, Sarah is so full of insight. Like, she's the one who said that she thought maybe the cicadas were manifested from her brother's fear. I absolutely think that things are manifested in this place from fears, emotions, thoughts, all kinds of things. But not only that, but Sarah also said that Nathan, she said that he believed, honestly, like, we needed more of Nathan. Like, Nathan sounded pretty smart. He said, like, the more you push, the more this place will push back. And that's what it is. Like,
Mhm.
the more they try to escape, the more they try to find a way out, the deeper they venture into the forest, the worse the consequences are going to be, because this place doesn't want any of that. There's going to be retribution, for
Yeah,
sure.
and therein lies determinism. You
Yeah.
can choose to do nothing and to just say, okay, my next move, like in a game of chess, because this is determinism, cause and effect. My next move is nothing. I'm not going to do anything else. Okay, well, then you're not ending the game. The end, you didn't finish the game. You're just pausing it because you're not making a move. And until you make the move, it will resume. It's never ending until you actually complete it. Um, which is why I think that it's not a good move to just behave and follow the rules in town and just kind of like colony house, try to be happy and live there. You're only pressing pause on like this inevitable ending. You need to
Mhm.
make the moves. It's gonna happen anyway.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, like, yeah, it's, yeah, like, there's still going to be consequences, that even if they don't do anything, like, they're still going to lose people. Um, but the more they make moves, the more it seems like there are harsher punishments. Yeah, it's been getting worse and worse. You know, I feel like the snow has been kind of inconsistent. Like, I get that it's still winter and it's cold, but now it's raining there. But that's kind of weird. I personally think that's because of the shooting schedule getting messed up by the writer's strike. They just weren't anticipating shooting in winter, so they had to write the winter in. But anyway, the point is, yeah, like, it was already supposed to be a situation where the seasons are changing, conditions were going to get harsher, and that was a consequence of what they were all doing, trying to escape. Tabitha escaping, um, and yeah, like the storm that manifested out of nowhere. The storm came in probably because Boyd and Sarah were getting too close to the lighthouse, and the radio tower was getting built. Maybe a combination of both. Um, the house collapsed because Tabitha dug the hole. There are always consequences for everything they do, every move they make. And now, I think actually, like, the biggest thing was Tabitha's escape. It seems like that's when the monsters. And not only that, Boyd smashing the music box.
Mm-hmm.
They thought that was just a victory, but that was just okay, you cleared this level, now it's going to get even harder. That's when the monsters changed tactics and now they're ambushing. They staged 2 ambushes this season. 2 different ones at night. So direct consequence, cause and effect.
Yeah. It reminds me so much of I don't know if you have seen this on Netflix, Sandman.
No, I've heard that's really good. I should check that out.
Oh my God, you need to, you need to. It's amazing. Basically, Sandman. I mean, we all know him. We know him. We love him. Um,
Yeah.
but the whole story of it being a game. I mean, I really like the idea of it because it kind of simplifies things for me that can be very complex because there's so much going on. But kind of what you pinpointed, you build a tower. Okay, so that's making a move. That's me making a chess move. Okay, I see your tower. I give you a storm,
Mm-hmm.
right? It never gives them too much. If we notice, it's always kind of like one move for the town, one move for the people. Like it's always one and one, one and one. It's
Yeah.
never giving them everything at once, a storm and the snow and the cattle going missing and like no food. It never does that. It's always one move per move.
Yep. That's
So
true.
that to me indicates a back and forth, and it indicates a rules, regulations, and pre-established game rules where you can't just beat them by killing them all. That's not the point of the game.
Right. Right. Yeah, it really does feel very much like a game with set rules, and I just, yeah, I think that the monsters, like, the talismans, I think it's just, it seems like that's part of the game too. Like there are certain rules that they have to abide by. The talisman has to be hung up in a certain way. If it falls, it's useless. You can't wear it around your neck like a necklace. You can't do what Randall did and hold it out like some kind of a cross. Like he thinks that's going to do anything. Um, there are rules, and they have to abide by those rules. Even the monsters, and like you're not supposed to go into the forest past a certain point. Clearly, it doesn't want that. The place pushes back. It's like I really feel like the forest is sentient because it really did seem to get angry when Boyd and Sarah got
Mhm.
that far out. Like that, and that's what the boy in white said to Sarah in her head telepathically. This place, she said, he said Nathan was right. This place is angry now.
Mhm.
And
Well,
I
it's a
believe
good point. When Boyd and Sarah venture, we all wondered what entity or being pushed the tent.
right.
But what you just said, I think is pretty cool. Like the forest itself got angry. Imagine if it's the forest itself that a giant tree just walked them over to the next, like, to the next location. That
Yep.
to me would be scarier than the spider or an entity. If a tree started walking and dragging their tent because the forest is mad at them, that's like,
Right.
oh my God, blowing my mind.
That would be wild, right? Yeah. Who knows? Like, I mean, either that or like, yeah, the forest. Victor said that the trees move. Maybe the trees moved so fast it knocked the tent all over the place. I mean, I would do it too. They just started moving. It's We don't know what happened. All we saw was the inside of the tent and them being tossed around violently, and that's it. And then I was so frustrated when in the very next scene that you see them, it's what is it like the next day? And yeah, it's like the next day, and they get out and they see the spider webs. So, okay, what about the tent being dragged? I wanted to, and then we all expected a giant spider, of course, but I think if we were going to get that, that would have happened by now, personally. But who knows? Um, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I do think that the forest was angry. I really do. Like, I think the forest is kind of like a sentient thing, And yeah, like I have like a theory on that. I don't know. I could be off base, but we've talked about it before. I've talked about it with you on here. About how it's possible that this place could be kind of a curse as a result of you know Europeans coming over and taking over North America
Mm-hmm.
from Native American peoples who worshipped, revered, respected the land for 20,000 years in a completely different way. Maybe the land demands that. It's just an idea. It could be completely wrong, but I just thought it would be interesting. Like, if you think about
I
it,
like it.
yeah, I mean, the land. I mean, imagine if the land was worshipped for 20,000 years by, worshipped, revered, honored, respected in a certain way. There are so many diverse Native American tribes, but one thing that they seem to have in common is reverence for the land.
Mm-hmm.
And, Europeans just treated the land differently. So I just thought, oh, hey, maybe that's what the situation is, because the earliest visions that Jade has seen appear to be from Puritan times, so it
Mm-hmm.
would kind of match up with when there was a lot of activity going on in this area of new people coming in and settling here. So
And it just so I really like that. I like it because it's such a twist on what we're used to seeing in nature. So we're used to humans basically bullying Mother Earth and saying, we don't want trees here, we want houses. So
yeah,
we're going to chop down all of the trees, remove everything, and we're going to build malls and houses and everything that we want. Electricity, we're going to have it all. And we're going to take and take and take. And the animals will not be able to live there, and the trees will not be able to like go past a certain height, right? We regulate the land and we kind of like push it around. And what's really interesting that this is such a twist. It's almost and from like the forest is pushing them. Like when they say this place pushes back, it's
right,
literally punishing them and saying, I don't want you to get out of this perimeter. This is yours. Don't move. And if you keep trying to get into further into the forest, I will do something to you. I will get closer. And there will
exactly,
be more forest than that. To me is like what Victor measures, right? If
yep,
you try to do any other, like wandering outside of what your perimeter is, there will be more forest than town, which
yeah,
to me would be the forest moving in on them to the
yeah,
point where maybe it gets close enough that you don't have town. It's all just forest because you were too pushy. I kind of like that back and forth, but making it the land
yes,
um, instead of what we're used to. And
exactly,
what you talk about, like the first people coming over and like quote unquote discovering, right, the land.
right,
Um, the entire way of coming over was wrong. First of all, uncomfortable, and they were not thinking. They don't know anything about the land. They don't know anything about the weather. They wanted to come here dressed in their form of wear from where they
right,
come from, and that was not going to work out. And
right.
that's when in history we have colonies like the Roanoke colony, where
Mm-hmm.
they were just not thriving in the land because they're not used to this land.
Yeah,
Even your clothing, I mean, back in the day, the woman had like layers and layers and layers of clothing. Like you're not gonna get anything done. You're not gonna be able to accomplish anything. Like the land, this is not paved or comfortable. It's just forest, basically, what they
mm-hmm.
were arriving to. And well, you know about the Roanoke, right?
Oh yeah,
A lot of people, say like there's a lot of similarities. People went missing, right? The missing factor of it all. These people went missing, and a lot of people said, oh, they went into the land.
mm-hmm.
They went and, like, there's different theories of where the people may have ended up in. We don't know anything for certain, which is what makes it really interesting. The whole missing people.
Yes. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, the Roanoke thing really fascinates me, and I've heard it. You know, like maybe this could be a similar type of thing. You know, that concept. You know, this yeah, like American Horror Story did a whole season based on Roanoke, which I loved, and but like yeah, that in terms of the forest forming a perimeter and everything, yeah, like I was saying, like I think I don't know if it was a stream in last week or the week before, but I completely agree, and I think that it's a really interesting concept that it could be the forest. The reason that it's moving closer, yeah, he said that it's moving closer. That's bad, according to Victor. And yeah, it would be bad because the forest itself is where all of these entities come from. Like the monsters, they always seem to come from the woods. And the cave entrance is like part of the forest. The monsters always come from there.
Mm-hmm.
And everything else comes from there too. Like everything else that's, you know, like the entities, the further you go into the forest, the worse they seem to get. I look at the monsters, like I was saying on another stream, the monsters are kind of like a security system for the forest, the way I look at it. Some entity,
Oh
whether
yeah,
it's
I really like that, by the way. Like, I hope you make a whole video of that. It's
thanks.
amazing, and I think that you cracked it, because it's exactly that level of it's a fine line, right, with the security system.
Mm-hmm.
And they're walking that fine line. They're not out to kill you. You just can't go certain places.
Right. If you follow the rules, if you do what you're supposed to do and you play by the rules and you stay inside after dark, then you're fine. But if you don't, and if you go venturing out into the woods, then there are going to be problems. And if you think about it, like, yeah, like the monsters could be a security system for the forest in a way, because, you know, they're keeping people from venturing out there. And you know, before the talismans, like they really didn't they didn't want to venture far at all. And then even with the talismans, like this was kind of actually keeping them complacent uh in town. Like they found food, you know, they found livestock, they found talismans. It was just enough to keep them in town, and then the monsters as a deterrent, because they didn't know if the talismans would work in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Boyd never ventured out further than he could get back before dark. That's why I think so. Like, if you think about it like that, that could explain why the monsters don't come out anytime. Like, it may not be, oh, they burn up in the sunlight. If the monsters were out 24/7, then what's to keep people in town anchored there? What would be stopping them for, like, imagine if the monsters were just roaming around nonstop on a killing spree. Well, honestly, like if they couldn't get out via the road because it goes around in a circle, you'd run into the woods. So you would try to find a way out there, and that would not be desirable. So instead, the monsters come out at night and keep people from venturing out, keep people in town. And then the further you go out in the woods, it seems like the worse the entities get. After a certain point, you don't see monsters anymore. Boyd and Sarah ventured out so far, they didn't see anything. They didn't see a single monster. The tent got dragged. We don't know what that was. And then they found, you know, the tree. Boyd winds up with the worms. The cicada entity is one of those things out there worse than the monsters that, like, what was it, Martin warned about.
Mm-hmm.
That was so, like, I think the further out you go, the worse it gets, because this forest doesn't want to be disturbed. It's like it may be sentient. It may be sentient, and it's
There's
moving
dark
closer.
things that live there.
Yeah. I remember there's a lot of wording about the forest as if it's the forest that's the enemy. Like Abby,
Mhm.
evil Abby said to Boyd, I mean, I don't trust her, but it's interesting how she said, it's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd, it's hope. So she may be lying about the hope part, but feeds the forest is the part that interests me. Okay, the forest. Is the forest what's feeding on all of this? Like, it's. And then someone mentioned a forest full of nightmares this season. Like, everyone keeps mentioning stuff like that, using the forest. Dale said, nobody wants to be out here. It's a forest full of nightmares. The forest
Mhm.
is full of nightmare entities. And I think it's to keep people out,
It
you know?
makes perfect sense
Yeah.
because we have seen the characters talk about the forest as a person with feelings and emotions, like, oh, it's angry, it's mad, right? Feeding, they're giving this like human traits to the forest. So it makes perfect sense.
I think
And
so.
for some reason, so with what you're saying about the security system, that also alludes to the fact that humans are needed. Like, we do want you here,
Mhm.
right? It's not just like dark entities and like this is our world and this is where we live. We do actually have use for you. And we need you to be here, but we need you to be in your section.
Right?
Like, just stay in the section. Which points to, it makes me wonder, right? Because it points to a whole bigger machine here where
Mm,
there's moving parts and a hierarchy and designated areas.
mhm. Yeah. Yeah. It seems that way to me. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, definitely designated areas. And yeah, the further out people venture, the worse the entities might get. Who knows what else might be out there? I really hope that we're introduced to another of these entities this season. I don't know if we will, but I, we got a hint. We got a hint at one with Tabitha's dream because there was clearly something different. It was out in the daytime. She was screaming. The girl in the dream, which I mean, who Tabitha referred to as herself later, she did refer to her as her, which is interesting.
She did. And I was very glad to see that because that was one of my lines being drawn here. I was like, if Tabitha changes that, but
Mm-hmm.
she didn't. She said it was her. So,
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was glad she said that. It makes it even more interesting that she's dressed in very old-fashioned clothes. Now, maybe not Puritan. Someone pointed out to me that her legs were showing a bit, which is hard to see in the shot that we got, but yeah, that's not really Puritan, but definitely looks way before the time when Tabitha would have been that age. Not That's not 70s type of clothing, or whatever, not 70s, but whatever 80s type of clothing that she might have been wearing. And yeah, so I definitely think that dream is telling, and that the fact that she referred to that girl as herself in the subsequent episode, I liked that. To me, it points to that maybe that was a past version of her, or she was seeing herself. You know, she was experiencing it, like walking in the shoes of one of the chosen ones who came before her, or a past life, either or. Uh, it's
I
seeing it
like
from
the past life idea you have there because with children, I've always been fascinated by this, but past lives and regression and all of this, children specifically before a certain age have been known, if you believe in reincarnation, have been known to recall details of their past lives to the point where they have said, in detail what they were. who they were married to, what their name was, like specific details and how they died. Um, there's like documentaries on it. It's
Hmm.
very fascinating. But then that would make sense as to why she's dressed differently. And she was a child, so maybe she was more in tune to those memories.
Absolutely. I think that being a child had everything to do with that. um, I mentioned in the video that, like being a child, children have a more vivid imagination, of course. So children would be more susceptible, more open to these types of visions. If she's a chosen one, if she's possibly a reincarnation, like I think she is, yeah, it makes sense, and it's very Lovecraftian too, as a matter of fact, too. Just the concept of, children being able to experience things adults cannot, um, because of their vivid imagination, like the concept of this other dimension called the dreamlands that Lovecraft invented. You could only get there, uh, you could only get there easily as a child through a dream you could enter. The harder way would be to physically go there, and it was harder for adults. So I think this series has a lot of Lovecraft influences in it. So I think it could be kind of drawing on that concept, and Tabitha was able to see that more easily because she was a child with a vivid imagination. Whereas Miranda, she didn't need to be a child to see extremely vivid and detailed visions because she used acid. That's I think that definitely correlates. Henry made that pretty clear. The vision started after she dropped acid. So
That would make perfect sense if you believe in it. Because even in the real world, right, there is regression. Like there are people who specialize, if you do believe in that, they will put you under. So you have to be in a sort of unconscious, conscious. You're still conscious because you're speaking to them, but you're unconscious where you're no longer thinking about this life. And they do regression so that you know who you were in your past lives. And they say that they're able to tune in and tell this person, right, under hypnosis, what they used to do in their
mm,
previous life. So then that would indicate this whole idea that you need to be in a sort of state where you're not really conscious, but you're
inter-
still aware to be able to tap into that.
interesting. Wow, yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense then in the context of this theory. That's fascinating. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Yeah, you always bring so much insight, PM. I'm always blown away by the points that you bring up. Like it's fascinating. You're you're so knowledgeable. You just, yeah, you just always impress me every time.
Oh,
Really.
yeah. I'm obsessed with everything creepy. So I research a lot of this for entertainment. But the Roanoke thing we were talking about. Another word that has perplexed people for a long time, Roanoke. They carved it right into a tree. And
Mhm.
then they found it. Supposedly, if you believe it, Amelia Earhart had the word written down in her journal, Roanoke, and she went missing. So there's a
Mm,
whole group of people that believe that there is something powerful as to this word and the missing people and Amelia Earhart. They connect it. But we have our own thing, and from the Angui,
mhm.
we don't know what it means, and it's like our very own Roanoke word, where they left it behind and then they went missing as to maybe their whereabouts. But what it's a one word thing, which is what makes it so difficult.
Right.
So it can be directions, right?
Mhm.
Just very interesting. And the whole Ankui, I'm still like, I don't know, like they just keep saying that one word.
Oh, I know. It's so frustrating. And they've done a great job when with even with the incredible detective skills of this fandom, we're so far into season 3 now, and still we just cannot really explain that word. I've heard some potential ideas. I like, the closest thing I've heard of was what was it? Anku, which was a mythological figure which shepherded souls to hell. It was death personified. And it was Ankou, which is the way that, it's not the way that Ankui is spelled, but it's the closest thing that I've seen that maybe could be some connection, that maybe could have some connection. But other than that, it's so much of that is a mystery. Those kids, the word, it's, I really hope that at least there's a little bit more of, I don't know. I maybe they can't explain them without giving too much away by the end of the season, but it would be nice to have an explanation, or at the very least, more clues. It just,
Yeah. If they could please start saying something else, really appreciate it, children. But also, I go back to Tabitha really isn't helping them out of kindness or love, right? And it
no.
might be that the secret ingredient is love. She's
Mm,
helping them because she's afraid of them, or
yeah,
trying to help them because she thinks that it might help her and her family and everybody in town. But these children go up to her, and she hasn't created this bond or this love or interest in asking them questions. She kind of just like, what are you doing here? Don't touch it, right? They're
right.
always all over her, and she's totally afraid of them, so justified.
Yeah.
However, the secret ingredient might be love. You can't save them until you love them.
Yeah, maybe. Her panicking again, and it was just, it felt like a redundant scene. uh I just, I wanted a little something different from that scene where she was just cowering in the corner again, and they're all accosting her from coming from all different directions, except this time she's in the house instead of outside. It was creepy. I enjoyed the scene. I just wished for something a little different. Give us something new. Give us a different type of
Mhm.
vision than that. But she reacted in the same exact way. It. I don't know. I expected a little bit more from that, but and of course
It
the
was almost
signature.
saying,
Oh my god, no, 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 no.
no, 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 no.
Like,
And that's what
yeah,
it is. It's you're justified, but you're completely shutting them down. So if they were ever going to utter anything else that's not on Kui, you're like, no, 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 no. If you're trying to approach someone and talk to someone, and they like do that, they're not leaving room for connection or communication. So I think she needs to turn this around and start asking them questions, and maybe like see them as children, because I don't know that she sees them as children. She might even
yeah.
have the idea that they are not children, that they're entities. So I think she might need to actually start seeing them as little children, like literally they're little children. They're not scary, even though they look scary.
I completely agree. Yeah, I don't think they're a threat to her at all, and the creepy, menacing appearance is just, it's a misdirect for her, it's a misdirect for us. I've never thought that these kids are any kind of threat to her at all, no matter how they look. It's a classic misdirect. And her reacting in this way is just, it's frustrating because it's a carbon copy of the scene we already had in season 2,
Hmm.
and she didn't learn anything. Um, she kept saying, "I tried to help you." That was the only difference between the scenes. It's like, uh, she thought that she could, you know, she thought that she failed in her mission to do something, I guess. She wants to help them, but she's too afraid. And fear is a huge obstacle and a theme in this show. Like fear is something the place feeds on. So, you know, she's serving up a heaping helping here. Like she doesn't know how to react with anything other than terror to these kids.
They are
And
so terrifying. I'm looking at
they are
these pictures here. They are so scary. And right now
right.
it's like 2:30 a.m. where I am, and it's dark here. I'm like, oh my god, they're actually pretty scary.
Right?
However, I think that that is exactly why they pick mothers, because the
Yeah. Oh,
children
absolutely.
know that out of the population, probably a mother, right? You always hear their sayings like, oh, a face only a mother could love. You
Yeah.
always hear little things like that, alluring to the fact that mothers, sometimes can be more forgiving of
Yeah.
children's appearances, and um, connect or bond or want to help them, right? So I think that they know they look creepy. They know this is a big ask. And that's why they're saying, okay, I think the moms might help us. They have children. And it's always like
Exactly.
the ones with children, right? Well, that we know of,
Exactly.
they
Yeah.
had children. So I think that they're making that connection. If I was them, I would say, like, maybe they will connect us with their own children and might help us.
Absolutely. That's 100% what I think. That this place targets mothers. Yes, we only know of two so far, but it just makes perfect sense to me. It's always made sense to me that when these kids appear to her, they look depressed, dejected, desperate for her help, clawing at her. Like she thinks that they're some kind of a threat, but they're coming to her. And then that scene where they were like pawing at her in season 2, they were desperate for help. They're trying, like, that's the point. They're supposed to look desperate to appear to her maternal instinct, and that's exactly why they appear that way. That's why this place is bringing in chosen ones, women with children. And I believe, even though we've seen only 2 examples, I'm sure that it's always been that way. Um, and and I think that it's always been the same person, which would be really mind blowing if that turns out to be true. If that's just her being reborn over and over again until she finally figures out what it really means, what this whole point is, saving the children. These children are no longer alive that she's seeing. So clearly there's something deeper going on here that she needs to figure out. I think it goes back to, again, like I said earlier, child sacrifice, which is, I mean, we've seen clues to it in this show
Mm,
that are pretty obvious. There's
yeah.
got to be something related to child sacrifice in the history of this place, and she has to do something related to, stopping a cycle of that continuing, or defeating whatever entity is, you know fueled by that. I know it's got to be something related to that. That's all I know. That's
And
just,
it's got to be something bad.
yeah.
Because, like, I like creepy, scary shows, stories, but child sacrifice, Jesus,
It's
like,
horrific.
that is, oh my God, dark. So, what type of entity would be fueled by that? Like, that is just straight up evil.
It's
No
as dark as it
embellishment,
gets. Yeah.
is just straight up evil. No embellishing with, um, you know, families, or no, it's straight up just the children, the most innocent, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
whole theory of reincarnation, though, kind of like when you say like the same person, they don't exactly say it that way, but I think it could be interpreted like, when you believe in reincarnation, it is also the belief that you are learning lessons.
Mm.
If you don't learn that lesson, then you're going to do it over and over again.
Yep.
And so you're going to come into life. And I feel like it's controversial. I have a friend who's into all of this stuff. I don't buy into it as much because the whole theory revolves around kind of putting some sort of responsibility on you and saying you chose this life before you got here because you wanted to learn a lesson. You just need to figure out what lesson it was that you wanted to learn in this particular life. And if you don't learn it, then the next one you're going to like try again, which is very like blaming the victim, right? I feel. Because if you're not given a good life, then the answer that they give you is you chose this life. It's like, oh my God, I don't think so. but
Mm-hmm.
but it goes hand in hand with the whole you have to learn something.
Yes. Yeah. And I think that makes perfect sense. I think that, that clearly, if this is what's going on, then she's being reborn again and again and brought to this place against her will because she's not learning what she's supposed to be learning, completing the mission she's supposed to complete. And I think it's the same, without going down a whole other rabbit hole, because I've got to wrap up, but I think it's the same thing with Jade. He's not learning what he's supposed to learn. He's in his past lives, he made the same mistake over and over again, which unfortunately to me, it's not looking so good. If the clues are kind of pointing in the direction that maybe in his past lives, he was associated with the child sacrifice. I'd hate to think that about my favorite character, but it's not looking
our Jade.
It's not looking so good. From the looks of it, to me,
I would actually hate that. I think that would be very heartbreaking if it turns out that our two main characters did this to the kids. Because something that Tabitha constantly brings up, and she brings it up and relevant to like her child that fell from the changing table. But she says, "Is this place punishing me? Are you punishing me? Is this what it is? Am I dead? Is this punishing?" And like always brings that up, like she needs to be punished for something, right? So if it just turns out that the big bad is actually our main characters, Jade and Tabitha, and they're actually the ones who did this to the kids, it's like a whole like we're going back to the beginning, and the beginning is the end.
Yeah.
Which is like, oh my God, you guys, it was you? Like, you did this? That would be very, like, a huge twist and very heartbreaking.
It would be heartbreaking and dark. I don't know. It just, to me, it just looks so much like what the evidence is showing us with not evidence, but clues with Jade and all of these men from all these visions in different eras. The fact that one of them is holding a little skull, drinking blood from it, to me, that's a bad sign. If that's one of his past lives, and he's offering it to Jade.
I don't like that one. He's like, you like this? Remember, like, we love this. That is, and it looks like it's a tiny little like skull, which makes you think it's a child's. And it's very reminiscent of works like the Telltale Heart, right? Where you do something horrible, and then the spirit or your own guilt keeps gnawing at you until you can't take it anymore. You keep hearing it or seeing it. And if we go down that road, that Tabitha killed the children, like it would make sense that she keeps seeing them, that they keep showing up because it's her guilt, her punishment. Like she can't get over it. right? And it's been done in media, and like the best story, I think it's that one, the Telltale Heart, where he just hears the heartbeat because he
Mhm.
buried somebody. It's like it would fit perfectly with her seeing her victims, but that is so bad. That is so bad.
I know. I hope not. That would be, it would be terrible, but at the same time, like, I don't know. It's like you kind of have to get into a philosophical debate over, like, okay, is it really them that caused or they've been reborn, and it's like, are they still guilty of the same thing that they did in past lives? Is there any difference at all? I don't know. I get it's like with every new life, do they get another chance? And if they can beat this place, if they can figure out a way around it, like if they can, if Jade can avoid going insane, could it be possible? Okay, they can absolve whatever might have happened in their past lives and get out. I'd really, I don't see, I don't know about Tabitha in terms of her role. Like, it's not as clear as a sign where Jade was literally shown a man holding out a child's skull to him, and to me it does look like those are past versions of him, because we've seen different eras, different men from different eras.
Mm-hmm.
But with Tabitha, I'm not as sure. It's possible she may have had a hand in it, or she may have just failed to stop it. It's just like maybe a good entity brought her there over and over again to try to stop it. Like,
But it's so catch 22 because they're dead. Like, what do you do? Like, they're already dead. Unless you could time travel to go all the way back in time. But then that makes it so complicated, the whole time traveling. Um, but it's so crazy. If this was to be the storyline, what's really a messed up twist, that's like such a messed up twist for the lovers of From, because we love these people, we would end up siding with the monsters. We would actually end up, I'm sure there's people like me who, if we found out that it was them who did this to the kids, that they are bad people, and that the whole thing is like, yeah, this town was your personal hell because you're a bad person, you did something really bad, we would end up siding with the monsters and thinking like, yeah, guys, get them.
maybe, uh, if this meant that they're actually responsible for everything done in their past lives, or every time is it like hitting a reset button, and you know you hit the reset button, and like maybe they're not guilty of what was done in their past lives if they can avoid it this time. Like, suppose it wasn't just one incident. I've even considered the possibility that Victor's memory is so terrible that what if there were other kids? I mean, this would be really dark. This is going down a really dark road, but like, imagine if there were other kids he forgot about and they were sacrificed. And
Mm.
maybe child sacrifice happened in every timeline. That would be,
Or
that would
one
be,
at a time,
ooh,
because what we have seven, maybe
right.
we are all assuming that it is all at once. Maybe
Yep,
per cycle it's one of them.
you're right in my head. Oh my God, that's,
But
yes,
what would be messed up is that we need a new one, right? So
yep.
somebody mentioned that there is like another little like stone off to the side. And that makes me think like, well, is it because it's waiting for the child that will be chosen this cycle? And our only child is Ethan.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. So like, I've thought of that too. Maybe those kids, those seven kids, we know, okay, like the boy in white isn't what he seems. Like we were talking about earlier, the boy in white is not what he seems. Maybe these kids are just kind of avatars each one of them representing a past child from each cycle that was who was sacrificed. It could be, you
Mhm.
know.
Yeah,
It,
maybe it wasn't all at once. And I mean, when we traditionally think of sacrifice, most of the time it's a one person deal. And
mhm,
stories and most of the time it's not a big group sacrifice. It's like you throw the virgin right to the ocean so that whatever god you believe in may give you or grant you peace.
right.
It's a one person sort
Yeah.
of thing. So it could also apply here. We're assuming that it's all seven at once, but it could have just been like maybe there was people that escaped
Yep.
and they escape by like making that choice that sure we'll sacrifice our one child. And because they keep mentioning the trolley problem, saying
Yes.
just hurt one person and save the others, but
Yeah.
that one person happens to be the child. And let's remember Sarah said kill the boy and
Yes.
then you guys can leave. Maybe it was just saying like we have the place, we have a perfectly good rock here for your
Mhm.
cycle, just kill the boy and then you guys can leave. And we have been assuming wrong and people have left, but they've made that choice.
I like that idea. I like that idea, and that's entirely possible, you know. And I love how the trolley problem keeps coming up again and again in this show. It's a classic. I love that classic philosophical quandary, and it keeps coming up. Boyd just had to do it this season. Boyd was faced with the classic example. I mean, it was pretty spot on. You know, choose choose to allow harm to come to Randall, or
Hmm.
like leave this ambulance full of people and help him. No, you're going to choose the group of people. You're going to choose to help the many and sacrifice this one person. It's a terrible quandary to be put to be forced into like he was. And so yeah, I love that keeps coming back. And maybe that kill the boy thing, who knows, if she had actually succeeded, what could have happened? Could they have actually gotten out? Could they all have escaped?
Yeah.
It's
And you
possible.
know what's a good point? I see in the chat, right? We're all talking about how dark that is, right?
Yeah,
And
it's dark.
what it asks. You're asking a lot.
Yeah.
If you did that, if you went missing, went into a town, and then you were one of the people that said, sure, I guess it's okay, you would
Hmm.
never talk about it. You would never tell anybody where you were. And you would probably be very ashamed of that. It's not something that you would say to anyone. So it would make sense that in the real world, nobody has heard, right, of like people and from. Tabitha didn't know anything because you wouldn't publicize that you did something like that. So it's brand new to her. And if she does escape or other people escape, they probably wouldn't talk about it either, which makes sense why Henry wouldn't know anything.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. You know, I could see that. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, Justin Wilson in the chat, his comment was, I mean, his point was interesting. Remember in the first season when Sarah was told to kill Ethan, maybe he was meant to be the sacrifice. Yeah, maybe they're stuck there until they give in and kill them. It's possible. I personally think, I keep going back to this idea that, hold on one second. Sorry. I had
Okay.
to tell my mom something. Um, yeah. So, like, I personally think, yeah, we were talking about this. I believe I was talking to you about this last week. You know, we had a really interesting conversation on stream, and yeah, maybe it's a matter of, okay, the cycle ends when it's possible everyone gets broken down enough that they are willing to consider child sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's as low as you can go as a human being. By that point, this entity there, big bad, whatever, has milked all of the pain and fear and suffering it can out of them. It's broken them down to their lowest level that you can sink as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just massacres them all. It just wipes the slate clean, and that's it. That's the end of the cycle. I think
I
it could
love
be
that.
like that.
I love that. I think that should be like, you should make a whole video on it. Like, you could have multiple theories, you could have multiple ideas and multiple possibilities, and just different videos about all the theories that you don't have to have just one. It could be like different ideas that you came up with. I think that that's a really cool one, because it would give us the audience, right? At
Mm-hmm.
the end of the day, we don't want to see the bad guy win.
No.
And it would give us the gratification of knowing, good, they got them. You don't get to make a choice like that and walk away and be happy. Like,
Right.
they deserve to be slaughtered, right? um and we could end up, it could be like the best twist, because we could end up siding with the bad entity, the entity that all along we were against, and we were thinking, oh my god, they're the bad guy. The bad guy is still the bad guy, but it's not as bad as you thought, which they love to do that. These writers love to make bad and good be more of a gray area.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
can you call that entity bad that slaughters people who make this choice? You can't really. But can you call it good when it brought you there in the first place to put you in that situation?
No. It's absolutely, and it's in the meantime until like it breaks people down. Yeah, it's feeding on their pain and their fear, and taking innocent lives, and then whoever's left, if they are driven to that ultimate low and broken to that point, then you can't really say that they were innocent at all, not the remaining ones. So it's like it does make it ambiguous.
Oh my God, before I forget,
Yeah.
if you do decide to like make a video of it, there's another thing that ties in perfectly with this theory.
Yeah.
We couldn't figure out why Miranda was telling Victor, hide from Christopher.
Right.
And then the
Exactly.
next day, everybody was slaughtered. So maybe if we go with the theory that it's one child at a time, she had two and she was telling both of them to hide, right?
Right.
So maybe they were like, Christopher was at that point where he was saying, like, yeah, let's give it to him. Let's give them one child sacrifice.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
so it
that's
happened to be that Victor hid. They couldn't accomplish it, but he was at that point where he would have done it. And
yeah.
maybe they even took Victor, because we have always wondered, he's clean when we see him and
Mm-hmm.
his mom leaves, and then he's super dirty and like a little scratched up.
Right.
Maybe Christopher did catch Victor and was about to sacrifice him and make the deal. And that's when the slaughter happens. Like, okay, you made this choice, slaughter everybody. Like, none of you are going to get to leave. And Victor gets to live.
Yeah.
It sort of makes sense.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, that's super interesting. And we know there are big gaps in his memory, so he could easily explain a change in his, the way that he remembers it, and add something in that we didn't see. That could absolutely happen. So yeah, that's a really interesting idea, and I've thought myself that Christopher was the only thing I could think of, and I mentioned it in my videos. Yeah, maybe Christopher was looking for Victor and Eloise to sacrifice them both, but maybe it wasn't both of them, and it was just he only needed one, like you said.
Mhm.
It could be either or. I tend to think that it's related to that. I don't know. I just with the hints toward child sacrifice we've gotten, the connections to Jade and Christopher, and the visions, and then hide where Christopher can't find you. To me, I just see pieces starting to fit that it could be connected to that. So
Yeah, it could be so many things. And that's why I think it's really cool to have multiple theories. It could be a
definitely.
game, it could be reincarnation, it could be this sacrifice, like little bait and switch, where you're offered something, but it's to test your morals and your principles. Um, it could be so many things.
Absolutely.
Sometimes I forget how dark the show is because I love it so much.
I know,
And
right?
then at times like this, where we're really talking about what we actually see on screen and what we know we have seen on screen, like the children,
Right.
I remember this is pretty dark.
It is pretty dark, and it's easy to forget that sometimes when there are humorous moments in the show. It's not all darkness all the time. Jade is hilarious. We were just laughing earlier about the scenes with Victor and the dummy, Jasper.
Yeah.
Uh, it's got dark comedy to it. It's just, yeah, but yeah, we've seen from the very first, like, this show has we've been told that there were clues planted in the very early episodes as to what's going on here. And what did we see in the very beginning? They're willing to kill off a child in such a brutal way and show that. So if they're willing to do that, then I don't see why I don't see why they wouldn't go with child sacrifice being a central part of the origin story of the place and what's fueling the
Mhm.
cycle continuing.
I think
Oh,
that's an excellent point. I think the point that you just made could be the writer's way of measuring the audience.
mm,
This is the first episode. Within minutes, there's a slaughtered child.
mm-hmm.
And not only do you see her, but she has this like white or pink little bunny next to her, little stuffy animal
Yep.
covered in blood. It's almost like if you get past that first episode, we're telling you this is about killing children. If you get
Mm-hmm.
past this first episode, like we're telling you up front what it is. This is what it
Yep.
is. This is what we're selling here. If you make it past the first episode, then it's like, okay, the show was meant for you. And if you're not going to accept that first episode and continue to watch, then it's probably like you're not the audience for it. Because
Yes.
you
Oh,
need, they kind of like hit you with the hard stuff right away. Like
uh-huh.
you're either going to be with us or you're not. Like if you know, you know. If you get it, you get it. So
Yep.
they're like dwindling down the audience. Like this is not for the faint of heart.
Yes.
Within 10 minutes, you know if it's gonna be for you or not.
Exactly. Right. And I really think that we hit on something there. I just like they're definitely they're showing us right in our face, I think, in that first episode, like, yeah, this is about killing children. And now it's all this, all this chosen one stuff. It's all related to save the children, save the children. The voice on the radio, on the phone rather, those, Jim, your children are, wait, what was it? They're not your children anymore. It's all going back to children. Starts that way from the very start. They show how dark they're willing to go.
Well, even that, what you just said fits perfectly into this theory. Everybody's wondering, like, they're not your children. Well, whose children are they? The cycles.
Yes.
Like, they have a price on their head. They are the cycles children.
Yeah.
We're going to make decisions about them. They're the community's children, and they're either going to decide to kill them or not. Like they're not yours. You're not the only person that gets to make decisions about them. Because if it's a community effort for everyone to go home and anyone can kill them, not just the parents, then they're the community's children to make decisions for, which is dark.
Taco's starving. Yeah, I really think that this is I think this is what it's about, honestly. Like, and this, so it's kind of crazy when you think about it. The Miranda, I was thinking about this when I was thinking about this theory, the reincarnation theory and how it could be tied to a history of child sacrifice and what does this mean, save the children? And then thinking about they're not your children anymore, that line. And I just thought, wait, it's like if this is true and all of these chosen ones, let's say they were all mothers with children, and they're all being called here to save the children and they all failed. The crazy thing is, it's like there weren't it was their children they were the ones that were in danger. If they were being duped in a sense, it seems like they're drawn there. It's like Fromville wants their children. It's not it, it's about that. It wants to acquire their children, and it's wild when you think about it. It's
That's
really
crazy. That's actually like a twist within where M. Night Shyamalan, or his name, right? He loves a twist within a twist, the director. It would be crazy if they keep telling the mother, save the children, save the children. So what does Miranda do, Tabitha do? They take off and leave their children behind.
yeah,
And this whole time, at the end, they reveal, we were talking about your children, dummy. Like
right,
we literally spelled it out.
exactly,
Save the children, but you left them. And I thought that, we kind of caught on to that because season one, a lot of us were saying, hey, that's irresponsible. They're gonna
right,
save the Ankui children, and they're leaving their kids behind with the monsters and all of this stuff, right? But
right.
we were not connecting it.
Oh my
And
god,
it could be that the twist is like we literally, the children are like, don't save us, like save the kids, your kids.
right. Oh my
And
god.
they both don't get it. They left them by themselves. Like,
I feel like this has to be it. That's it. I'm completely all in on it. It just makes perfect sense. You know, like I was on Biggerford Entertainment's live last week, and Hanzo and Brian were joking, like, F them kids, focus on your own kids, F them kids. And it's like, yeah, exactly. Those, the whole point is your own children. Your own children are the ones that need to be saved, not these ghouls. It's just, it's crazy.
it would be hilarious if in the ending episode, right? They're super creepy. They just like go into like just Valley Girl speak children, like, yeah, we literally said the children, your children. We couldn't have been any more clear because it is pretty clear. Like, not us, duh, we're dead. Very obviously dead.
Right? Oh my god. It's just, it seems like it maybe it was all of this was in our faces the whole time, and when we look back on it, who knows, like, maybe all of this crazy stuff that doesn't seem to fit together at the time, and right now, yeah, there are some wild threads that I don't know how are going to fit into it, like, kimono lady. There's just so many different things, but the main parts of the story, like the central points of it, I think when we look back, it's all going to make sense. I just get the sense it's going to make sense. As we go further into season 3, I know it seems like we haven't gotten answers and people are frustrated, but I really feel like they've been laying out the breadcrumbs for us from day one.
Mhm.
If you pay attention closely and you go back and study the show and just look at that opening scene with Megan, like we were saying, like, unfortunately, this is about unaliving children, and you better be prepared for that because the show is going to go this dark. Here it is. Here is Megan right there, like, and like from that point on, I feel like they've been laying out breadcrumbs, And I really feel that they've been laying out breadcrumbs for reincarnation as well. Like all of the Tabitha hints, all of the stuff, picking up the suitcase and seemingly recognizing it in the cave. That was a breadcrumb. We might look back on that and say, oh my God, she recognized it because that was hers in a past life. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. It's all beginning to make sense. And what's going to be interesting, they did it to us already in a smaller form, but they did it already, where sometimes the simplest answer is the solution. Save the children, your children, dummy, your,
Yes.
not the ghouls. Because
Mhm.
remember what we were all doing with Tabitha and Henry. How is Tabitha going to get from point A to point B? How does she end up with Henry? Like, where's she going to get the address and XYZ?
Yeah.
And it was simple. Open the lunchbox. There's the whole address. It's
Yep.
there.
Right there.
She literally opened it and just went to his house. Simple, easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes Occam's razor, sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. It's most likely to be correct. And so we've got to look at what's being shown in our faces, and it's easy to go down rabbit holes, but just really look at what are the breadcrumbs that they're laying for us, and it's just it could start to come together. I see puzzle pieces connecting. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered, but I'm seeing puzzles. Like I said in my video last week, the key is, like Jade said, we have to listen to Jade. He's the smartest guy on the show for a reason. And he said, the key is to find a couple pieces to connect. Then at least you have a place to start, because he didn't have any of the good pieces, not even an edge piece. He said, but just find two pieces that fit together. Then you have a place to start. And then this season, he's always dropping wisdom like this. It only looks like chaos until you find the pattern. And that's what this show is.
Mm-hmm.
It looks
The
like
pattern.
chaos. It
And
looks like,
pattern is just another word for cycle. And cycle, if
yes,
you believe, or, it's a whole religion, but if you believe in reincarnation, that is a cycle. Like
yeah.
Tilly said it. Tilly said it this episode. I don't believe that death is the ending anymore.
Oh my God.
She
Yes.
literally told us, she
Holy
looked at us and said, I don't believe you, this is not it.
Oh my
She
God.
told us. So there it is in our face
Oh my
again.
God. Holy shit. Yeah, you just blew my mind. Yeah, she just said it. She just said it.
She
Wow.
literally told us the answer. But also, um, the two pieces of the puzzle that connect. Since season one, we have been hearing some people here kill the kid, the boy, kill them. Other people here save them, like Tabby.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly, it's a war between, like, are you going to kill them or not? Are you going to kill them or not? And
Yes.
the person that is being told kill them is also being given the information, you can all go home. And then the other person is being told save them, save them. So really, if we look at it, it's very simple. We have only been given two things to focus on that are the major things with the children.
Yeah.
One wants to kill them, one wants to save them. Who's going to win? That's going to determine what happens to all of you. Because
Yep.
when they say all of you get to go home, they don't say only you who was brave enough to kill the child. They say all of you. So
All of
what
you.
does that mean? The children are communal.
Yes. Yes. And and it's the same with, Tabitha is being remember Miranda, she said, she promised Victor. She was certain of it too. She was certain enough to actually promise Victor and Eloise, I'm going to go save the children, and then we're all going to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she was promised that too. And then the other side is being promised, okay, kill a child or children, who knows, either or, and you can all go home. Kill the boy, you can all go home. Jade is being shown hints toward child sacrifice. I think, and I've thought this for a while. Like I was theorizing in the Discord about this over the summer with Robert Saunders and like lots of other people, but like talking about, okay, like I personally think that these visions are showing him clues that child sacrifices happen. Now, I originally thought I thought that the visions were trying to drive him in that direction, but it's possible that they're warnings, kind of like memories almost, that he can see his past selves almost trying to warn him. But either or, they're hints toward child sacrifice. And if he gets the wrong idea, like I think Christopher got the wrong idea, it snapped. Yeah, then yeah, Christopher may have snapped and thought, okay, yeah, I need to do a child sacrifice. I need to sacrifice Victor or Eloise or both. I've been thinking that for a while, and it just the Puritan guy with the skull made it fit even more. And what you were saying about how there are two sides being shown, one is save the children, one is kill the children. Both are promising that they can all go home. Well, think about how different the Ankui kids looked to Tabitha versus to Jade. I've been thinking this all along, like crazy
I
when
didn't notice. They look different.
their entire demeanor is different. When they appear to Tabitha, they look desperate for help, terrified, they're pawing at her and following her all around, and every time she sees them there are more of them. It
Well,
increases.
like a mother. When I saw that, it's your toddler, like pulling at your clothes, mama, mama, mama. Like they were literally doing that to her, like pulling at her clothes and
Exactly.
talking over each other and saying, like, listen to me right now, mama. Like that is how a toddler
Exactly.
follows you around the house.
Exactly. Right. Exactly that. So she's freaked out and panicked, but I don't think they mean any harm at all. And but yeah, they appear desperate for her help, because the message to her is save the children, you can all go home. With Jade, I think the message that's trying that is, it's supposed to be intended for Jade is, kill the children, sacrifice the children, you can all go home. When he sees the Ankui kids, they're laying on slabs and they're looking up at the symbol and they look mesmerized. They don't look desperate. They're not looking at him. They're not trying to get his attention. They're not pleading in any sense. They're laying there looking up at the symbol, looking excited, as if they are excited about being laid on sacrifice.
Like this is the right thing to do.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
You're 100% right. I have not heard anyone talk about that polar opposite of their demeanor. Almost like
Right.
they know, like, Tabitha, you're more than likely to help. And with Jade, I mean, and if we think about it, if we follow this idea, if you were Jade and we have seen him be sweet to Ethan, caring about Julie and what she was going through. He cares for children.
Oh
But if
yeah.
you got to the realization that what you had to do was kill the children, or that you had participated in something like that, I think that would mentally break you. So no wonder people are going crazy. If somebody
Mhm.
told me I did something like that, I would be like, oh my God, I
Right.
guess I'm not who I thought I was.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. It actually becomes kind of comical when you think about it. If these are his past lives, they're literally attacking him, and it's himself attacking himself. The Puritan man is choking him, the Civil War soldier is trying to stab him, and it's like they're blaming him, aka blaming themselves, for the grisly fate that they had to experience. Uh,
Well, if we follow that,
right.
you so the visions, that's true. In the beginning, they were trying to kill him, and we would see blood, but then he would be fine.
Right.
He wasn't harmed,
No.
but we would see blood, and it was like, um, I think he got shot at, right? And he was like on the floor, and I thought, oh, he's dead, like for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Um, maybe it's like literally saying like, don't do this. I know that you're hearing kill the kids, don't do it. And they're literally killing the version of themselves, the person that's taking their place and saying, do not do this. This is not a good thing to do.
Yes.
Like trying to kill him, trying to hurt him. Unfortunately, where they're at, whatever version of time, they can't really hurt him because
Right.
current Jade is always unscathed and he's still alive. But they're trying to kill him almost like traveling forward in time and trying to kill that version.
Right. Yeah. It makes sense to me. That it's just another reason why it makes sense to me that like they could be past versions of him. It's you know, you they would yeah like it's like they're blaming themselves in the form of him. Like they're the
Or trying to
same
fix
soul.
it by
Yeah.
saying, I guess I could fix it if I go forward in time and I kill the version of me that might do this again.
Yeah. Or
Because we're always traveling back in time to fix something in the past, but
mhm,
this could literally be from just mixing all the timelines and the past people trying to kill the people that are currently in time because of something that they feel bad about.
right. Yeah, and I think that really ties into what the symbol means, which I also discussed what I think, it's pretty I think it's pretty simple actually. I don't think the symbol is as necessarily as complicated as it might seem. It could be so simple as right in our face, just three simple lines intersecting past, present, and future, all intertwined past, present, and future selves of these people who are reincarnated, I think, and trapped here. And what are they in? They're in a circle, an endless cycle. It sounds simplistic, but sometimes Occam's razor simplest answer is most often correct.
Hmm.
So,
That would make perfect sense. And also, when we point out the symbol, there's three separate ways, right? All of the children had their own point of view, and depending on what child um, he was focusing on, the symbol was obviously turned to their
mhm,
point of view. So this could just literally mean there's three paths here: kill the children, don't kill the children, and I don't know the third one, but basically saying like, what path? Where are we going? Which one are you choosing? And there's, I mean, it's crazy because that would mean that Jade is basically opposite team to Tabitha,
mhm.
but they're working together right now, and that would be such a twist because we love
Right.
Jade so much.
Yes, absolutely. I know it would be such a twist, and I love that character myself, and I don't think this would necessarily mean that okay, he's doomed, and like there can't be any possible happy ending for him. I still think it's possible that he can figure this out, and he can somehow break this cycle. I don't. I hope so. I don't want to see a terrible ending for him where, let's say, he has to sacrifice his life to make the whole thing stop. But I hate to say it, it is possible that he might have to do that.
Oh
Like
my God,
sacrifice
I
his
think
own
you're
life.
onto something. So remember
Yeah.
what you said about like the Jade versions of him are all trying to hurt him, like they're trying to kill him. Maybe that's the
Yeah.
loophole. He doesn't
That,
kill the children, but he
mm-hmm.
kills himself. Maybe they're trying to tell him, kill yourself.
Uh, it
Like
could be.
hurt one person to save everyone. Unfortunately, you are that one person getting run over.
Right. Yeah. I hate to say it, but that could. Oh, damn. He's my favorite character, and now it's really. The more we talk about it, the more it seems like that might be the only way out of this whole thing and the whole cycle. And like, this is what I mean by one of these kids. That kid doesn't look terrified or anything. That kid looks just mesmerized. And when they were talking and saying Nkui, they looked excited as hell.
Mhm.
Telling you,
Kind of
like,
trying to brainwash him into thinking this is the right thing. Like
yeah,
they're not upset; they want to be here.
oh yeah, they want to be here. That's what I
And
think.
look at him; he's at the center of it all. Could it be any more clear?
Holy
He's supposed
shit,
to
yeah.
do it. He's at the center, like literally, like there's like Jade, you're at the center of it all. Just do this thing, and it might have to be him saying, "I don't want to play anymore."
Yeah, God, there he is at the center of it all, right? And they're arranged in a circle. Again, another circle, endless cycle. He's at the center of it all. It could be that he has to sacrifice his life in the end. Yeah,
That would work because then it takes our two teams: kill the children team and save the children. The save the children wouldn't have to do much because he would be taking himself out of the equation. If he is like Christopher, Miranda specifically pointed the finger and said, stay, like, not the monsters, not anybody else, like Christopher, like, stay away from him, hide from him.
mhm,
So if he in this cycle kills himself, he would be taking care of the threat to the children, therefore saving the children.
yeah. I hate to say it because I love Jade, but yeah, I really hope that we're wrong about that. I do, but that sounds like it could really fit. It could fit. That could be the answer. Yeah, yeah. Hollywood Pineapple said, "I hope not." Maybe sacrifice him. He's fromville. Wait, what? He's fromville. Jesus, wait, I don't know. Maybe I'm delirious from lack of sleep. Um, I don't know, but yeah, and he says, I don't know. Hollywood Pineapple says, Julie giving the deepest of dives. It's time for breakfast. Dieter, hey Dieter, I gotta rewatch probably. And he says Jade must stay alive. I hope so. I hope so. God. And if he has to go, uh, I would guess probably the final episode of the series.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I really like this theory. I feel like this could be in its own like a very cool idea. Um, I wouldn't like it because I don't want to see somebody that I like go dark because
Me
he is
neither.
one of my favorites. And I think, but I do find it interesting that we always believe ourselves to be the kindest, bestest, nicest. Like we all, as human beings, think the world revolves around us because we only have our point of view. And even if you are the most empathetic person, you're spending time with yourself all the time. So it is kind of all about you.
Mm-hmm.
And to realize that you're actually the bad person and that you need to like take yourself out of the equation, that
Mm,
would be such a like transcendent moment for your
yeah.
soul. If you ever did do something wrong, I feel like your soul would then be accomplished, right?
Mm-hmm.
um that might be the answer. They're trying to kill him. And remember when the ballerina was showing Boyd her hand,
Yeah.
she was trying to tell him this is what you need to do, like, we couldn't see it at the time, but then when we saw him and the worms, we realized, oh, she was telling him all along, like, you have worms in your hand, you need to take them out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the same with Jade. They keep attacking him, so maybe it's like, hey, you need to like kill yourself, which is
Right.
so dark.
It is dark. It's dark as hell. Like this is a dark show. It's.
And maybe she would stay with the kids. There's nobody. If Christopher hadn't done that, if he would have taken himself out of the equation, which in itself is selfish, because you're
Right.
saying I would rather kill the kids than like kill myself. If you're having dark thoughts like that, I would think you would want to like be done with you because you're the one that's having dark thoughts like that. But to take the children out, that shows me like you're putting yourself first.
Yeah, you know.
Maybe that's the lesson.
Yep.
He's been putting himself first in this one. His hands literally. Oh my God,
Blood
look
on
at
his
that.
hands. Blood on his
Blood on
hands.
your hands in the center of it all.
Right?
They're telling he's their big. Oh my God, is Jade our big bad?
It could be. I'm telling you, I mentioned this in the video. Look at him. He has blood on his hands. Could there be a more clear metaphor right in our face at the beginning of, right near the beginning of the series? I mean, it's pretty obvious. If you, I mean, that's a clear visual. That metaphor could not be any more in our face. Jade with
Mm-hmm.
blood on his hands. Maybe he really is responsible for all of it in the beginning, in a past life. Yeah, I
Which
think
is
so.
like, oh my, look, the blood is streaming down. It's falling on him. It is
Yep.
literally showing him like almost like a lure of responsibility. Like he did this to them, to the soldiers.
Yeah. You know, I think so. I think so. Yeah, and I'm being honest when I say I don't like this theory because I love Jade, but I always have to look at what the clues are showing me, and I think this theory is very uh persuasive. It's
Yeah.
I gotta
And
say
we have established information for this because Miranda, if we believe Victor from what he has told us, his mother and Christopher, at some point he was making the children laugh and he was like the best guy. So
mm-hmm.
at some point they were okay. And she was okay enough that Victor got to see the puppet and oh my God, that's so scary. It's like 3:30 a.m. That's so scary.
This is some nightmare fuel for you.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I forgot about that one. That's so scary.
All right.
But what's I saying?
Oh, what were you saying? Shoot. I
I'm
lost
so
my train of
tired.
thought.
I'm
I've
so
been
tired,
up
but I
all.
know it was something. Either we are very sleep deprived and we think that we are coming up with amazing ideas, or they're really bad ideas and we're just really tired.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah, they were like friends. So Miranda and Christopher, I imagine, I don't know if it's in my head, but I imagine that they were friends, just like Tabitha and Jade.
Right.
And something went wrong, and then next thing you know, she's saying hi from Christopher, who they used to be friends with, and she used to let her kids be around. All of a sudden it's like kids don't be around him, which would happen again with Tabitha. Like, we like
Exactly.
him, you hang out with Ethan all the time.
Yep.
Ethan thinks that you're cool, and all of a sudden Ethan don't be around Jade.
It's starting, at the beginning, Jade, up until recently even, Jade really didn't know how to talk to Ethan. Like at the beginning of the season, even he was swearing like a sailor in front of Ethan. But now we're already seeing him softening toward Ethan. He's really good with him. He's starting to be good with him. Like it's he like sorry, my mom's saying stuff and distracting me. He's been really good with him lately. We're seeing him softening. Maybe it's starting, like the roles are starting to shift, into place. Like they're developing a friendly relationship, and yeah, it's possible, that this is, Ethan is starting to take over young Victor's role, and Jade is being positioned to take over Christopher's role. But I don't think. I just hope that there's another way around it, or
Well, when we think about it, the whole like loophole being taking yourself out of the equation and saying I don't want to play the game anymore. to Jade, if we follow that idea, he is being so kind to Ethan. He's developing this like care for Ethan. He's, better with him than he was in season 1. To then be told that you have to hurt that child that you developed a bond with,
Right.
and then to actually be willing to do it. Like Christopher apparently was willing to hurt Victor enough that his mother
Yeah.
said hide from him. And you
Yeah.
used to make him laugh with a puppet, but now you're trying to kill him. Like that is like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I honestly, that's the direction I'm leaning in now for like I that's what I think happened. Because I just don't see with the hints that we've been shown with toward child sacrifice, I don't know. I think it seems like the most likely option that this is why she had to tell them hide where Christopher can't find you. And yeah, I don't like
See,
the direction that's heading in, but
can you go back to that picture you had with the symbol and the tree?
yeah,
And this might be like us being, it's 7 hours 43 minutes
yeah,
tired.
I am
But
so
with
tired.
this idea, right? 3 lines. There's a circle. This is a cycle, you guys. There's a circle, a cycle, 3 lines. One message we keep getting: kill the children. That could be our right hand, that line.
Mhm.
The other message: save the children. That's our other line on the other polar opposite side. And the one that actually leads all the way down, that connects, is the one in the middle.
Mm.
And maybe that's what it is. Do nothing. Take yourself out of the equation. Stop playing.
Ooh.
Like
That
the
makes a lot
the
of sense.
road that is straight, right? And we have this, you hear it all the time. Like when you're following a path, right? That is
Mhm.
not good, it's not gonna lead anywhere. And that line doesn't connect at all the
Mhm.
other ones, but the one in the middle does. So maybe that's what it is. It's being selfless, and the trolley problem being the person that gets run over and taking it graciously.
Mhm. Yeah. I could totally see that. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. If that could absolutely be what it means. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, and I hope, Fromley theory. This is what I was thinking for a while, and this could be right. I would rather it be something like this because I don't want to see this happen to Jade. That what I'm thinking right now, but Fromley theory says Jade sees the visions when he tries to leave. They are there to stop him. He has a role to play. Yeah. So like I've noticed that too, that the visions seem to pop up when he's actively trying to uh, find a way out. Like when he's working, like this one happened when he was working on the radio, and all of a sudden this vision is triggered, and it seems like it's trying to distract him because he's trying to find a way out and make the radio work. The first one came when he wasn't even really looking for a way out, but he was investigating stuff. He went in the root cellar looking for clues, thinking it's an escape room. Boom, there's a vision. The third vision he had was of that puppet, or the dummy. You know, that was right after trying out the radio at Colony House. So like, they do seem to come when he's actively doing these things. So I've thought of that, and it still could fit in because what they could be really doing is they could be trying to refocus his attention
Exactly.
on what actually is going on here and his origins. If
Mm-hmm.
these men are him in past lives, they could be trying to show him like, no, these are your origins, these are your roots right here, and this is where you need to be focusing your attention, the blood on your hands, your guilt.
You have blood on your hands. Yeah, exactly. And also, he said it himself in this past episode. He said it to Tabitha, didn't say it about himself, but now he needs to turn it around and say it to himself and to everybody else in town.
Mm-hmm.
He said, it didn't matter what you did, you were always going to get here. You were always going to come to that tree in the road. The same for him. He's not looking at it from his perspective. It's only Tabitha, but maybe he will figure it out. And that's what the point is. You're focusing on getting out. Let's refocus. You're
Mm-hmm.
not getting out. And if you
Yeah.
get out, you're going to come right back like Tabitha.
Yeah.
There is no escape. So focus on the mission or the game.
Yep. That's what it looks like to me. Honestly, that's the theory that makes the most sense to me right now.
And
Yeah.
you know how you were saying about Tom, how Tom was saying, don't focus on the trees. They're just something someone put here because they thought it meant something.
Yep.
And we took it to be a bad thing because we want them to get out. And we're thinking the trees are a way to get out. Maybe Tom was really just being like every other vision that he has and saying, like, stop focusing on trying to find a way out. You're going to come right back. There is no way out for you. Focus on something else.
Yeah. You know, that could be right. You know, like there is no way out. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Trying to decipher whatever the bottle tree is about is just not the answer. It's not for him anyway. It's yeah. I would love to be wrong about this one because I love this character. That'd be a shame. And I know he's a lot of people's favorite characters, so a lot of people would be
Heartbroken.
devastated, heartbroken, right?
Yeah. It definitely would be. I don't want to see him turn dark. When they started talking about Christopher and his storyline, and assuming that Jade was that role fulfilling itself, I was like, oh my God, I don't want to see this version of Jade. If we follow the thread of the saving the children and him taking himself out of the equation because he is the other team, and we follow the thread that these mothers have thought they're saving the Nkui children, but the Nkui children are saying save the children, like your children, ma'am. Then Miranda, the answer could have been like, take Eloise and Victor to the lighthouse. Still use the bottle tree, but take them with you to the lighthouse and escape from. That would be ultimately saving the children.
Yeah. Right.
Because they wouldn't be saved from death. They would literally be saved from the town. You take your kids to the lighthouse. You get them safe. You go back to the real world.
Yeah. And she might have just misunderstood what she needed to do. Like, yeah.
And remember, we have that memory or that dream, whatever Tabitha, she hasn't really described it. They've shown us where she's living in the tower in the lighthouse. And there's children's toys and like Ethan, she's saying like, Ethan, pick up your toys.
Right. Yes.
So she's alluring to her being at that place with her child, not with the ghoulish children. It's her and her child.
That's true. You know,
walking up the stairs.
Yeah.
So maybe they're like, literally, we're trying to tell you, lady, bring your kid with you.
Right. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, that's a premonition dream of her leaving. Like that's the way out, you know, through the lighthouse. And that's a premonition of her leaving. What does she find on the stairs? She finds Ethan's toys. She hears the baby that she lost crying, and she yells, Ethan, pick up your toys. And it's like, yeah, if she had interpreted that dream correctly, yeah, maybe that's the message she was supposed to get. You know, bring your kids with you and you can get out.
Yeah, like save your children.
Save your own children.
It connects perfectly. Ethan is her child that is alive. She
Yes.
heard the cry of the child that she couldn't save.
Mm-hmm.
It's like trying to tell her, remember what happened with this one? Well, you have this other one. Like, bring him, save
Yeah,
him.
I think so.
I
I
mean,
think
just,
so.
and it would make sense because the creators have been so obvious. We have all been saying that Tabitha and Jim are horrible parents, that they always let the kids roam around town like it's
Yep.
nothing.
Yep.
And maybe it's on purpose. Maybe it's on purpose to tell us like this is how lost these people are. They're not
Yes.
paying attention to their own children. They should be paying attention to their children.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, and we've all been screaming it and screaming it, but it's like, maybe this is the point. It's not just, oh my God, this is so annoying. These two parents are the worst parents ever. And why did they write these people this way? Like, why are they like this? This is terrible. They're awful characters. We hate them. All this hate, like, lots of people don't like the Matthews. I mean, but maybe, maybe this is all part of it. Like you're saying, like,
Maybe
yes,
I
they're awful parents. They need to save their own children. Like,
remember this episode. Jim said to Tabitha, we don't need Ethan running off to the magical lighthouse because she said she escaped through the lighthouse
yes.
and said he already ran away once. Ethan is not going with you, right? So that in itself is telling us like there is another faction of the town and even Jim working against her saying, don't take him with you. We
Mm-hmm.
don't want him going there. When
Yes.
maybe the answer is take him with you. You should take him with you. Everybody's going to be against you, but you should take your child with you.
Right. You know, and yeah, at the time, it seems like it would have been a bad idea. Like logically, it, I get why he would say that. Don't bring him there. Like that's when she went the last time she went there. Look what happened to her. But she went there without her kids, and yeah, she wound up, in a horrible situation, pushed out of a lighthouse, injured, you
But
know.
in the real world, so I would say, hey, if the same thing's going to happen again, then I'll hold my baby and you could push me out of the lighthouse. We'll end up in the real world together.
Yeah, I mean, all she really came out of it with was some scrapes and bumps and bruises. I mean, it wasn't much of anything. She looked rough, but she walked right out of the hospital. So, yeah, I think that would have been better. Just take Ethan, take Ethan to the magical tree in the forest, and yeah, like it wouldn't make sense at the time. It would seem like, okay, you're putting him in danger, but maybe that could have been the way out. Just take your kid, save your own children.
And then there's no child for the town to sacrifice. The team that is being told killed the boy would have no boy to kill. Game over.
Uh-huh.
Game over. They lose, you win. And
Yeah.
remember how people had been noticing, and we all kind of noticed. You never have more than one very young child in town that we
Mm-hmm.
have seen. We have only seen little Megan. She like right away is taken out
Yep.
and comes in.
Yeah.
So maybe that is also by design because there's one. Like the whole game is who's gonna kill him or save him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, the weird thing is with the whole one child at a time thing, the fact that Victor and Eloise were there together, it's weird. It doesn't seem to fit. And I don't know. I don't know if it's like an inconsistency because they didn't plan on Eloise and they wrote her in season 2, but they have to be able to fit this in. It has to make sense within the framework of the cycle. I don't know. I always find that weird when I think about it. But
Yeah. And they could surprise us. I mean, the show has done it before. Next thing you know, it'll be another like Matthew's child, where maybe Henry, we were being difficult about him not mentioning Eloise, but maybe it could have been like, yes, that's my little girl's bed, but this was Victor's room because my little girl died before Miranda ever went there. And Victor could just be manufacturing the idea that his sister never died.
oh well, that would be crazy. Oh man, like wait, so Victor could be manufacturing the idea that his
Ethan has a dead sibling, and
Mhm.
he said, I forget
Oh yeah,
what's
okay,
his
okay. I think
the
like
little baby. So the little baby, Ethan said, "Oh, he's not gone. He's on on an adventure."
yep, yep.
Right?
Yes.
So even to Ethan, he's saying like, "Oh no, I'm not accepting. Like he's not dead. Like he's on this grand adventure." Victor could have manufactured the fact that his sister was still alive on this grand adventure with him.
Oh, that would be crazy. Wow. You know, that I could see it being a twist like that. I really could. We we could have all been duped by that. Like that unreliable narrator thing. You just never know. Like he could have imagined that part that Eloise was there at all. That would be an interesting twist. That would be super interesting.
It would just answer the questions as to why Henry says I had a little girl, but doesn't really ask about her, but does concede that yes, I did have a little girl. Um, and that's what it could be. It's like, and he said that he never asked about his wife because he assumed they died. Like, and that to me was like his wife and Vic. So it could totally be something like that, and it would then match the Matthews exactly.
It would. It would. It would match the Matthews. You know, I could see it. Wow. I think, man, this has been really like, like illuminating. What an awesome, like, like back and forth. I love your ideas that you brought to this. It's so fascinating. I would love for Jade to not have to sacrifice himself. So I hope it's something else. But right now, that to me looks like it looks pretty likely to me. At the very least, it looks likely that he's got blood on his hands, figuratively, and you know, maybe there's a way out for him. But I don't know
And
now.
he's at the center of it all.
He's at the
I
center.
really like this. Thank you for having me on. I love talking to you, love your show. But I also love that having these long lives, you're really able to get down to like simplifying because the show can be so confusing. But when we
Mhm.
simplified it to the messages we're hearing, it was just a couple of them. Kill the kids, don't kill the kids. Like it kind of helps me be less confused.
Right. Right. You know, like it's so easy to get caught up in the chaos of this show. The way Jade has said in this season, it only looks like chaos until you find the pattern. And this show is a lot of chaos. There are many, many unanswered questions that don't seem to fit. And we still have to figure out, okay, what all of it means. There's a lot, you know, like not everything ties neatly into this particular theory. We don't know how all these different threads connect, as Jade also said. I love the way Jade describes all of this, like whether it's we've just got to find two puzzle pieces that connect, then at least you have a place to start. Or you know, I'm just starting to see threads that are starting to connect. And that harkens back to what Kenny said his dad always used to say, it's hard to see the sweater when you're only just a thread. You know, he can't see the forest for the trees, and which is an apt metaphor for this show. And it's like it's the same thing with analyzing the show. We should listen to Jade as we're trying to figure this out. Listen to Jade. This is the way to try and piece the mystery together bit by bit. Try to find puzzle pieces that connect, and see if you can find a pattern in all the chaos. It looks like chaos right now, but when we look back on it at the end, I think it's going to fit together. I have faith in this show. I really think it will. I think,
And honestly, I see these writers, these specific people who have chosen to produce something like Lost, really simplifying it, right? Because they got so much flack for Lost being so complex and complicated and all this stuff. And this could all be, if I was them, I would pull the stunt of the century and be like, it was simple. I told you from the beginning. It was literally right there.
right?
The simplest answer. Everything was very simple. You decided to read into it, like the lunchbox. I keep going back to that because we made up crazy theories of like even her going to an asylum, finding Eloise telling her where to go to find the paintings, this whole traveling all over. And at the end, it was just simple and easy.
Mm-hmm. And all this time, we're very much caught up in so many of these little details and these random things that, like, who threw the rope and who dragged the tent or what dragged the tent, and what is the deal with this kimono lady that is still so shrouded in mystery. But at the end, what's at the heart of it all? It seems to be about the children, and Tabitha and Jade seem to be at the center of it all, the two of them. And what are they doing this season? They're working together. I think that's part of it. Like, that needs to happen. And it's probably happened over and over again. I mean, from what I see in this, I feel like it could be a lot simpler than we realized. And yeah, like you said, the answer could have been in front of us from the beginning. And as a matter of fact, I know the showrunners have said that they put clues right in the first few episodes. They make it, they put that out there, and it's only when we look back on it that it's going to really make complete sense. And not everything actually has to be relevant. Like, there are a lot of red herrings. Yeah, super sus Tilly. Like, there are all kinds of things that could wind up being red herrings.
They could just be entertainment. I mean, we have this big storyline, but within the story, there's also everybody going on their own personal journey of creating this function or helping each team. Because depending on the town, you're helping or hurting each one. Save the children, kill the children. And it takes us back to Jade arriving and From. We have all sort of assumed that they told Sarah to specifically kill Toby because they knew him personally and they knew who Toby was. What about if they meant for her to kill Jade? Because they were both hurt. Both of them were hurt in the accident. So what if they thought, like, oh, Jade is probably at the hospital, like, kill him, kill the man that just arrived.
That's entirely possible,
Because
like,
they're cryptic. They say kill the boy. They could have said killed the man, and she killed the wrong one. Or they thought, right? Maybe they can't see everything. They could hear, but they can't be like all in the know. And if this is what you're saying, like reincarnation, they wouldn't know what vessel the soul is using. So maybe they thought the soul was in Toby's body, but it was in Jade's, and they killed. That was their first attempt.
That, and that's one of the things that's bothered me the most as far as unanswered questions. That enigmatic scene, why it was necessary for Sarah to kill Toby with her own hands, not wait for the monsters to do it. I've gone back to it again and again, and I've invented a tinfoil theory to try and explain it, but it takes a bunch of leaps of logic and assumptions for me to get there. I can't use enough like, I don't have enough evidence in the show to back it up. It's just a fun little tinfoil theory. But if it's something like this, it makes a whole lot more sense if that he was not the right target, and the target was really supposed to be Jade.
And they've done it before.
Yeah.
They've done it before where these entities literally said to the same person, kill the boy. So she's told us that these are the sort of messages she gets. So it could be simple to assume they said kill the man.
Yeah. You know, I could totally see that. And I would really love it if I don't want Jade to have to end up sacrificing himself or something, but I would love it if they would actually give us an answer to that nagging Toby question, which I had pretty much given up hope that will ever be answered again. No one has ever even brought up the name Toby. Jade referred to his childhood best friend, but I don't think he even said Toby's name after the first few episodes. That was it. You know, no more mention of Toby. Even when it came out that what Sarah did, that she left the door open, he doesn't know that she did this with her own hands, but she left the door open and no mention of Toby. It's like, damn it. It's so frustrating to me, but you know, that's where they're going to get us. Like, we fixate.
It's like he wasn't important. And maybe that is the answer. Yeah,
and maybe
Toby wasn't important.
But instead we're overthinking things, you know, like I did, with which I already rejected my own theory because I was just jumping to too many conclusions about, okay, well, maybe the government bought Jade's quantum tech and they opened up their own wormhole into this place, and then they paid off Toby to drive him in there, and then he knew too much, and so they had to kill Toby. No, that's too many. It's too many assumptions. It's too many leaps of logic. I rejected that months ago. And so I just kind of been like, okay, they're never going to explain Toby's death. But you know what? The subject has come up before. Like, maybe she just got the wrong person. And if we tie it into this theory, maybe she got the wrong person because it was supposed to be Jade, because he's at the center of it all.
Because he has blood on his hands.
Because he has blood on his hands.
And I could potentially see a lot of people are saying time travel because of what we saw with Boyd. It still totally fits with this theory, because coming to the conclusion that you have to kill yourself because you were always destined to play a role for something that you didn't do, or that you feel, it would be hard to accept that, right? And other people around you would probably have a hard time. Even if you wanted to, they would be like, look, there has to be another way. It could still fit that he tries to not kill himself, but to change history in order to not have to owe this debt. And it totally fits with the debt. There's a debt that has to be collected. He has to pay.
It would be great if there were another way, but because it's like, okay, he's born, he doesn't remember. Let's say he's reincarnated, he doesn't remember any of these past lives. So it's like, shouldn't you, if you have no memory whatsoever of living those lives, it's like, how can you still be held responsible for what you did? And how can you be guilty of those things? You don't even remember any of it. It's like, you have new memories. It's like a clean slate. But is it really? Does he have a karmic debt that he has to pay? Is that?
And also the trolley problem. They're telling us the trolley problem. Life is unfair.
Yeah.
That person that was standing by themselves, where there's 5 people standing on the other sidewalk, it's no fault of their own. They didn't do anything to deserve it. You were just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Right.
You don't deserve it any more than they do. The person that's going to make the decision about your life, like, they don't get to hear your plea. They just have to make the decision, the right choice, regardless.
Yeah.
So, and like, life is unfair. They're telling us in that whole situation, the trolley problem, life is unfair.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get run over.
Exactly. That's why that it would make sense for that to be at the center of the whole show, because it does keep coming up multiple times, the trolley problem again and again. And yeah, and in a sense, Jade is yeah, he's not guilty of anything, because he doesn't remember any, like, if those are his past lives, he doesn't remember. He doesn't. It's like he's a new person, but you know, yeah, sometimes the needs of the many have to outweigh the needs of the few, or the one in his case. So,
Yeah.
you know,
And there in itself, we go back to hope and pain and human suffering and everything that from extracts from these people. It's saying,
mhm,
how much do you have it in you? Do you have it in you to hope that what you're doing will be enough, that you will still be in a good place even if you choose to sacrifice yourself?
yeah,
Or are you really hopeless and selfish?
yeah, yeah. I think we might, I think we might have really hit on something here. And
And I'll
it,
forget everything tomorrow.
oh well, we've got a record of it here.
Oh yeah, we do.
So it's great, like, I'm glad we got this all recorded and it's here. And like, if we had just talked about this in like the voice channel and it's just gone, that would suck, because like I really enjoyed this conversation. And I feel like, I don't know, even more clarity on this. Like, I've been showing slides from the theory that what I've been showing on the screen here are the slides from the Tabitha and Jade reincarnation video that I put out last week.
Mhm.
And yeah, I've been showing the slides, and it just, there's even more clarity now. The more we talk about it, it just makes the
Yeah.
most sense to me. It
I mean,
just,
I love that video that you put out, and now retrospectively, even this picture, it is them having to come to terms. We're on opposite teams potentially, because
yeah,
the Christopher and Miranda, at some point they're together. Even here, they're together trying to work through whatever it is that they're given,
that's what I think happened with them too. Yeah,
and then
Christopher and
eventually
Miranda.
to part ways. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said before, like I think they probably work together in every cycle at some point, and then their paths diverge.
Yeah,
They
there's
have.
gonna be that epiphany, because Jade told Tabitha, I don't think the children are trying to hurt you,
Mhm.
when she described her interaction. And he remembered, this is so in our face if this is what it is. He said, your kids. He
Yeah.
referred to the ghoulish kids as, oh, I saw your kids.
Yes, he said, "I saw
Your
your
kids.
kids." Yes. Yes, he
So
did.
already kind of like telling us, like, this is like her team's purpose. And already understanding they're hers, not his, not our kids, even though he has seen them as well. He
Mhm.
he calls them Tabitha's kids. They could be his kids too. Like, I saw my kids that I keep seeing. But no, he said, I
Nope,
saw your kids.
your kids, right? And just imagine if if you follow this logic trail further, yeah, like going back to what we were saying before, if each of those kids represents a child that was sacrificed in every cycle, then they were all of her kids in every cycle. They were all her kids in past lives. They were her kids.
That would make perfect. Oh my God, Julie. Yes, that would make perfect sense. And and Tilly was in her face about it. She said, I have 7 kids.
Right, right. Oh my god, yeah, yeah.
So it's like, Tabitha, you have 7 kids, and you've been like sacrificing one by one by one by one, because you keep trying to save the ghoulish kids. Oh my God, Julie.
Right.
So in a way, in a roundabout way, the ghoulish kids are her actual kids. telling her to save her kids.
Yeah.
It's like, we are your children. Yes, save the kids, but not us, because we're clearly dead, ma'am. Save the one that's alive. But we are
Right.
your kids still. We are your children.
And they're and like you said, they're pawing at her like they're her own children, pawing at their mother like clutching at their mother. And it is in a sense like they are like they are her children. And but it's like, no, we're not the ones that need to be saved anymore. It's your own. It's your own child.
It's
Right?
your own, but in a way, we are also your own.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
Until he's saying that thing, it threw us all off. Why? I have 7 children. I have 7 children. And we all thought maybe she is the mother of the children, but Tabitha is the mother of these kids.
No, wait a minute. Didn't she say 4 kids, 7 grandkids? What
Is
if
she Tabitha's mom?
is she? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
All of a sudden, she was like in the real world with a Hispanic accent, but she's also Tilly and from, clearly not Tabitha's mother.
Right? I don't know. I mean, maybe this could work somehow. I don't know how to fit that in. Like,
we knew
yeah.
the 7 was like somebody there has 7 of something. I mean, I could totally see this working. Those are your kids, Tabitha.
Right? I think so. I definitely think so. Like, wow. I'm laughing because comments in the chat too. I'm laughing at some of these comments. It's hilarious. Like, Carla Way, 24-hour stream. Oh my God. And another one, go to sleep, LOL, by Mel. Oh my God. All City Big Hack. Dang, y'all are still going. LOL. Went to sleep, Julie B was live, and wake up, Julie B is live. Oh my God. Oh, it's hilarious. And oh my God, there were more too. Yeah, let me go back.
You have become the live stream 24 hours a day from channel. It just like, it was meant to. It's like Tabitha. You were always going to be here, Julie. At 4 a.m. on the phone. You were always going to be here. Sooner or later.
4 a.m. For me, it is 7:12 a.m. on the East Coast.
This is 4 a.m. over
Yes.
here. That's why I couldn't look at the scary pictures you had up, because I'm like sitting in the dark. It was like 3 a.m. when you put up those like really creepy pictures.
Yeah, just some nightmare fuel for you. That's all.
I swear, it's like this obsession. I'm gonna go to sleep, and all I'm gonna think about is like the ghoulish children, the ghoulish children.
They're gonna haunt you when you're sleeping now.
The ghouls. I'm gonna end up crazy, and next thing you know, I'll say they're my children.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's an obsession.
It's an obsession.
It's an obsession. It's unhealthy. It's unhealthy.
It's unhealthy.
Somebody should stop us. We have no right. And it's just plain wrong.
Someone needs to stage an intervention. Because
please, I'm screaming out for help.
Like if my co-host Scarlett were here, Scarlett Minded, that is, if she were here, yeah,
she would be ringing that bell.
She would have been ringing that bell.
Like Boyd.
Like, get off! What are you doing? Get you home like hours ago. Oh my God. Carla Way, that's so kind of you. It's so kind of you to say. I am actually in awe of you ladies, so eloquently spoken, even after 7 hours. Well, thank you. Thank you. PM, you have been amazing and so eloquent, and it's just, oh, this has been a lot of fun. Like the whole thing was a lot of fun, like from start to finish. Um,
Yeah,
we
I love this. It's so much fun. Even if it's not gonna happen, it's just a really cool way to think about the show. And honestly, who else do we have that we can obsessively talk about a show with that is not gonna think we're crazy and run away from us? Like nobody.
nobody.
It's we have to find each other online in the chat because other people don't want to hear it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm losing my voice. If you can
Hmm.
hear it, I don't have much voice left.
It's about that time, guys. I'm gonna
Like,
have to take my leave.
yes.
It is 4 a.m. here, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep because I think we cracked it.
I think we might have cracked it. Like James Bull said, it's all connected.
They're your children, girl. Take care of your kids.
They're your children. That's it. And Jade is at the center of it all with blood on his hands.
Hmm.
It could just be that simple, and I think it is. I think
Yeah,
it
it could
is.
just be like it's not any more obvious. The fact that all of the apparitions have been trying to hurt him, but they're him.
But they're him.
They're telling him, "Hey, I think you should kill yourself," which is so trolly of them to say, like,
Yeah.
"Hey, Jade, I think you should kill yourself."
Yeah. I think so. Oh, I think so. Well, yeah. It's like Tony was telling me. I called into Tony's live before I went live last night, and now it's morning. I told Tony I'm nuts. I know I'm out of my mind. I do 6 to 8 hour streams, and this one is a new record. Um, I'm I'm proud to say, or embarrassed to say, I'm not so sure. 8 hours, 24 minutes and counting. And I'm still going to wrap up with the chat before I sign off too. So I probably will hit 8 hours, 30 minutes. But I was telling Tony, I'm addicted. And he said, no, you're not crazy. I was like that too when I started live streaming. He made me feel better. He made me feel less crazy. And
And the
we're
people
all
love
addicted.
you. The people love you. You're not. People love the stream. They love going to sleep, hearing everything you have to say, waking up, and you're still there. Um, a constant comfort. So you're not
Aw.
crazy at all. You have your listeners that love you and rely on you. And out of everything they could be listening to right now, it's you. They chose you.
Oh, well, that's very sweet of you to say, and I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Um, Especially the way I started this stream crying like an idiot on a live stream. What the hell is wrong with me? Oh my God. Um, and I started it crying and I finished it laughing. And the moral of the story is the Fromely is therapy. There you go. Right? It's therapy.
Exactly. The only way is through. The only
Yeah.
way is through. And I
Yes.
think it's the same for our characters.
I
That's
think so.
why I think that Tom keeps saying, like, stop focusing on getting out. The way is through.
Yeah.
You know? I think, I don't know. Tomorrow everything is gonna seem like nonsense. But today I think we're geniuses. But I will take my leave. So good night, you guys. Good night, Jolie. Thank you so much for
Good
letting me
night.
talk to you.
Good night, PM. So no need to thank me. Thank you for coming on. You've been awesome. You've been amazing, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness. I'm going to look through a few of your comments before I sign off. I am sorry, for a while now, we've just been going and going, PM and I, and we got so sucked down into that rabbit hole that I haven't been highlighting. I mean, I've been highlighting your comments, but I haven't been reading them. So I'm sorry about that. But I definitely addressed a lot of them earlier in the live. I have been going 8.5 hours. So hopefully you'll forgive me for this last couple, or I don't know, 2 or 3 that we've been kind of down a rabbit hole. But I don't know, maybe 2 hours we've been. I have to go back and check. I've lost all track of time. I'm going to scroll up in a minute and just read a few comments before I sign off. Thank you, Dieter. I've got to take a drink of water. Oh my God. I've been talking too much and I have no voice left. And I have a live again in, let's see, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours? Wait, 8, 9, 10. No, I have a live in, 15 hours. I'm back live again. Oh my God. Carla Way. Yeah, PM does have great thoughts, right? She would have to tell you. I don't know. I know she's in the Discord. She's in my Discord. She's in Jeremy's, I think, Discord. Yeah. But I will let you know that you said, I will let her know that you said that. And, yeah, she's super interesting. That was great. We just got in the zone there. Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, I know. I listen back to my lives, at least not all of them, obviously, because they're so long, but I listen to segments of them, and I definitely listen to the beginning to see how I can improve, like beginning, ending, that kind of thing. I'm going to cringe when I hear that. I don't know. I might not listen to it. I just completely lost it. I lost it, but by the end of the stream, I'm sitting here laughing, and I'm still in pain. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in a lot of pain right now, but this took my mind off of it, and this awesome fandom and everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel tonight. It's my therapy. What can I say? And Gothic Chick, you're so sweet with the flower emojis. Thank you, Gothic Chick. Thank you so much, Vanessa Wicked. God, you need an IV drip for your live streams. I do, don't I? I do need an IV drip. Damn it. Oh my God. Seriously. Eat up, Julie. You have another live shift to cover, Mark Lablonsky. I actually am starving and dehydrated, and I take another drink. I don't like to take drinks because then it's dead air. I should have been doing it while PM was talking. Oh my God. I was too busy listening to her because she had such great thoughts. I forgot to drink water. Now I'm super dehydrated. Oh, Jesus. CT5V New Era. Hey. Thank you. Thank you very much. This one was a new record and I just passed the 8-hour, 30-minute mark. Yeah. Sleep and eat. I will, Vanessa Wicked. I will. Thank you for caring. Thank you for caring so much. I need to send you Starbucks. Oh my gosh. Dieter, thank you. I've been through a lot. I shouldn't have said so much. It's you guys are not my therapists and whatnot, but it was good to just let some feelings out, and I feel like you guys are family to me, so hopefully nobody judges me for it or thinks less of me or thinks I'm a complete mess. But everyone was extremely kind, so I don't think that's the case at all. Well, I don't know. Hopefully there is nobody lurking that does think that I'm a mess. That wasn't in the chat, because I felt like a mess. Thank you. It is what it is. Yes, I will eat something and drink and get rest. Oh, thank you. Oh, Debbie. Oh, love you, Debbie. You were the best. Such a kind member of the family here. And you take care of yourself, Debbie. I hope you feel better. I think you said earlier that you didn't feel well, and I hope you feel better. I really do. I know it's a battle for you, and it's like people telling me feel better. I know what it's like to have a chronic illness, and the best you can hope for is maybe some days are sometimes a little less awful than others, and it's but you have to find your joy whenever you can, and even if it's in a crazy show like this, and surrounded by all these kind people, like, it brings me joy. CT5V New Era, I love these live streams, keep my mind at ease and gets me through work nights. I was missing these lives the past few nights. It sucked. I just want to thank you. Well, hey, I thank everybody here. I thank all of you for being my support system and like family here. I'm appreciative of all of you. So, like I said at the beginning, you're keeping me company. This is the best fandom, Carla. 100%. This is the best fandom. 100%. And this, well, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for the kind words, James Bull. And yeah, dedication. I guess you could call it that, or obsession, addiction. I don't know. But I love this show and this community, I really, really do. And yeah, From is my comfort zone. And yeah, Tony was very kind last night, sending people over here. He's actually said last night when I called in to thank him for everything he's done, promoting my show, promoting my channel. And I said I feel like a nutcase, and he said one time he went to bed and he got up and I was still streaming, and he was like, "Wait, is that the replay?" He said, "No, that's not the replay. She's still live." But he made me feel better. He said that you're not nuts, you're not crazy. I've been through it. Most live streamers will tell you that they've been through it too. They'll all tell you that it's an addiction. You got to be aware of it when you get into it, that you're going to get addicted. And it's not because I want attention. It's not because I'm attention seeking. It's just the opposite. I've been shy my whole life, if you can believe that. I like I told Tony, it's because I feel like this is family, and I hate signing off. It's like leaving family. It's my comfort zone. It's my support system. It's my safe space, and it's a lot of fun. It's fun that I need in my life. It's a source of joy and a creative outlet. Like all the theory crafting we did on this stream, like it's all of those things. So of course it's hard to sign off. It's hard every time. Javon Keys said, Julie's live stream is like the tree in the road. Once you see it, you're stuck here. And with Alice, who was on our panel earlier, a lovely addition to our panel. Yeah, we were still going. Gothic Chick. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. You'll always be here for me. Thank you. And I'll always be here for any of you. If you ever need anything, like, I'm here for you too. If my stream can help in any way, help anyone deal with what's going on in their life, that's a huge reward, just to know that that means so much to me. I've always wanted to be able to make a difference in someone's life, and I'm very limited in what I can do because of my pain. But if somebody left me a comment a few weeks ago saying, it just meant so much, just saying that my lives helped get through one of the devastating hurricanes that they went through, that this person went through. That meant the world to me. I want to be able to help in some way. I feel helpless personally to help myself, but if I can, just knowing I can help someone at all, like that's amazing. I would love to just to be able to help anybody in any way. If my streams can help you get through your shift, even if it's something as simple as that, getting through your overnight shift that you don't feel like getting through, and or you have insomnia, or you're dealing with a chronic illness, like Debbie, like Debbie's been open about that. Debbie talked about that earlier. And like I also have a chronic illness, and Debbie said gratitude is key in my experience. Find it and everything is instantly better. I'm trying real hard right now, but this live, our excellent community and from helps. I completely feel that, and I agree. Completely agree. Absolutely, Debbie. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Justin. Justin Wilson says, I'm so glad I found this channel. Oh, thank you. Means the world to me. That really means the world to me. And yeah, Carla, that's how it feels when you find family. You can let down your walls because you're safe. That's how it feels. And I know this is a public space, and so it's not like we're all in our private area. So I know anybody can pop in and listen, whatever. If they want to judge or they don't like me or whatever, that's okay. That's fine. That's not my problem. That's their problem. That's the way I look at it. And what matters here is that the people in the chat, the people actually communicating with me, are kind, lovely human beings. And I'm grateful for all of you. And I'm grateful for you, Dieter. Dieter in the wall, as you're called now. Inspired by Dale. Well, thank you, Dieter. I'm here for you too. If you never need anything, I'm here for you too. 100%. Thank you. Yeah, and butterfly is it's my emoji of choice in Discord. So it just happens to fit because my middle initial is B. So Julie B stands for my middle initial, my middle initial, which is Barbara, but my emoji in Discord is butterfly, so like it just happened to fit. I didn't even do it on purpose. And yeah, Dieter, thank you. Okay, great. Oh wait. Oh wow. Okay. This is news. All right, good. I'm glad I'm gonna do the giveaway. Okay, all right. So like, yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, so the discount code. So okay, I want to make this clear. Yeah. So like I mentioned this earlier in the stream, and I think I said that it was US only for the discount code. But yeah, if you're international and you want to check out some From merch, there is a discount code in the description of my video. It's not US only for that part. The giveaway part is just US residents because he's covering the shipping cost and stuff. But yeah, if you want to, like, if you're looking for a good place for From stuff, he's got talismans, he's got talisman keychains. They're super cool. And yeah, and I'm going to do a giveaway stream tonight. For that one, he's covering the shipping. So that one, unfortunately, does have to be US residents. And I'm going to give away 3. A talisman and a keychain in a set for each one. And yeah, the link, I don't know why I have the link in the description of the video. I don't know why that one's not working, Dieter, but no worries. Yeah, you can, like, anybody can go to my description of this video and find the link. And there's a 15% off code through November 30th. And yeah, Vanessa, it is a passion. It is a passion. This is a passion project, and well, thanks, Football Infinity. I love Discord, and when From season 3 ends, I'm going to be in my Discord. I'm going to be in there a lot more. I try to be in there as much as I can, and I'm going to be in there a lot more as things calm down. Yeah, Alt City, big heck. If you treat the chat like your BFF, the chat will be your BFF. That's what I like to think, like, that's what I like to think. If you put out good vibes, then hopefully good vibes come back to you. Like, I treat people the way I would want to be treated. That's the golden rule. It sounds cheesy, but it just comes down to that, really. It just comes down to that. And well, thank you. I was being real, all right. I was being very real, Javon Keys. Thank you for saying that. And James Bull, thanks for the support. Thank you for the support. Gosh. Yeah, I need to get off of this thing. Yeah, Insomniac. Are you an Insomniac? It is what it is. Yeah, I've had that issue. I don't have insomnia now. I just happen to be streaming all night long because I'm a maniac. I don't know why. It's not because I can't sleep. I don't know. What show am I covering next? I'm going to cover Silo because Silo's coming out next. Silo's coming out, I think, November 15th, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to cover that, but I'm still going to cover From. That's not going anywhere. That is not going anywhere. I'm going to still cover From year round. I still want to do, I'd really like to do a weekly live stream if people are still down, because there's always theory crafting to do year round from Aholic. And yeah, so I'll do Silo, and then I'll do Severance after that, as Debbie says here. Debbie says, yeah, Severance is coming back January. So yeah, I might do. Oh, and belated good night. I didn't see that. I didn't see that earlier, Laura Butler, but I don't know if you're still here. But good night, and thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I don't even know who this is. It's probably an athlete. I don't know anything about sports, but I'm guessing it's something athletic. Thank you. I'm gonna scroll up. Wait a minute. I feel like I missed some stuff. Yeah. This was so funny. Just people's reactions. Infinite Umbra. You're still live. I'm literally about to get off work soon. This cracks me up so much. Oh my god. Yeah, Nikisha Moore. I figured you would still be at it. Or y'all would still be at it. And Dieter, I feel like we should like it's time to record like I already had the theory about Jade, and Tabitha being reincarnated and the child sacrifice being at the center of things and stuff, but some new pieces clicked into place with PM and I. Some new pieces really clicked into place, so I'm more sold on it, unfortunately, for Jade and my favorite character. And and it was cool. Shout out to all the different channels that popped in here tonight. The JH review tonight / this morning. Club Julie B still going. Yeah, I feel like we really had a good discourse going. PM and I. That was awesome. And Fromley Theory, shout out to you and your channel. Another great From channel. And everybody just go out and support all the From creators. Like, there's room for all of us. So yeah, like, shout out to everybody that popped in. The JH review, Fromley Theory, earlier, Biggerford Entertainment, and A Night of Horror, of course. Let's see. Gosh. Yeah, so many awesome people. So many awesome channels in this fandom, and all the other channels, Teflon TV, Jeremy Ice and Fire, Real Enigmas, Gosh, there's just so many. The movie blog he covers from, oh, it's so awesome. His coverage is awesome too. And Parkland Media, like I could go on and on and on. There's so many. And Rose Jones came back earlier. It said, fell asleep to Julie, now waking up with Julie. So funny. It's so funny. And yeah, I'm glad you felt safe to stay from Lee Theory. There haven't been any spoilers, I'm happy to say. I haven't seen a thing. I've been watching the chat like a hawk. I haven't seen anything, and the mods keep an eye out, of course. So yeah, let me try to keep this a spoiler-free zone. No spoilers, thank you very much. And I appreciate everybody for respecting that. I knew you would. I knew you would. Okay. Oh, this was funny. 3 hours in my shift and we are still live. Julie B lives are like watching 24 hours of A Christmas Story on Christmas Eve. Putting in work, ladies. Yeah, we were still at it at 5:53 and it is now 8:47. I need to get the hell off of this thing. And yeah, I feel like we did have good chemistry. Yeah, I feel like we really did. And PM has been on the platform before. She's been on my panel. And yeah, PM is terrific. So yeah, absolutely. I need to get off. Mostly insane. Yeah, I'm mostly insane. That would be me. Oh my God, I need to get off. I've well, that would be great. If you're down, I'm down. I'm gonna do year-round from content, theory crafting. I still would love to do a weekly live stream too. Just one, nah, not two. Probably just one. Well, we'll see. You never know. With me, you just never know. And I hit a new record, so I could be completely insane and let it go till 9 hours. I don't know. Should I? I mean, it's 8 hours and 49 minutes. I could go 11 more minutes. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Rest up 24-hour stream next. Right? Oh my God. Yeah, my co-host Scarlet Minded and I we joke about having a 12-hour stream. Having a 12-hour stream. Well, honestly, it's not that far off. It's really not. I'm almost at 9 hours. Might as well. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna leave the thing running and just start getting. I need to get myself food and water anyway, so I'm gonna leave it running because I want to hit the 9-hour mark. What the hell? Because I'm just that nuts. I'm glad Tony made me feel less nuts, though. I felt better. I told him, and he's a straight talker. He'll tell it like it is. If he thought I were nuts, he would have said, "Yeah, you're out of your mind." But he said no. He said no. When he started streaming, it was the same for him. And that's me getting hydrated. I am going to drink some water. Okay. I'm going to drink some water. Step one of self-care, because I've been at this the entire night. And I have to feed my poor dog, too. He has to be, like, force-fed anyway. He doesn't want to eat. He has to be spoon-fed like a baby. Yeah, Tony said I'm not nuts at all. When he started, he was doing crazy long streams too. He never wanted to get off. And he's met many other people just the same way. So that made me feel a lot better. Like less crazy. I mostly passed. Oh yeah, I passed out, and I mostly insane said I passed out and wake up seeing Julie still going crazy. Yeah. Well, I feel better because Tony doesn't think I'm crazy, and he's been at this a long time. He's at a channel for a long time. Yeah, and and he said I'm not nuts at all, you know. Oh yes, many snippets. Yeah, while I'm shouting out channels, yeah, that's another. I was shouting out. I'm really overtired, and there are so many from channels. Smitty Snippets is another one. It's another one. Really good channel. I highly recommend you check it out. He's got great reaction videos to From, and and of course Dana and Scarlett. They have great content too. Oh, so many. My gosh, you know, Dana and Scarlett are killing it. They're killing it. It's really great to see. I'm happy for them. They deserve it. And everybody's killing it. Everybody's killing it. Every single creator. And we're all one community, you know. Everybody's in every chat. That's the coolest thing, to see all this all the same names in every chat. It's really cool. Carla said, you and Tony remind me of each other in that you both wear your hearts on your sleeves and are real. Ah, I appreciate that quality so much in people. Well, thanks. Yeah, I see that in Tony. Yeah, you know, he displayed that last night. And you know, and I've seen it before many times. He's you know, he does wear his heart on his sleeve. Absolutely, he does. Yeah, and he's so funny, right? He's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Thank you. Love you guys. Really do. And yeah, that would be great if you come back tonight, Mark. Yeah, I'll be live again in not that long, really. Maybe 13 and a half hours. It's going to be around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, but knowing me, I may be a little late. I may show up late, but I make up for it with the sheer length of my lives. I think I'm late. I'm late pretty much every time, and it's so bad. Yeah, pretty much every time. I'm not late for other people's lives though. That's if I'm a guest on somebody's live, I'm there. Like, I'm there, but for some reason, if it's my own, yeah, I struggle with that. I struggle with that, but yeah. Well, have a good day, Mark. Enjoy your day. Hope it goes well. And wait, what is this? For the season finale, she can try, what is it? 24-hour stream. Here it is. If you ever do 24 hours, I'll join during the Australia hours. Yeah. I bet you would. Thank you. I can't do that. Oh God. I would, if I could do it without severe pain, I would. I would totally do it. Like, I would do something crazy like that, but I'm already in way too much pain from doing this. I'm supposed to be getting up and moving every certain amount of time, and I'm not. So I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it because I pay for it. My body pays for it. And if I did a 24-hour stream, I wouldn't be able to move. I couldn't do it. But where did I see that other one? Yeah. Maybe for the season finale, she could try Julius a machine. I may seem like it, but I'm telling you, I pay for it big time. I hate myself for it later, but then I can't tear myself away because it's worth it. It's worth it because I enjoy it so much talking to all of you guys. It's too much fun. I don't want to leave. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so it's not that strange, right? That makes me feel less crazy. Bell City Big Hack. Yep. Thank you. Because I know some people do things like 12-hour streams and yeah, even longer. I know that. LMR, yeah. Love LMR too, Vanessa. That's another one. Yeah, I love LMR. When she's on with Tony, they make such a great duo. And Phil, I love Phil, the issues guy. He's so sweet. Oh my god, I love Phil. He's so sweet and so kind. Every time I've called, and I was so nervous, like just hearing his voice answering the phone, and then Tony was always so kind from day one. They made me feel so comfortable calling in. I was a brand new fan. Oh shit! Did I leave the link? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is the link still up? I thought I took the link down. I'm so confused. Hold up. Wait a minute. Ray?
Hey.
How did you get back on? I don't think I had the link up.
I think when you use the StreamYard app, the link, if it's the same link, it stays like in the saved link column or whatever.
How
I
about
was
that?
surprised. I woke up and you still going.
I saw that I was close to, I was like 11 minutes away from the 9-hour mark. So I just said, all right, what the hell? I'm going to stay till then.
I'll help you get these last 11 minutes if you want to go.
Oh, well, I'm less than that now. I'm at 8 hours, 58 minutes, but I was at like 11 more minutes and I said, all right, I'm just going to stay until so I'm almost at 9 hours. Thanks for popping back on.
Nothing wrong with that. I just got my daughter on the bus and stuff. I told myself if I get my daughter on the bus and she's still on the stream, I'll pop back in and talk to her.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And thanks for joining the panel earlier. We had a really great stream. We had a lot of people on at once and it didn't turn into chaos. That was amazing. Like,
Yeah, it's always a good thing. Not a
yeah,
whole lot of cross talking and stuff like that.
that's rare. I was like, I've had that many people on the panel only once before, and it was pretty chaotic, to be honest. It was more than I was able to manage because I'm not really an assertive person. I sound really talkative, but if you put me in a group with too many assertive people or aggressive personalities, I can't fit a word in edgewise. So I don't know how to manage that many people too well. So I was relieved, actually. I just kept adding people thinking, oh boy, I don't know, this could get out of control, but I kept seeing people jumping on and I thought, you know what? I hit 1K this week, we're celebrating. I'm just going to let it be a complete free-for-all party and just let as many people as I can fit on this panel on the panel. And it worked out fantastic. I was pleasantly surprised. People weren't interrupting each other. Like everybody was like, courteous, and not that they weren't courteous before, but it just can naturally get chaotic when there are that many people and someone's trying to talk while another's trying to talk. It's natural. But yeah, we got lucky. It was just a good flow. It was a good mix of people, and nobody was dominating or anything. It was great, and I appreciate everybody who came on panel. Gonna wrap up because I am over 9 hours now. And Movie Blog, shout out to Movie Blog. I was shouting you out a little while, not that long ago, among all the great channels doing From content. I did not know that we deep dive this early. And good morning, movie blog. I'm a fan of your channel too. Like, I shout at you out like all the other From channels because I love all of them.
Yeah, same here.
I follow every single one, everyone. And I'm not always able to join all the lives, but I catch as many replays as I can. I catch as many videos as I can, just because I'm a new streamer and I'm learning as I go while the season is going on. I can't catch as many lives as I would like, but I follow everybody. I'm subscribed to everybody, and I try to support all of them because they're all terrific. And I feel like we should all uplift each other and support each other. You know, that's what we do in this fandom. Yeah. Michael said Julie live stream helped me survive night 4 of a 4-night shift at my hospital tonight. Now her live stream is helping me survive my 3-hour drive back home. LOL.
Hey, can I say that? Somebody else in the chat, let's see, adorned by Charisse.
Yeah.
What? No, am I looking at the right one? Let's see. Okay, I think I am. She says, I have had this on while I sleep. It was comforting. I'm the same type of person. Like
Yeah.
I watch like paranormal content when I sleep. I don't know why it's so comforting, but your streams, the time that it comes on, that's the perfect time for me. Like at night, just put it on and go to sleep and wake up and you're still going.
Well, I gotta stop doing the part where I'm still going when people wake up. I gotta stop that. I'm not gonna stop the late night lives though, because I'm a late night person. So I'm still gonna do that. It just works for me. I've always been a night owl, but I gotta stop. I gotta stop doing these marathon lives. I hate to do it now because people really like it, and I don't want to disappoint people. But I do have to do what's best for my health, as Carla Way said somewhere around here. Yeah, I take that back. We want what's best for your health. And I appreciate it, and I need to stop doing this. And I know I keep saying that, and then I never stop. And I set a new record today. But yeah, I think what will get easier is when the season ends, things calm down a bit. Maybe then, who knows, might get a little easier. But it's still the Fromily. It's still going to be an addiction. So I'm going to have to get some self-control and take better care of myself. It's too much. It's just too much. And yeah, Nikki's fantastic. Nikki's going to be a guest hopefully tonight if she's still able to come. I think I gotta double check with her and confirm, but I think Nikki from a night of horror should be a guest tonight, and Anzo from Bigger for Entertainment, of course. He'll be a guest as well. Oh my lord. My voice, you can't be talking, Debbie. Keep talking, I'm almost asleep. Your voice is smooth as hell. Me? I can barely talk. I can barely talk. I like, I'm losing my voice from talking all night. I can't possibly sound nice. I sound terrible now. Vanessa. See, you guys make it so hard to sign off because you're cracking me up with these comments. Oh my god. Vanessa said I was dropping my daughter off, and she was like, Mom, she's been on all night. Oh no. The kids are noticing now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Laura. 9-hour record. Hell yeah. Well, I guess it was fitting, I'm really grateful to everybody. I'm so grateful to everybody who got me to 1K subs this week. I'm so grateful to each and every person, and if you guys like these marathon lives so much, well, that's I hope that you enjoyed it, because I enjoyed it too. And honestly, you're doing me a favor by being here, like I always say. And yeah, I think it's a good way to mark the 1K occasion. Really, 9-hour stream. Why not? What the hell? You're home now, Nikisha. Y'all have been here my whole shift. Oh God. Yeah, it's okay to have intermissions. Might be a good idea, Gothic Chick. Maybe people would come back. I never thought of that, actually. I could actually sign off, take a break, go for a walk, which is what I really need to do to take care of myself. I'm supposed to, for my therapy, I'm supposed to get up and move, even though it hurts. Walking hurts, everything hurts. But if I don't have a mix of the two, then the pain is out of control completely. So I have to somehow balance the two. It's a delicate balance, and I'm not doing it right at all. So maybe I could do an intermission. I would sign off, then sign back on, have like a set time. People stuck with me through most of the night. The numbers were still strong. People would leave, others would come. So maybe I'll do that. I don't know. I guess if I figure, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I set a time, I could come back. I need to stop doing this. Goes longer. It's the chat. I blame the chat. It's not my fault. I'm still reading these awesome, hilarious comments. Damn it. It's not my fault. Don't blame me. Oh, man. It's not my fault. That awkward moment when you join from community through Jeremy Ice and Fire, but slowly find yourself wanting to wear in Julie We Believe t-shirt. Julie tried. No, not awkward at all. We can support everybody. No need to pick or choose whatsoever. No. Jeremy Ice and Fire, that's where I made the vast majority of my friends in the fandom. His community, his Discord, and his live chats. He's terrific. His channel is terrific. So nothing awkward about that at all. Jeremy helped. I mean, he supported me so much when I started this channel. He was amazing. It really helped me out a lot. So we all support each other. Redea Smith, hey, 9 hours? What are you going to do for the finale? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what I'm going to do. There's not really much I can do. I don't have an ending, a way to sign off, unless I find the trailer and I could sign off with the trailer. I better do that, because I need to eat something and go to sleep. Carla Way, I've calculated that I'll be on a road trip to my country gig tomorrow, so I look forward to you keeping me company on that trip for your next stream. Well, nice. All right. That's great. It would be great if you can make it. All right. Always lovely to have you, Carla. You're such a sweet and lovely person. Everyone is so kind. And yeah, next stream will be the 1K celebration stream. I'll do the little giveaway, and it should be fun. It should be fun. Nikisha, even if you step away from the stream, keep it on and we'll just talk to each other until you get back. Yeah, I like that. I like that, Nikisha. You know, the chat has great ideas, so you could keep it going. Like, that would be terrific. Yeah, because I hate to sign off. But yeah, I do need to take better care of myself. All the 9-to-5ers are going to start popping in. Then I'll really never be able to sign off. Damn. Cal Bishop, real trooper. Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm trying. Passion, right? Yeah, it's a passion for sure. And you're so sweet, Vanessa. You're so supportive. You support like every From content creator, and that's amazing to see. Really cool. We'll see you in 15 hours. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, maybe I should just sign off and not even try to find something to sign off with, because I need to just get off of this thing. Yeah, I'll just get off. I don't need a sign off. I'll just end it.
Well, good stream.
Thank you. Thank you for popping back on, man. I
Yeah, no
appreciate
problem. Thank you for having me.
it. Anytime. I'll do more call-ins. That went really well. I'm less nervous to do it again now. So absolutely, I'll do it again. You're welcome to come back on when I do. So have a good day. Is it daytime where you are?
Yes, 7:04.
That's right. Yeah, I'm delirious. Yeah, you did mention something about it being daytime. So yeah, you have a great day.
You too.
Okay. See you later. Um uh, you need a way people can send you stuff. I would send you breakfast or dinner. Oh, Vanessa, you're so sweet. Okay. I'll find a way. I don't know how I don't know if I'll be able to do super chats by tonight, but I'll do something. If I hear Cash App is pretty easy. I don't know. Maybe I'll set up a Cash App. I feel weird about it, but if people keep asking me for it, then I'll do it. I won't be asking all the time or anything. I'll just put it there if anyone wants to. No obligation to give anything though, really. No obligation whatsoever. I'm doing this because I love it and I love talking to you guys. That's all there is to it. That's what, or I would have done a Cash App thing before now, And I'm gonna put on my mama bear hat and tell you to go get some rest now. Hey, Movie Blog says I might be able to join later. Okay, if you want to join, that would be terrific. I would love that. Oh my god. I have a Gladiator screening tonight. I have to pack for a trip. Well, hey, if you want to join for any amount of time, that would be terrific. Yeah, you are certainly welcome. And just, yeah, like just pop in the chat if you want to join. I'll just drop the link. I'll just drop the link, and so I'll start out the stream with Biggerford Entertainment and a Night of Horror and two content creators and rather than have like a whole bunch of people pile in, like we'll start it out simply and then we can add more as we go. And the movie blog, anytime at all, if you're whatever time you're available, if I'm streaming, just let me know and I'll drop the link for you. Whether it's the beginning or a little later, whatever works for you, because I'm a big fan of your channel. Like I love your videos and your lives for From too. So actually, you were one of the first channels I followed for From. I was watching your From breakdowns after every episode I watched earlier this year. So it would be super cool. And if not tonight, then if tonight doesn't work out, any other night, I would be amazing. So whatever works for you, just let me know, pop in the chat, and yeah. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's cool. Really cool. All right. Okay. Enough. I'm going to shut up now. It's been 9 hours and 16 minutes, just about. And thank you, everybody, so much for all your support. Really appreciate every single one of you more than I can express. Like, you have no idea. I wouldn't still be here 9 hours and 16 minutes later. So, that's the bottom line. I was gonna sign off with something, but I can't seem to load it properly, so maybe I'll just hit end stream. No, you know what? Hey, I found it. I'm gonna end with the trailer because I gotta end with something. I've never had a live this long before. All right, I'll see you. I'll see you on the next one, guys. I'm gonna end on this episode. Now, this is one version of the episode 8 trailer. I don't know if it's the exact correct one, but yeah, I don't know if it's there are like 2 different versions, and like this one is a little bit weird, but yeah, let's check it out. I don't know. We can we can talk about it tonight, like the 2 different versions and compare, but I'll play this one. I think this one is kind of spliced with some other stuff that like a fan made thing and some other stuff. So, all right. Oh my God, Mr. Moon Knight, what did you miss? 9 hours and 17 minutes stream. Oh my Lord, new people coming in still. Oh my goodness. July Rome. Holy crap. Was this a 10-hour stream? Not quite. 9 hours and almost 18 minutes. And yeah, see you next time, Carlaway. See you next time, Carlaway. And okay, so I'm gonna share the trailer, this particular trailer, and hold on. Okay. And I'm just gonna close it out on that. So all right. See you next time, Carla and everybody. See you later tonight. Hope you guys can make it. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together.
Whatever is inside me, it's still there. What if it happens again? I killed someone.
We need help! Help! I need help! Anyone see anything?
Hiding every night from those things. That's one thing. This is something that people are gonna have to blame someone for.
I feel like something wants me to go in here.
We can go in together if you want. Ready?